It's different now.
Okay.
Okay. You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live Wednesday, September 6th, 2023 at 11 p.m. I'm here with Greg.
Thanks for having me on your channel.
We're doing something a little bit special today. One of the viewers of the channel, Teresa, said it's my birthday. Can you guys have a stream, celebrate my birthday? And I said, sure. I like the idea of having excuses to do something special. Someone who's a viewer of the channel has a birthday or a special occasion. It's nice to play a game for them. And so Teresa picked out today's game. Murder at the Movie Theater, Cryptic Killers game. Greg said, hey, I'm kind of curious to see what this... You've not played one of these document dump games.
I don't believe so. No, I don't think so. There was one weird subscription-y game that came with like a diary and some stuff. That was many years ago I tried. So,
what game is this?
I don't even remember. I got it for, it was like a birthday thing. I think they send you like, it doesn't really matter. The short answer is I haven't really had a lot of experience with this. I'm interested though. It seems very interesting.
I want to talk about this series because we've got some history of it in the channel. Oh, I can see the camera is showing information it shouldn't. All right, that's all right.
Should I move this?
No, it's not that. It's this. Hold on, everyone.
Some technical difficulties.
Well, Greg and I just filmed our Myths Over Carcassonne review. There we go. We're fine now. We just filmed our Myths Over Carcassonne, and the cameras changed for live stream. Okay, so Cryptic Killers, which is this series. We've played 5 of them on the channel. We started with the hardest ones, and then the most recent one we played on the channel was our favorite of everyone playing, which was Murder at Merivale Manor. And I reviewed it, and I said, all of the Cryptic Killer games are fantastic. You can't go wrong. Then I
have a feeling I can see where that story's
going. Okay. So then I played another one of theirs offline with the group at Gen Con, and it wasn't that good. Oh. And I was told in the channel that the one I played, Murder of a Millionaire, may have been the first game they made. And maybe that explains why it wasn't so good, but this is number 2. So I'm not sure how great this is going to be.
I feel like every time, I mean, I've very rarely come on
get
here,
tricked.
and
You
it's
get
always
tricked.
there's always some bait and switch going on. I feel like whatever you do is the version of the box with the stick and the string, and I feel like I'm like, hey, what's going on? Of course I want that. Then I get in the box and you
knew what you were going for. Okay, so a little bit of bookkeeping first. A couple days ago, I did a channel update. If you haven't watched that, you might check that out. On Sunday, we'll be playing Dear Homes, going over the solution. And a couple new games have come in the mail recently that we've got to play. So maybe I'll be playing something tomorrow, Friday, or Saturday. And anything you want to talk about for your movie channel? If they haven't watched the mystery top 10 on your movie channel that I did with you, that I was guest.
Thank you for coming on there. That was the longest. You can probably not be surprised that it's like significantly longer than any other video.
Did you see the comment I posted on it?
No, what did you say?
No. I posted a comment on your update video that might not be live. You want? All right, go ahead. You do your announcements.
Well, my first announcement is just to say hello to Jonathan, who is in the chat as well, and to say happy birthday to Teresa. This is my official job when I'm here, is to read the prompter thing here. Dispaminite.
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 It's for spam because you can see the little
spam. Yeah,
spam.
like that. Spam. Do you remember the Monty Python game, the computer game? I remember when I was a kid, showing my age a little bit, but there was like a Monty Python game, and they would occasionally stop the game and be like, number 38, the lark, and they would have the picture of the tree. But like there was just spam everywhere. You were eating spam for health, and just
it was a computer game.
Yeah, it was a computer game for the Apple game. Okay. So no, I'm no real. Jesse's like, do you have any announcements that you'd like to do? And I'm like, we're like live in like 2 minutes, and I'm like, I guess not. I mean, I don't know what I would announce anyway, but I do have one thing actually. Now that I said all that, it's about 30 seconds before we started. Maybe that's too much. 5 minutes before we started, I was like, hey, what if we were talking about game design, and I was like, oh my god, I have the best idea. Like it just ignited in my brain.
You told me not to say anything about it on the channel.
No, I said no, I don't want the particulars. But now my brain is having a little party doing something else that's not this, because I'm like, it's like being like, I know exactly what to do for the end of my novel or whatever, and then I'm like, and then you're like, and then it's like, come on, we got to go have this birthday party for Nana. And
but
you're
there
like,
are experts in the channel. Like we could do whatever, they'd solve it.
Yeah.
So did we say happy birthday to Teresa? Sorry, happy birthday.
I think we did, yes, but officially happy birthday. That's pretty cool. Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks for spending your birthday with us. That's kind of it. We have there's no cake. The servers are not going to sing and come over your table. We're not. There's like happy birthday, like the thing that everyone hates to hear. We're not doing any of that stuff. So murder for.
I just watched a movie called Greenberg with Ben Stiller. And there's a scene where he gets a cake at his table and he's not happy. Yeah, no. I highly recommend it. Yeah. You've not seen it? It's it's not new. It's got Greta Gerwig, the person who did Barbie. Yeah. Back, she got her start doing these mumblecore indie movies. She plays a big role in Greenberg.
Interesting.
In fact, she's naked in Greenberg, if that's something you care about.
Off the rails already.
Well, I mean, can we be adults here? We're dealing with murders. I mean, she's naked in the movie.
Let's move past this. Let's move on.
I'm not saying you watch a movie only because they're naked, but it doesn't hurt.
It's like you're doubling down on your mistake. You're like, you shouldn't have said it.
That's the only way to deal with mistakes is to double down. But it's also like the bonus that you're maybe like, the meme of the math girl? That's what you're running through. Like, why did I agree to be on this?
Tell me more about Cryptic Killers.
Why did I agree to be on this
video? That's a good segue. You watched a movie, and now this murder is taking place at the movie theater. Who doesn't love the movie theater? I have, in fact,
open it up.
The movies. I get to do the evidence back. This is kind of cool that it comes in a little evidence back. It's not. It doesn't have any real use, I don't think, though. But it is. It is very. It's a nice little thematic thing. Now you're going to see my inability to open this up. It isn't the easiest to open for whatever reason. There we go. It's like a little Christmas present.
I've set up the camera
holder. Look at that. Does anything happen with this?
No, that goes away.
See you later.
All right, so let's just take a look at this for a second because it's only rated 3 out of 5 difficulty. So, and 2 hours. Normally that would take us 6, but Greg has given me a deadline of under 6 hours.
Yeah, definitely.
So, but I don't think it'll take us 6. All right. Well, we don't need to read the back. Let's just open it up and start the case.
The Spamonite says murders equals okay, nudity is not okay.
It's hard to tell if that was sarcastic, though.
Well, it is actually interesting because, like, if you ever watch that movie, the MPA, it's about the MPAA. It's a documentary. It's called This Film's Not
With Tipper Gore?
I don't believe she's in that. I think it's more about the MPAA and specifically not that whole not the whole parental advisory thing. And it is interesting because, like, movies can have all kinds of violence, and they'll be like, but you can't show up, a penis or whatever,
Well, America's kind of unique in that.
It is. It's very, very true. So I do understand that comment, but I think there's a difference between, like, you're here to solve a mystery and salaciously, like, sort of talking about, that's just my own opinion. It's your channel. You do whatever you want.
All right. Why don't you read us the introduction here?
Under the important thing?
Yeah, but do it from the screen.
I've already forgotten how to do this. Okay, Jonathan is very. Oh, and we got Matt E saying hello all as well.
Okay.
So we got another one. We're missing our lead investigator of Anna, and Tina's usually here with us, and maybe the invisible man kind of popped in.
Anna looks in if it's rated, if it's too easy. She's like, I'm not needed for this case.
So not. I love getting us off track here. But I've never watched the show of Game of Thrones. I'm not really interested in it. I read the books.
Good stuff.
This is kind of like an annoying thing where people are like, I read the books, but and there's a character. This is a little bit spoilerish, but this is a little spoiler. I guess it is.
Okay.
But the Hound.
I don't have a button.
I love the Hound. He's one of my favorite characters in the novels, and he wins like one of the tournaments early on. And then in the third book, there's a lot of deaths. These are politics. Everything's going on, and there's like not that strong a set of contenders, and the Hound is like not worth suiting up. It's like, and it just shows how like badass he is, because he's just like, I don't need to get it. I'm obviously gonna win. There's no joy in having this victory. Yeah, and that's Anna's kind of Anna's thing. Anna's like I don't need to
suit up for this one.
This is the B team can handle it. Or whatever.
Give me a call if you guys get.
I guess I could say I'm on the B team.
Okay, here we go. Read it off the screen.
Okay, and Teresa, lead is not really an actual job description. It's sort of just a.
It's what we give people who solve it.
Yeah, but if you do solve it, okay. A murder has been committed in the port town of Fidalgo Island in America's Pacific Northwest. Movie theater owner Chris Hodgson was found dead in his office with multiple lacerations to the chest and a slit throat. The evidence has been collected for you. It's your job to piece it all together and work out who it was that killed Mr. Hodgson. As the lead detective working on this case, your aim is to find the killer or killers. Finding the killer won't be easy. You'll need to familiarize yourself with all of the evidence provided, including any online content that is mentioned. Internet access will be required to crack this case. Jesse has a very fancy little tablet hooked up. Having observed all of the evidence, it may be helpful to identify potential suspects and their motives, determine which suspect each piece of evidence belongs to, and attempt to find an alibi for as many of the suspects as possible. Through the process of elimination, we're confident that you'll bring the culprits to justice. Okay. Before,
it's just a description of how we solve it.
Okay. You want to do that one?
Sure. An evidence checklist has been supplied inside this folder. Normally, they ask you to make sure you've got everything. We don't do that. If we get stuck, we might look at it. A website to find hints, and a web page to go to when we found the killer. That's how we're going to answer the question, and that's it.
Okay. So. One of the joys in doing these types of games, when you and I play them off camera, and got much more experience now than I have at these kind of things, but is taking each piece of information in turn and kind of discussing it. And right off the bat, we know, knowing that this person has been killed from lacerations and a slit throat, is
it's not an accident.
No, that's for sure not an accident. But strangulation is maybe the most intimate way to kill someone, and knifing somebody is maybe the second most. Also probably not just some kind of robbery. If somebody's going to commit a robbery, it's usually done with a gun, maybe.
Well, not
it sounds
only
like
that,
maybe more like an act of aggression.
It's actually an odd description of his wounds. Look at what it says. It says multiple lacerations to the chest. We don't even know what those mean, and a slit throat. So already, even just from the jump, it's not clear what those chest lacerations would be.
Another point to, not to, I guess, if there was some sort of knife involved, oftentimes the attacker who's using the knife gets also cuts themselves. So,
absolutely true, especially with deep stabs. Not you wouldn't cut yourself.
No, I'm saying like if I was attacking you with a knife and there was a lot of stabbing and a lot of frenzied activity,
it's very common that the hard stab.
I myself will get injuries.
Yes, absolutely.
Because the knife is going everywhere, and also defensive wounds is another thing, right? But it's a very intimate way to kill somebody, I guess, is what I was trying to say. In terms of like an intimate way to kill somebody, usually it's not just some kind of routine, robbery or something like that.
We'll see. He was killed in his office. Let's remember. All right, so let's look at what we got. We have a.
Oh. Speaking of common things, Teresa says maybe his wife did it, and the number one, usually that's like 90% of all. And it's like
90% is the husband, not the wife.
But I'm saying the spouse.
Pretty rare for the wife. Okay, we've got a.
You want to put that overhead?
We've got a drink,
a coaster,
but flip it over.
Okay, so we've got an address here. 742 Lincoln Street, Seattle, Washington, 98139. There's a tic-tac-toe, and then $5,000 by the end of the month or else. Okay, so normally, so you could see it's just like a napkin, right? You're in the bar, you're talking, and what's the most convenient thing to write this down on? So they probably met in the bar. However, the most compelling theory here is pretty open and shut. They played a game of tic-tac-toe for $5,000, and he lost, and he owes him $5,000.
Well, one thing to keep in mind is that we've got a sample of someone's handwriting here.
That's true also, yes. That's very good.
All right.
There is a very cutthroat underground world of tic-tac-toe playing. The Spamonite also calls the butler. That's the other
okay, evidence checklist. We're not going to worry about that for now. That's not a game piece of evidence. It's just an piece
for us to know.
Yeah. And so if we can't find it, portable. All right. So we've got another piece of evidence here.
Is this how we do it? We take one in turn?
Yeah, we do them one at a time. That's how we done it. Okay, so take a look at that.
Okay, founder and operator, 14 Dockside Street. So we can also just quickly see that this is, now we can use the internet.
We can, although in the Cryptic Killers, we've never found a Cryptic Killers where we just randomly search internet. It's always a specific website that they'll give us.
We're not allowed to just look up where Dockside Street might be.
It's not that we're not allowed, it's that it's never useful.
I see.
So we shouldn't waste our time.
Well, it's not the same address as 742 Lincoln Street, which is the second.
That's right.
So we have two pieces of address.
Let's look at this whole thing. First of all, we don't know what she's the owner of. We don't know where this business card came from. Was it found on his body? We may learn that later, and we haven't looked at the other side.
So the blue, or the water, and the fact that this is 14 Dockside Street would suggest that this is probably some type of, seafood, like
let's look at the other side of it.
What's the import, export?
Could be.
I mean, it does, okay, so let's flip it over here. Washington whale watching tours.
Okay.
Have you been on a whale watching tour, Jesse?
Not a whale watching tours, but I've been with where you swim with the dolphins.
Oh, have you really? Where?
Mexico, maybe?
You don't know where you've been. You've been.
I don't remember where the dolphins were.
Traveled person, so it's.
I was in Mexico.
When I hear that, I
was in Mexico. I believe
I want to learn about my friend. That's all. Okay. So you can yell at me for that. I guess.
We don't have unlimited time. All right, what do you got here? This looks interesting.
That was a nice way of saying like hurry up. We don't have unlimited time.
I'm a little bit worried. I'm a little bit worried that you're a little bit like the Cinderella story. Like you want to take your time, and then when it gets to 4 a.m., you're like,
"Is that Cinderella? Is that the Cinderella?"
The Cinderella slipper, and the ball runs out. She has
the shoe fits. I guess it's hard to argue with that. Okay. So we've got signature confirmation, which would mean probably an important letter. It's like a governmental not a serving papers, but something Chris Hodgson.
That's our victim.
Hodgson Theater. So he owns the theater. I think we did know that already. Sunset Drive, Port Able, Washington 98221. The other thing actually is that Seattle, Washington is a different zip code. I don't know if that means anything, but okay.
And
so we've got three different
and handwriting here.
Three different addresses. A very good point there.
You want to open this up and see what it says?
Those high stakes games of tic-tac-toe, Spamonite, and someone has a pretty bad gambling addiction when it comes to gambling.
$5,000.
I'll take any odds on tic-tac-toe. So here's our letter.
Okay. Get rid of that message because it messes up the screen.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
All right. Saturday, 10/24/2015. Dear Chris, it's been several weeks since our little chess game now, and your check still hasn't arrived in my letterbox. This is my friendly reminder that you have a week before I take matters into my own hands. I'm sending it signed for, a little expensive, but this way you can't weasel out by saying it got lost in the mail. I presume you still have the drinks coaster with my address on it. You couldn't have left it in the bar. I saw you put it into your pocket. I don't want any excuses. I don't care if it's a bad time for you or whatever. A deal's a deal, and I don't much care for Welchers. I don't want it to come to that, but I deserve what I'm owed. If you didn't want to pay up, you shouldn't have placed such a large bet in the first place. I'm headed your way next week. If I don't have the money, maybe I'll have to make a detour to visit you. P.S. Your theater has a whole day of horror films, and you don't show Toby Hooper's 1982 classic? What's wrong with you? It's the best film ever made. You know what movie that is? Is it a fictional movie or is it real?
So it can't be Texas Chainsaw Massacre because that came out in 74. 82 was probably, well, I guess it could be Funhouse, but probably maybe Poltergeist.
So it's a real director you recognize.
Toby Hooper is very famous for directing Texas Chainsaw Massacre, the original, 1974. He's also, like he directed, what did I just say, Poltergeist? But it's commonly more thought of as a Steven Spielberg who produced it. It has a pretty heavy hand in it.
This is why Greg is here for this. This is the perfect movie.
Oh, yeah, because it is a horror murder in the movie. Yeah, that's pretty good, yeah.
I don't like Texas Chainsaw Massacre. It's too gruesome and scary for me.
Spam and I mentioned like you were kind of dead on with the gambling on that one because it does seem that that's So let's take.
He says chess game here. That's
correct.
Weird.
They were playing tic tac toe, so it seems like they're both gamers, or maybe they both gamble. They could have gambled on drinks for tic tac toe. All joking aside, like it sounds like there's both gaming and that, unless chess is being used not as a literal chess game,
that's right,
but in some other kind of thing that they're doing.
He knows his first name. I want to mention, and we've now got his handwriting of script on the letter
but
and print.
Yeah,
on the
so
coaster, yeah.
Sorry.
Kind of weird.
Okay, so he wanted. So we know that our letter was received. That's because it has the confirmation. Okay, so let's go through this. Several weeks. So whatever happened. Whatever the chess game was, whether it's literal or a metaphor. Weeks have gone by, and he has not paid.
Well, he doesn't say weeks, right?
Yeah, he said I've been spent several weeks since our little chess.
But we've got 3 dates here. He says 10/24/15. Okay, several weeks
since then. I also have my little booklet, but that's kind of like.
But then he also says he's going to be heading your way next week. So next week.
So 10/31 was around Halloween.
Be 10/31. That's right. Now, when was our guy killed?
He was killed. Let's open that one of the folder.
It doesn't look like we're told yet.
Interesting.
We're going to find out soon.
Okay. So, the check hasn't arrived in my letterbox. So he was supposed to send him a check for $5,000, right? Because it says $5,000 by the end of the month or else. And so several weeks. So it looks like if it's 2024, whatever happened in the early part of October. And he's like, give me the money by the end of the month. Here we are 3 weeks in. He doesn't have his money and he's starting to get a little bit antsy. Okay. And he's like, this is a friendly reminder, although he does put a threat at the end, towards the end here. It's time for a little expensive, but you can't weasel out by saying it got lost in the mail. So we don't know if Chris has welched on some bets before, or if he doesn't just trust him, or maybe he doesn't know him that well. Maybe it's more of a casual acquaintance.
Although he's calling him by his first name.
Couldn't have left in the bar, so he saw him put this coaster in his pocket. Doesn't want any excuses. He's like, look, I don't care if your rent's due or your roof needs to be redone. Give me my money.
Well, in fact, that might actually be a little bit of a clue that our guy has told him he's having some trouble. Right? I don't care if it's a bad time. It's not clear whether he said it or not.
Sounds like more like he's saying like just heading it off, like
maybe
whether there's any excuses to come out or not.
It's possible.
Okay, I'm heading your way next week. So maybe this guy has a monthly thing where he comes into town. If we find out there's some sort of like monthly thing or whatever. Now we knew that he's this guy owns a movie theater, and this guy is clearly a fan of movies.
Well, that's
he knows directors. So he's probably connected to him through the
I
movie
think that's
theater.
a great point that he's a big fan of horror movies.
That seems
tells
like
us
a
little
pretty
bit about it.
logical
Although
connection.
we have his address, so it seems like we could know where he is. Did he say, I'm going to be in your way, or did he say I'm heading into your area? Like, we know his address. This guy lives, we think,
in Seattle, Washington.
Seattle.
Yeah. He's given him the address of where
They're
to send the
both in
check.
Washington.
So either that's his place of work, or it's his residence, right? But it is interesting. I think that is an interesting thing, the point that, like, he's obviously a film buff. This Chris Hodgson owns a movie theater. That's pretty clearly how they know each other, right? Because he's annoying. He's
we don't know how they know each other, but it is a big clue that he is a horror movie buff.
Okay, this is just to show that this is, oops, sorry. That this is coming from the police department.
Memorandum.
Okay. Oh, whatever. They can't see that, I guess, but it's...
I don't know why it's not...
Internal memorandum. There
okay.
Just to show that it's coming from the police.
Sure. Okay, go ahead, read that for us.
Chris is the murder victim. Yes, He's Chris Hodgson is the murder victim. Okay. Monday's the 2nd of November. Okay, so now we're past that month deadline. I'm assigning you to solve the murder of Chris Hodgson, owner and manager of the Hodgson Theater, who was found dead in his office at the movie theater on October 31st.
Okay,
so
it's October
Halloween.
31st, Halloween, he's found dead.
Okay, which is the end of the month. You know, but that's also...
it is consistent with the threat that our letter made. Okay.
However, it's November 1st would be more consistent. So far, our best lead is the security camera footage that captured Frankenstein's monster leaving the theater via the rear exit, or rather a person wearing a Frankenstein's monster mask. Now, this is actually pretty interesting because if 1982 was Funhouse by Toby Hooper, the creature in that wears a Frankenstein mask to
the killer.
Well, yeah, but he's a monster. Like he's got some significant deformities that, like, but he hides it by wearing a Frankenstein. Yeah, that's a spoiler. But you're gonna find that out. So my guess is that the 1982 classic that they're referring to is Funhouse, and that he's wearing the Frankenstein mask in the same exact way that the killer does.
That's pretty cool
in that movie.
Okay.
Hey, Jonathan Warner finally popping in here to have a little comment here. Surprise Halloween game. The horror theme cases really follow Greg. Love it. Jonathan, we usually hear a little bit more from you. So thanks for chiming in with that. Keep going here.
Yep.
Yesterday, Detective Alex Baker carried out interviews with some of the suspects and other townspeople. Other suspects have not been interviewed as he was unable to locate them. It's up to the two of you to solve who the murderer is, and fast. We're worried about the murderer might be trying to flee the state, or maybe even flee to Canada. Okay, so Washington, for any of our non-American viewers, very close, like right on the border of Canada. So that seems like a pretty good flight. You know, you could take boat. You could easily go by boat, by the way, out the bay and up into Vancouver. Not Vancouver. What's the British Columbia, right? Sorry.
I don't know. That is in this.
We have uploaded
area.
some important additional evidence onto the police web server, portabledatabase.com. So that means we're probably going to
Yes, we will.
Detective Baker has the necessary permissions to access the relevant online evidence, so you'll need to use his account until further arrangements are made. He passed along his login details with a note that said, "I'm sure you'll connect the dots." That's kind of a weird thing. Like, there's been a murder. You'll connect the dots.
Well, one of the things that all of the Cryptic Killers seem to do is they all seem to follow this pattern. They give you a login, and then how to log in, the password is a bit of a mystery to solve.
So that password is part of the mystery.
That not part of the mystery, but it is a puzzle to solve. We will have to figure out how to use his password. In general, though, our experience with the Cryptic Killer games is that if you log in too soon, you sort of get the game spoiled to you. Like the logging in gives you some solutions. So we'll do that last, I think. All right. Anything else?
And then the last little bit here is, as always, we must ensure that all potential suspects have a strong alibi before we make accusations. So in other words, all of them are going to be compelling suspects, but we have to use our alibis to
That's exactly
ferret
right.
out the actual
That's exactly right.
Okay.
That's exactly right. All right, so we'll want to make sure we go to that website. We won't.
Good luck. Good luck.
All right. What
G
the
stuff.
hell is this? I see what it's done. It's given us, for each of our suspects, it's given us a place we could write notes onto the sheet.
I see.
So let's take a look at these. We could if we wanted to. Normally we try not to write on these, but let's just take a look quickly. So here's Tomoko Ito.
Oh.
Yeah, we've got her business card. So she's a suspect. All right. Female, relation to victim unknown, age 46. Okay.
We do have, by the way, 19 Sparkwood. So we do see, so her business address is 14 Dock Street and her home address is 19 Sparkwood.
Very good catch.
So we do, so we do have, there's a lot of addresses here, which makes me think that that's going to be
Yeah, I agree. Okay, who's this next person? Sheena Hodgson Marks.
His wife or sister. Oh, Hodgson Marks. So that's their
the sister. That's
name.
Right.
Sheena 41 208 Ponderosa Avenue, female sister. Okay.
Okay. Next, we have the cousin, Adam Polk.
Again,
he's on Main Street.
So we don't actually know who.
We're going to hear about these soon. It's a little weird that we're getting these before we hear about them, but we're getting this case from our partner who's been working on it.
Godfrey Jones, 58, 142 Douglas. He's an employee of the movie theater as well. I just want to kind of keep in mind if in case.
We'll be coming back to these things. What about this?
Samuel Young, 7.
Guess what this address is?
19th Street. Yep, here we go. That's the person right there.
So they've picked up that this guy could be involved. We now have a name to put with the guy.
Samuel Young, believed to have changed his name recently.
Huh. So that's the only one that has a pre-filled in note so far. None of the rest of them do. Okay, interesting. And then we've got someone without a photo.
Louis Cameron. Wait, why have we heard that name?
I don't think we have.
Why does that sound familiar to me? 381 Roosevelt Street, male, unknown. Why does that sound? Why does Louis Cameron sound?
Doesn't sound familiar to me.
Keep going.
Okay, so the game is giving us a potential list of suspects. We probably want to give them all alibis and a place where we could write notes on them if we wanted to. No other information there.
Okay, well, these things here we got.
And now we've got some interviews. Okay, so it looks like a good chunk of our evidence is interviews.
Oh, I love this. That's so awesome.
You like that, huh?
I really like this style of document on game.
It's a whole genre.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a look at this. So all of our suspects hopefully have been interviewed. So this is Adam Thomas Polk.
Do you want to read? Want each of us read?
Sure.
You want
Let me just bring him up.
Okay. Oh, good idea.
Okay, so he's the cousin.
And he's 35 years old.
He's a web designer.
Okay.
We've got his phone number. And we've got the signature of the detective. That doesn't help us.
Okay. You want to be Baker or Polk for a little play?
I'll be the detective. Ready? This is Detective Alex Baker. Time is now 7:38 p.m. on Sunday, November 1st, 2015. We're in Port Able Police Department, interview room A. Please state your name and occupation.
Adam Thomas Polk, web designer.
And the victim was a cousin of yours. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. He was my mother's brother's son.
And were the two of you close?
Reasonably. He lived in Port Able while we lived in Everett. We only saw one another at family gatherings. Plus, there was a bit of an age gap as well.
And you no longer live in Everett, is that right?
That's right. I moved down to Portland, Oregon about 5 years ago or so.
And how familiar would you say you are with Port Able?
Well, my grandpa lived here, so we visited a lot when I was growing up. That was Grandpa Hodgson. He was Chris's grandpa, too.
Yeah, I intuited that.
I used to love coming over because we'd always go to the Hodgson Theater. We'd get in for free and with free popcorn and cola, too. The perks of being a family member.
Yeah, that's very cushy.
It was.
Okay, jumping ahead to the present. Where were you last night on the night of the 31st of October?
That's a great question. I was on my way to Van for a business trip.
Van as in Vancouver, Canada?
Yep. I don't think cops like the term yep in answer to a question.
And did you stop in Port Able on your way up?
Yeah, it was a bit of a detour, but I thought I'd say hi to the Hodgsons.
And how long did you stay?
About 3/4 of an hour or so.
And what did you do?
Saw Sheena, that's his wife, of course. Had a coffee with her and Ron. I wanted to see Chris too, but he was busy with Halloween hootenanny or whatever it is, so I thought I'd catch him on the way back.
And then you left Port Able after that?
Yep.
And what time would you say you reached the border then?
Well, I reached Blaine, which is the town just south of the border, at around 8 p.m. My friend Robert lives there, so I dropped in to say hello to him. Oh, that's right. I remember pulling into his driveway at exactly 8:08 because it kind of looks like Bob on my digital watch, which I found quite ironic as that's his nickname. I stayed at his for a while, but got the call about Chris while I was there, so I put the trip on ice and did the hour's drive back to Port Able to be with the family.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Polk. No further questions. Hopefully we haven't interfered too much with your business trip.
No, I had to be there tomorrow. I just thought I'd have a day to myself before. I'm sure I'll be back in time. It's not too far, and I'm glad to have helped.
And anything more you wish to say?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay, this concludes our interview. Time is now 7:44 p.m.
Okay, so his alibi is that he was driving by, he stopped by to visit the family, but Chris was too busy. But he mentions two other names. He says Ron and the sister.
He used to come over to go to the theater. Okay, and he says, I was on my way to Vancouver. It was a detour. He wanted to talk to the family. He stayed for 3/4 of an hour.
Minutes, but we don't know the time that he got there.
Yeah.
Okay.
But then he wanted to see Chris, but he couldn't. He saw Sheena and had a coffee with her and Ron.
So my question was, who was Ron? Do we know who Ron is? Ron is probably Sheena's husband, since she's the sister and she's got a hyphenated last name.
I think
so my guess is Ron is Ron Marks. That's my guess.
That's a pretty good. We don't have a suspect named Ron, huh? We have a Samuel, a Louis, Godfrey, and Adam.
Teresa apparently has some history doing the same thing with her aunts. They do the. I'm guessing you do the readings. You read it as a little place.
That makes sense. Fun. Okay.
So actually, we could back this up if however long it takes to reach Blaine.
Yeah, we don't know yet.
He said around 8 o'clock, so you could back up the time, right?
That's right.
So 45 minutes to an hour minus the hour, however long it takes to go there.
However long it takes to get 8.
I have something else to point out, though.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry, do you want to?
No, go ahead. Go for it.
Okay. This suspect is 35 years old.
Uh-huh.
If the movie, if this is like Tobe Hooper's Funhouse, and that was an 82 movie, I really want to look that up, by the way, then that would mean that if he used to go and watch the movies as a kid at the theater, get in for free with free cola and popcorn and stuff, then it would be likely that he could see that film. That could have been a movie that he would have saw.
Well, it's 2015 now.
So 35, right? And you back up to 1982, that's not right. He would be 2 years old in 1982.
Yeah, I think he'd be too young. But that doesn't mean he's not a movie buff.
That idea, but...
Okay, let me just see. So he's claiming where he was, and he's claiming he has an alibi for 8:08. We don't know the time our guy was killed. But if our guy's death is at 9 p.m., then he's got a pretty good... Well, we know he's dead already by 8, soon after 8, because he gets a call, right? But we don't know when he was killed.
Which means he could have been killed, and then this guy drove away, and by the time he got there, he's like, I gotta come back.
Certainly
so getting a...
Although,
remember
we
the
don't
exact
know what
time
he
is a little
did,
bit
actually. Like, he says he's had a coffee with her and Ron. I wanted to see Chris. He was busy. He may have been with this woman, with these two, until he delivered them. So but knowing time of death would be helpful.
So essentially, he's saying that, like, he had the coffee with them, and he knows the time because he remembered looking at his watch, which either is a very convenient thing or that's just the way he knew it.
But regardless of if he's faking that timeline alibi, I mean, he's still got someone who's got to alibi him. He's not just saying it was 8:08 when I was in my room alone. He's saying it's 8:08 when I met this guy.
He has an alibi at both ends.
He's got an alibi at both ends, although we don't know the time of death. If we were real cops,
we could ping his cell phone. From when the guy got there.
It's so interesting that the cops don't seem to do that as a matter of course. Like, it's too much work for them. I occasionally I'll watch these cold cases, and then they're like 5 years later, we decided to request the phone records, and I think, why did you not get those phone records? Let's see if I'm jumping ahead to the forensic findings to see if we can't find a time of death.
Yeah, I think it's weird that you don't start with this and then go to the interviews.
Well, in general, these games let you pick where and what order, but we like to go to them in order. But occasionally you'll get a thing where it seems like we should go start somewhere else. So let's take a look at this.
Okay.
Forensics findings from the Forensics Department Office of Chief Medical Examiner in Washington off Grove Park Street. Rory Calhoun is the Chief Medical Examiner. Okay, so it's a male, Christopher Hodgson, 45 years old, 5'10", 160 pounds. They didn't do a toxicology. They did do an X-ray. They found a torso, stab trauma in the torso. And look at that. He was stabbed all... They said lacerations. This looks like he was stabbed a whole bunch in his heart. Multiple stab wounds to the torso. Average depth, 5.1 inches. So you're looking for a knife blade that's at least 5.1, right? Average length, 1.8.
Again, this is a crime of passion. This is like...
It's sure...
Like really... That's a crime of passion. That's not a cold, like...
I don't know. I mean...
Because it's all centralized in the chest?
Yeah, I'm not sure I would... strangulation is different. Stab wounds...
That's passion.
It's personal, but if you don't have access to a gun, you got to stab them. How else do you do it? No defensive wounds. No. Could be you cut his throat and then you just stab him a couple times.
That makes a lot more sense. You would have defensive wounds. You always put your hands up and you end up having...
It's hard not to get defensive wounds if you're being stabbed in the chest, especially 5 times. One of those...
Someone comes around the corner, they cut your throat, and then in a fit of passion, like, F you.
That's certainly possible. I do think your early point definitely comes into play here, though. When you're stabbing into the chest is not so easy. There's ribs, there's everything in there. And those hard stabs is where the killers get cut. The blade is all bloody and slick. It slips out of their hands. So, but I think this is important. We're looking for a knife that's probably 2 inches, 1.8 inches wide and 5.1 inches deep at least. Multiple stab wounds to the torso. It's just repeating what it said. Heart and lungs.
And that
is consistent with your idea that there was passion involved, stabbing someone so deep and so hard unnecessarily.
Especially if you cut his throat, he'd be dead, and then the rest of it is just like what they call overkill. I mean, a lot of times overkill is like they stab him like 30 or 50 or 60, some ridiculous amount.
Now, you could cut the throat last to ensure they're dead, but then your point about defensive wounds comes into play. It would be very hard to...
And there's no other stab wounds anywhere, on the face, neck, anywhere. It really makes, to me, that looks like throat cut from behind, and then you come around and really... Like, thanks for messing up my life.
Or you've seen enough movies and you know, I got to make this look like a passion killing, and so I stab him.
But then this guy's just sitting still like,
no,
hey, how's it going?
No, you cut it, a professional killer cuts his throat, and then it's just like, I got to make this look like a passion killing, so I stab him.
Good point.
All right, so manner of death, blood loss of oxygen. Cause of death is loss of oxygen to the brain as a result of blood loss due to slit throat. So that's our theory, that the slit throat is what really killed him.
So this actually is interesting because this is presumably the throats. This is the exact opposite of what we just said. It was performed after as a coup de grace to ensure a quick death and prevent any possible resuscitation efforts.
Well, we disagree with this medical examiner. We're the detectives. Absolutely. This person doesn't know what we know.
Dr. Rory Calhoun. I don't think so, buddy.
Yeah. I think Rory's a girl's name. I guess it's both. There was a girl, Rory, in my junior high school.
Okay, well, you might be right. Yeah.
All right, so now let's go back.
On the back of that?
That's a good question. No, nothing on the back. All right, let's check out another interview, and maybe we'll mix this up with some more
Jonathan
documents.
Warner says, I lean towards Greg's interpretation, some real anger towards the victim here. And Teresa mentioning that maybe they hated him for some reason. So.
Yeah, well, let's find out. Okay, this is Godfrey. He was the tough, older-looking gentleman. He looked like
well, you could certainly see an employee having, that employee hating their boss for whatever reason.
Not enough to kill him.
Owed money, or there's any number of reasons. Am I reading this? We're doing this again. Do you want to do the detective?
You read it. You read the detective.
You're going to be Jones this time?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. This is Detective Alex Baker. Time is now 11:23 a.m. on Sunday, November 1st, 2015. We are in Port Able Police Department Interview Room A. Please state your name and occupation.
Godfrey Jones, projectionist at Hodgson's Theater.
How long have you worked at... Wait, first of all, did we see where he died? Do we know where his body was found?
In the theater.
Just in the theater, not in the
I think that's what it said.
Okay. Back to this, sorry. How long have you worked at Hodgson's?
Since 1978. Started out on the concession stand, then trained to be a projectionist.
When was that?
I forget when precisely, early 80s. I don't know for certain that the first film I projected. I do know for certain that the first film I projected was Rocky 3.
So you were there before Chris Hodgson took over.
That's right. I was hired by his dad, Phil.
Ah, so his father, he got
Owned it,
owned it. Okay,
uh-huh.
interesting. What was Phil Hodgson like to work for?
He was great. He was a very warm and supportive guy. He loved Port Able, and he wanted to make sure the theater was a key part of the community.
Would you like some more cigarettes to go along with that?
No, I got a whole pack.
And Chris Hodgson, what was he like?
Well, he was all right. I think it lost the part of the community feel when he took over. I mean, sure, things have been tougher since the multiplex opened outside town, and I suppose showing classic films gave it a unique angle against the multiplex, but it's always felt like he thinks the theater is his personal plaything, like the Halloween Horror Fest. It's kind of a vanity project, in my opinion, showing the films he likes. I mean, do the young kids really want to see old movies from the 30s?
Is the Horror Fest not profitable then?
I don't know. I don't have a part in the finances. I think he did some slightly shady things to bring in a bit more income to make sure the Horror Fest always went ahead.
So we're going to have a lot to unpack in this. There's a lot of between the lines information on this whole interview. This is very
doing something shady.
But I'm just saying, like, there's a lot of, like, anyway, sorry. I'm getting off the track here. What do you mean by shady things?
Well, blackmail and that kind of stuff.
Dun, dun, dun. Really? Do you know who he was blackmailing?
No.
How do you know he was blackmailing people then?
Well, it's just a rumor going around, you know?
How much weight do you... How much weight do you think those rumors have?
Well, I don't know, a bit. It's hard to say. It's hard to say.
All right, let's move on. What were you up to on the night of the murder?
Well, that day I was setting up the reels for both screens. It's not like in the old days where you had to switch projectors over. We have machines that handle that for us now, so the job isn't as intensive as it needs to be. It isn't as intensive as it used to be. But you've got to do a lot of preparation to make sure it's all in the right order and that it starts on time, and you've got to stick about in case the film breaks.
So were you in the projection booth the entire day?
Well, I stepped out for a break every now and then. I'm not really supposed to leave the booth when the film's running, but it's never been a problem in all the time I've worked here.
Do you remember anything Chris said that day?
Well, I definitely remember him saying the words, "You're fired."
He fired you. Did he give a reason?
Well, he said he was going to move to an all-digital system that didn't need the projectionist to know about film, as in the actual film the movie comes on. He was going to get a new system where you load a digital file and press the play button.
Wouldn't that still require someone to work the machine, though?
Yeah, he said he was going to do it himself. Cut back on the overhead, he said. I tell you, Phil's rolling in his grave. Well, I mean, he would have if he wasn't a clump of ash in the Pacific Ocean.
One final question. You wouldn't happen to know a man and woman named Lou Cameron and Tomoko Ito, would you?
Tomoko's my girlfriend. I know Louie through her. We go fishing sometimes. We go out in the Wasp.
Who is Louie again?
He's one of our people.
I know, but what was his relation to... we just had an unknown relationship.
Louie Cameron, nothing known about him.
Okay, so Tomoko, the Wasp?
Yeah, it's Tomoko's boat.
Fishing, that's all you do together?
Well, sometimes I let them sneak into the projection booth to watch movies for free. To be honest, it gets kind of lonely there sometimes, so it's nice to have company.
And Chris didn't mind you doing this?
Well, booth is soundproof, so he didn't mind as long as we kept it a secret. Something about fire codes, I think.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. No further questions. Anything more you should say?
Nope. Okay.
Okay, so this concludes the interview. Time is now 11:31. So there's a lot to unpack in this interview. The simplest of which at the end here is that, like, we know that Tomoko and both Louis have familiarity with the movie theater enough to know how to get in and kill them. Right?
Yeah.
So we know that they're, like, have an equal. So it's not like these people know the theater, like, didn't know the theater and would have to come in and find them.
That's right.
They also have the boat, which makes sense since she's got a whaling thing, right?
Yeah.
However, it seems like they wouldn't they have taken his body out on that boat and dropped it in the bay along with the ash,
Yeah, it might be hard to get out of there, but boat doesn't seem to be playing a role in this movie, in this
I know,
murder.
that's what I'm just saying, like,
I mean, if you
I was,
want to dispose of the body in a boat, it is a good way to dispose of a body. You'd still have to get it out of the theater if you did want to do that, though.
Also, sorry, you want to?
No, keep going.
Also, you've got the idea that just a smaller quibble of like him, he had look like you could see this. Nobody likes to get like a new boss who's doing something differently than the old boss did, and maybe you had a cushy thing, and now the new person comes.
Oh, he's being fired.
You'd be like, look, kid, you haven't been doing this very long, but this is how we do this or whatever. But that's even like, that's enough of a part to have fights or whatever. But then you think about the fact that like, he's got he's, even that alone is enough. Now we've got the angle that he's been fired, hey kid, I've worked here my whole life and you're firing me,
But is that motive to murder someone?
Of course, you worked somebody for 30 years and you're already angry with him.
That upset about it.
He's worked there for decades. Like you could make an argument. I mean,
he's got a girlfriend.
What, having a girlfriend? Yeah.
I don't. That's not. That doesn't seem like. I don't buy him having a good motive.
So let's pop in. Jonathan Warner says, and did they not run a toxology test? No, they did not. If they think they were stabbed multiple times in the chest with no defensive wounds, it seems like they have to be sedated. Very, very good, Warner, Jonathan. Interestingly enough, if you have access to the fountain soda and popcorn and stuff, they've been talking about concessions quite a bit. I used to manage a movie theater, and like you would just go up and be like, "Hey, gonna get a little drink," right? But maybe he brings them the drink. That's pretty good. The other thing is killer or killers. You could see, the three of them or two of them being involved in the murder. Hey, I'll be up here getting ready to stab him. You go downstairs and bring him a drink or something. Yeah.
But the really interesting thing is that the blackmail stuff. He said there's rumors of blackmail going around.
Teresa points out the firing motive is a good motive. And then we've got Jonathan Warner coming in with, I don't know if I've shared this story. I once went to a horror short film festival. At the end, they were supposed to show a trailer for independent film, couldn't get it to work. Yeah, the idea, I was actually kind of thinking about this projectionist angle, the fact that like, he's talking about having this, and all movies, that's a huge deal that put a lot of drive-in theaters out of business, is that they had to switch over to, having a digital projector instead of having the old reels and stuff. In fact, I think Mitsubishi was having like a thing where like you voted on your local drive-in theater, and like all of these drive-in theaters were like, please, because it's like $100,000, $200,000 for the projector. And that's like, you're out of business or you're in business. So
I just don't see how you can think that someone's going to stab their boss for being fired.
And then Jonathan was, eventually MC sort of shrugged and said the night was over. After we had left, we were walking away, we'd hear somebody shouting, wait, we got it to work. I don't think anybody went back yet. And then Teresa says, I agree with you, Greg. I'm just going to take that as a blanket win. So there is some more information at the beginning though. So can we scrutinize this a little bit more? Is that okay? Maybe we'll go back to the. So we've got projectionist. She also said it's soundproof, by the way.
Yeah, that's
an important note. If you're up there, the projection booth also allows you to see, like you can watch down. So if somebody's in the theater,
we don't know where our guy was killed though. If he's killed in his office, it doesn't seem like this is.
He's able to get in and out of the booth, for a cigarette or whatever. It's probably not like like getting in and out of the projection booth. Obviously, for obvious reasons, you don't want like moviegoers to get to it. So you usually have some back part of the house so he could get in and out without anybody really noticing.
This is his alibi for that evening. He was running the projection, but now we know he can sneak out. Doesn't have to be there all the time. So he could have snuck out and killed the guy during the night.
So the 70.
Don't forget the security camera footage of some guy in a Frankenstein mask. Though.
He's worked here for 37 years and now he's getting fired. That's a pretty powerful motive.
However, if you've worked there for 37 years and you haven't displayed real violent tendencies, it seems like it's a pretty...
So his first film was Rocky 3. I mean, Rocky 3 is like, these are all around the same time. He would have a knowledge of like, I don't know, I keep coming back to this funhouse.
Okay. I was gonna say this guy isn't our horror fan because he does, but we know who the horror guy is, so we don't even have to solve that mystery.
So by the way, other business owners and things, since he wasn't very community driven. I mean, that's not a very strong cause for murder, but it's simple, ruffled feathers. I mean, this guy sounds like
the blackmail is his glaring sign, though.
So, but we don't. So yes, that's a pretty obvious one, but we don't really have much other information about that.
Not yet. We don't.
Okay, so you have before question. Sorry, Phil Hodgson. Hold on one second. There was something else. The Port Able theater was a key part of the community. Classics films give it a unique multivex. Like, okay, so yeah, this you can see like a lot of people that own small theater competing with the big theaters is a huge deal. And I just mentioned the fact that you can go to business pretty easily. In town here, we had a very wonderful small theater, art house theater, which we love to go to support. And it's changed hands a number of times because people would buy it and they'd be like, this is going to be great. And then they'd realize how much work and how little pay they were getting for it. And then they would often shoot it along. And then it became a co-op before finally closing. So it's a very popular business for people.
It was a porno theater at some point in the early days.
Okay. So, but a lot of people can take that on as like a pet project, which I would say like you could see where he could maybe become into financial problems.
Who's going to find financial problems?
I'm saying that Chris Hodgkin could also be, we could find out he might be in financial problems because the theater is
certainly.
Not. So
Absolutely.
That might be something where he's borrowed money from someone.
Well, this guy thinks that he's doing blackmail to get the money.
So since we have a small pool of suspects, and this guy knows that he's blackmailing, it doesn't seem to be common knowledge to everyone, it's very likely that he was blackmailing one of his two friends that were connected to him.
Certainly possible.
Okay, so we're done with that, I guess?
We're done with that guy, Godfrey Jones.
And he's a little annoyed that he's pushing this horror fest also.
Yeah, for some reason he seems annoyed. I'm not
like
sure
that's
why.
A personal pet project, or whether that's something that's like, maybe he's being, like maybe he's putting it on because this other guy loves horror films or whatever. Like, or maybe that's how he knows the other guy.
Our guy who's running the theater seems to love horror films.
Correct. Or he's putting it on at the behest of this other guy that's like...
It seems like he's been doing this for a while.
Okay, let's...
Okay, so now we've got Katie Ash.
Teresa says they're watching the movie and the person next to them actually died of a heart attack. Wow. So that's like, there was a huge thing for many years about like where they would have some trailer for a film and they'd be like, if you have a heart condition, don't go watch this movie and stuff like that.
They used to say that. They used to run that in the old ads.
But they would, you'd be like, people are dying from this movie? It's like, what better advertising could you get?
Now,
I'm interested in another movie that...
this woman is not in our suspect list, Katie Ash. She's not one of our suspects.
Katie Ash. Have we heard that name?
I don't think we have.
Can we just real fast... I know, I'm sorry. Let's look back. Who was the other friend? It was the...
Louis
and Ito. Ito was...
his girlfriend.
Was his girlfriend. Okay.
Okay, so we don't know who this is. All right, I'll be the detective now.
Okay. Oh, concessions. She works at the concession stand. This is another
This is Detective Alex Baker. Time is now 9:49 a.m. on Sunday, November 1st, 2015. We're in the house of the interviewee at 105 4th Street. Please state your name and occupation.
We have her address, by the way. So not on anything, but just in here, which might become important.
That is interesting that it's not...
Katie Ash, I work the concession stand at Hodgkin's Theater.
Thank you. Now, can you describe the events leading up to the discovery of Mr. Hodgson's body?
It was the day of the Halloween Horror Fest. On a normal day, Mr. Hodgkins would have spent most of the day working in his office. But the Horror Fest was a special occasion, and he'd spend more time in the lobby interacting with the patrons.
So what happened that day?
Well, I got to work at 8. We open at 9, but there's a lot of work to get the theater ready. Of course, aside from the usual stuff, making sure everything was clean and getting all the food machines ready, we had to dress up in costumes.
Was Mr. Hodgson there?
Yeah, he always got there before us. I saw him briefly in the morning, of course. When everyone started arriving for the Horror Fest, he was there to greet everyone. He was dressed up as Dracula, with the cape and the fangs, doing the voice and everything. I mean, it was hammy, but it was fun. His enthusiasm was infectious,
Was this year's Horror Fest any different from previous years?
No, he always dressed up and put on a show. Halloween was Mr. Hodgkin's favorite day of the year. He loved it more than Christmas. He loved horror films, so it basically gave him the chance to indulge in his love for them. The Horror Fest was his baby, yes, and it started when his dad was running the theater, but it was his idea. More information about the dad.
Okay, you're continuing here.
He loved to play MC, dress up in costume, welcome everyone. introduce each movie with a little speech, you know.
And Dracula was the first film that day, right?
Yep. He went into the auditorium to introduce it, then came out to change into his Frankenstein costume. When Dracula was finished, he'd come back into the lobby to welcome everyone waiting for Frankenstein. And he did this little welcome speech before the film started. That was his routine for the day, and so it went.
Do you know what he said in those little introductory speeches?
No, I wasn't allowed to leave the concession stand, but whenever he told a joke, I could hear the audience laugh. Screen 2 isn't well soundproof, so we can...
More soundproofing
Ding, 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 ding. So we can often hear what's happening in there. Not very well. It's very muffled, of course, but still. Especially in the break room, which is right next to screen 2. Like during Psycho, you know, that bit where the woman in the shower gets stabbed to death. Spoiler!
Yeah, vaguely.
Well, I was in the break room at the time, and we heard a couple people screaming, and the music and the screeching violins, we could hear that too. We probably should draw a map of the theater if we don't get one.
When was that, though?
Well, we took our 30-minute break at 7:30, and we heard that about halfway through our break, so 7:45-ish, I'd say. Maybe a little after.
You say we. Who else was there?
Matt and Zill. They were having a big discussion about the Seahawks.
Zill?
It's short for Godzilla. I'm sorry. I don't know his real name. It's a nickname that started before I began working at Hodgkins, so I don't know how it started. And Godzilla, it's quite long, so we all say Z instead. Zill instead, excuse me.
So, did anything out of the ordinary happen during the afternoon?
Well, I remember noticing someone had propped the rear fire door open. Normally it's slammed shut, but someone had stuck a paint can in the doorway.
Were there any suspicious people in the theater that night? Anyone acting strange? Anyone you never saw before?
None that I can remember, but then a lot of people were in costume with masks to get half-price tickets, so there could have been, or maybe not. I don't know.
And when did you last see Mr. Hodgson?
He introduced Psycho dressed as Alfred Hitchcock in a fat suit and a bald cap. Then he left to go back to his office when it ended. And he wasn't in the lobby. We wondered where he was, and we thought maybe he hadn't realized the movie was over. So I went to his office to go and get him. And so she found him.
What time was this?
8:50 or so, maybe a couple minutes after.
Was there anyone else in his office with him when you went in?
Not that I can remember. All I remember is, oh God, it was horrible.
Please take as much time as you need.
No, it's okay.
And how long before you called the police?
I didn't. I was so shocked and scared, I ran back to the lobby. I could barely speak, so Carla did it for me. But it couldn't have been more than a couple of minutes. I don't know, 3 maybe?
Okay, just one more question. Did anything about Mr. Hodgson's behavior seem odd that day?
No, he seemed the same as he had done with the previous year's Horror Fest. Maybe a bit agitated, but I think that was the stress of making sure this Horror Fest was a success.
Okay, thank you, Miss Ash. No further questions. Anything more you wish to add?
No, nothing springs to mind.
Okay, well, if anything does, you know where we are. Interview concluded at 10:01 a.m.
Okay, so let's look here. Jonathan Warner says, is it going to turn out he was stabbed at the same time as stabbing was playing in Psycho? That would be pretty wild. That is actually very, very astute and that would be, pretty cool, Jonathan.
We've got a timeline now. I'd like to.
Can we
try to nail that down?
2 things
first.
I would love to do.
You want to try to make a map?
Up here? Yeah, map and timeline.
Okay.
But first, can we look and see if there's a map in there? Just
sure.
Otherwise, it's kind of silly to. But without really giving too much away, is that okay?
Map of the area.
Because we can piece together a map from her, what she was saying, which is going to become important in terms of
camera, who can. No map.
Okay, so we'll make a map. But first,
I'd like to look at time of death.
Time to take a break.
We do have to take a break. All right.
This is a good chance to take a break. When we come back, look at me taking charge here.
Go for it.
Maybe we'll make a map and make a timeline. How's that sound?
Okay, we'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Call for Two. We're playing through Murder at the Movie Theater, Cryptic Killers.
Very much enjoying. This is
Glad to
no
hear
more
it.
Mythos Tales for me. This is
This
this is
it?
what I like.
Okay.
This is what I like. Got a little tea now.
You got a question?
We just got a couple. Teresa mentions that we might want to check the map for the map in the emails before drawing up
interesting.
a map.
That's
However, what we
possible.
might like to do is just maybe just get a couple rough ideas about the room locations and stuff, not sketched out in any, just a rough sketch. Maybe we'll do. Yeah. Jonathan Warner asking if I'm excited for the Haunting in Venice, the Poirot film. Interestingly, you know, I guess I've seen the original Murder. So Kenneth Branagh is doing this. He's doing a bunch of the Poirot movies. This is his third one that he's going to be doing. He did Murder on the Orient Express, which I've not seen the new version. I've seen the old one, which I thought was awesome. Have you seen the old version?
I guess not. I've seen the boat one. That's terrible.
The boat. Okay, so you should see the original Murder on the Orient Express. It's
yeah, I've seen the original.
Okay. So I've not seen the Kenneth Branagh version of that one. I know the Death on the Nile, which was the last one that he did.
That's the bad one.
I thought I was like, this is so. I mean, like silly. It was. You figured it out like instant. I know.
No spoilers.
I'm not smart, but it didn't. It was not for me, that movie. So this new one, I'll probably go see it. I've not watched the trailers for it, as I don't watch trailers for movies. I'm gonna go see it because we do love to go to the movies. Maybe that'll be the make or break whether I go to any more of them or not. Are you excited about it, Jonathan? Oh, and not to be too off track here, Jonathan, you had done some Death by Chocolate. What is it? Death in the Chocolate Eaters. Death
Case
Eaters?
of the Poison Chocolates, or
That's
the Poison Chocolates case. You're going to read that. I was telling Greg. I told Greg the setup of it.
Yeah. So it sounds very interesting. I'm going to check it out. I was going to order a copy, but then Jesse was like, it's public domain or something.
It might be public domain now. And there's a YouTube audio play of it that's pretty great too.
I'll probably listen to that at work.
All right, so back to our interview here with the concession stand woman. I wanted to first
we'll read through it, and we'll make a note. Just you'll do the time notes and all.
Okay. All right, sure. Let's do that. All right, so let's start at the front in case that's important.
So I think I'll set this aside for now until we make sure we don't have one, and I'll just make a couple of.
Okay, so first we've got confirmation that they've been doing this horror fest for a couple years now. He loves it. He always dresses up. Passion Project. He always dresses up, and we've got blocks of time, which are interesting. He's in a different outfit each block of time. There's a different movie each block of time. So they start out at 8, and he's there beforehand. So he's
8 a.m.
He's at the place before 8, before she even gets there.
What is that?
He's there.
What is that?
This is 8 a.m. before. This is his time schedule that he's here. This is Chris Hodgson. Okay. He greets everyone. He starts out as Dracula. And then they watch Dracula. Right? So that's his first showing is Dracula.
And Dracula's, I think, not quite. It's not an hour and a half. It's probably an hour and change.
I think that
but
makes
each
sense.
Movie has him discussing things ahead of time, right?
That's right. He gives talks. He's making everyone laugh.
The other thing is that there's a lot of people in the lobby and outside. It's a very big event, right?
That's right.
Wait, do we just make sure that that's all the information we get out of that? I mean, there's... Sorry.
Okay.
So, who's dressed up on the show? Miss Hodgson's favorite day of the year, loved more than Christmas. Maybe it started when his dad was running the theater. Okay.
Okay.
And we know when he's telling the jokes that they can hear the laughter, but
they can hear
roughly what's happening, but not exactly what's happening.
All his outfits seem like it's recognizable. They're not full head masks where you could not be sure of what someone was. So the first film is Dracula.
So
he introduces it in the auditorium. Then he comes out and changes. When Dracula's finished, he goes back to the lobby to welcome everyone for Frankenstein. So first is Dracula, then comes Frankenstein. He comes in the lobby to welcome them.
Here's the other thing. He dresses up for each film.
That's right.
His Frankenstein costume could have been like whoever went to the theater, went into the office to kill him, either was dressed up as Frankenstein to go kill him, or they went to the office and took his outfit.
That's possible. Okay.
Let's just.
We still don't have an exact timeline when all this started yet, but I don't think we have to worry about that
Dracula
now.
And then
Dracula and then Frankenstein, but we don't know exactly.
I think they're definitely both less than an hour and a half.
Yes, they are, but it's all right now.
Okay, now
here we have. She's not allowed to leave. She's not even a suspect, so it doesn't matter. But screen 2.
Okay, hold on. First of all, the locations we have so far are the concession stand. Okay, next we have...
projection booth from the other clue.
The booth, right.
And then that's soundproofed.
The booth is soundproof, good.
The projection booth. And then screen 2 isn't soundproofed.
Okay, meaning the auditorium for screen 2.
Right.
Is not soundproof?
Not soundproofed.
No, it isn't soundproofed.
Well, yeah, you can hear people screaming and laughing. And this points out that screen 2 is right next to the break room.
Okay.
And that's where they can hear stuff.
Okay. Okay, so hold on a second. So that means a number of things. Either someone could have overheard something, or like there could have been specifically picked a certain room to kill him because he wouldn't be overheard, etc. There's a lot of little variables.
Or if you're waiting for a particular part in the movie to kill someone when everyone's going to be loud and screaming, you stab someone. If they're going to scream, correct, you stab them while there's going to be screaming. Perhaps. Okay. So she says she's in the break room and she hears all that, and she has she's alibying 2 other people that were there.
Okay, hold on. So let's just, so this is, okay. Like during Psycho, so we know that Psycho comes somewhere after that.
In right? Screen Room 2.
And during Psycho, what's this girl's name again? Ash is in during Psycho, which I think we're going to find that's when he was killed.
Well, let's see. Okay, so she gives us a time for that, though. 7:30 p.m.
We took our 30-minute break at 7:30. And we heard that about... Okay, so first of all, if they took their break at 7:30, this the other guy ended up getting to remember he said he looked at his watch and it was 8:08.
That's right.
So we know that he's probably killed in this time frame.
Let's keep reading. Let's get to the timeline death in a second. But what we know is that 7:45 is the Psycho scream bit. That's what she's telling us. That the Psycho woman screaming happened at 7:45.
During Psycho knifing.
Right. So she's given us a very specific time when that happens. That's in the beginning of the movie, as you well know. No.
So about halfway through.
Is it? Maybe it.
That's the whole point of Psycho, is that it's like you're...
Well, she gets killed off. I thought she get...
halfway.
Okay, who else was there? So she gives us an alibi for Matt and Zill.
Okay.
And Zill is a nickname for someone called Godzilla, but we still don't know who that is.
So Matt and Zill are also in the break room.
That's right.
Right? So we've got 3 people, presumably all 3 of them work there and they're taking their 7:30 break.
That's right, although they're not on our suspect list.
Okay.
Okay. Did anything else happen? Interesting. Yes, she says someone propped open.
Yeah, and then we have the fire escape.
Escape door.
Okay, which is propped open.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I've just more got a list of the rooms rather than,
That's fine. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else interesting? Okay. Now, when did she last see him? He introduced Psycho as Alfred Hitchcock. Then he goes back to his office. When it ended and he wasn't in the lobby, we wondered where he was. Okay, so he's last seen
after Psycho.
Last seen before Psycho.
Or doing his bit with
before Psycho started. His last time.
He does his like little jokes and speech and discussion.
Right. Okay, and then to his office.
I think Jonathan Warner probably got it right on the nose, which is that he's killed during that pivotal scene.
That's right. I think that makes sense. Okay, but what time was that? 8:50 or so. How did that doesn't make sense? Oh, sorry. When did you last see him? He introduced Psycho. When he was in the lobby. What time was we went to get him at 8:50? Okay, or a couple minutes after.
By the way, this
part was strange though. But look at this. Was anyone else in his office when you found him dead? She's like, not that I can remember.
So I think what she's saying is like she sees this body and she's like, oh my God. Now, here's a couple things before we get too much further past this. The paint can in the doorway means someone is familiar with the in and out of how to get in and out of like if you know the back door into the theater, you're familiar with the workings of the theater. Okay. We know the projectionist is, we know his 2 friends are because they come up and watch movies. We know the Ash and the other workers are, but we also know that because the father owned the theater, that his sister is familiar with the inner workings of the theater. And I got another point out that I want to make about the sister is that if he's doing these things that are not profitable, like he's like, I want to do this monster thing. If the sister still has some sort of stake in the business, whether that's financial or otherwise, like her father's legacy and stuff, that's a motive. That's some kind of motive. I know it's a stretch. It's thin, but I'm just saying, like if she doesn't like what he's doing, I'm just saying that's like,
sure.
Surely she's a suspect.
An interesting question with the propped open door. We're assuming that the killer is doing that. Is it to get in, to get out, or both?
Mm-hmm. That's true. I want to mention also something about the fact that she says, I don't know who's in the room with her. If she goes,
you can't remember.
Right. But if you go into the room, okay, picture this for a second. You are in this, you're doing this whole event. You've got all your costumes in this room. And I come in the room and I see you stabbed to death. And I'm like, oh my God, you're dead. You're stabbed to death. And like, I run out. What I don't notice is that this mask in the corner is actually a person, and they get up and like leave or whatever. And that seems ridiculous, but it's a weird thing. It's a weird wording, but you could be sitting in the room in a mask. She runs out and then you leave.
I mean, this, it's interesting just to talk about this for a second in terms of psychology. He doesn't show up. They go look for him. So it's not like you heard a scream, you barged in the room, and it's odd that the killer has gotten out. This seems like the killer may have had plenty of time to leave. But also as a cop, if the witness says, I went and discovered the body, and you say, was anyone else in there? And you're like, I can't remember. Probably the cop is the one who's going to know. If you see a dead body, you're like, your brain is probably like locked onto the idea, am I in here with a killer? Like, I think you would notice if someone's standing in the back with a knife. So either they're hidden, or this person had plenty of time.
Or there's another option.
What? She
knows who did it. Like, I see you in there stabbing him to death, Jesse. And I'm like, oh my God. And I run away. And later I'm thinking, if I say, hey, I remember seeing Jesse in there, you're going to kill me too.
Well, that's always possible. That's always possible.
Let's check in with the chat real fast. That's my little job, right?
Okay.
Jonathan Warner says he's mainly interested for the horror aspect of Haunting in Venice, which I didn't know she was such a horror buff here, Jonathan. And then Teresa says, was he killed during the movie or after the movie? So I think when the movie ends, they go and that's when she goes and finds him.
Yeah, a little while after.
So that means we know he was alive before the movie, giving his speech. So I think Jonathan Warner's idea of the stabbing scene is when he gets killed, meaning that whoever knows this is a movie buff, a horror buff, which means it less likely, obvious, actually, for it to be the projectionist, since he does not like horror films. Right?
That's right. Although if he's seen it plenty of times, he may know. Okay.
Jonathan says, here's the questions. Did he have all these costumes he was changing between his office? Could someone hiding amongst the costumes? Okay, well, that's what I was...
But that does go against the idea. If you're murdering him in the middle of the movie because you know that sound is going to hide any sound, then you don't have to hide in there after you kill him.
That's true.
You've planned it so that you can make your escape.
That's true.
And escaping in the middle of a movie is you're less likely to be seen.
I just like being synergized.
Although I guess you could make the other case, right? Like if you leave the movie if you kill someone and leave in the middle, no one's in the lobby at that time. You're going to be spotted. Whereas if you blend into a crowd,
whenever. So here, can we, before we go too much further again, can we recheck the thing about the security footage? Where do we see that?
Well, we're going to get to security footage soon. Okay, we could take a look at that next. But after this,
I'm just curious, like, where do we see where there was footage of?
I think it was when we were assigned the case.
There was some security, like. Yeah.
Online evidence.
Oh yeah, Bethany does a security footage that captured Frankenstein's monster Frankenstein leaving the theater via the rear exit, or rather, a person wearing Frankenstein's monster mask. Okay, that's a pretty important distinction, though. He's saying it's not actually Frankenstein's monster, but someone wearing the mask. It's important. It's important.
All right, let's go back to this. We'll have time to revisit all of these things. Okay.
So I'm just saying it makes it much more likely that they left via the exit. That they prop the door open. Not to enter, but to both, but definitely to make their escape via that door.
Yeah. Okay. So he says anything suspicious. She said they propped the rear door open. Anyone acting strange? Lots of people in masks. She does say he was a little anxious, but she thinks maybe it's because of the organization of the fest.
We know also that this guy wants his money.
That's true. We don't know how serious that is, but you're right. You're absolutely right.
He's potentially blackmailing someone, or they made that up.
That bet was not the blackmail. Though.
I know that.
That's a separate thing.
Yeah, I'm saying he owes the money, which is maybe why he's blackmailing, or maybe he's blackmailing because the theater's running dry.
I like your idea that the guy who knows about the blackmail, and that when we ask him, how do you know about the blackmail? He said rumors were floating around. I like your idea that he knows there's blackmail because one of his friends is being blackmailed. Correct. Okay, but...
All right, let's buzz through the rest of this.
So she sees the body. He says, when did you call the cops? And she says, I was too shook up. I didn't call him, but Carla did. So we don't know who Carla is. She's not one of our suspects.
So can we that's 8:50 or so, a couple minutes after. So I got news for you.
Yeah.
Like right off the bat, this other guy got 8:08. This guy says he gets there and he gets called and leaves back. If she doesn't call the police until after 8:50, that guy's alibi goes right out the window.
It's not that it goes out the window, but what he said about, he doesn't tell us exactly when he got the call, but he does seem to say
he got there at 8:08 and he left very soon after.
Did he say soon after? Let's see what he actually said.
It's in that stack you're holding there.
He does say he got the call.
He doesn't have a picture.
But what does he say about...
Why don't you put it down? Polk, that was his name. All right, go to the next page, please. Okay. So had coffee, move it over a little bit so you can see it on the screen, please. Thank you. So saw Sheena, had coffee with her, Ron, said he left Port Abel after that. Yes. What time would you say he reached the border? He says, I pulled into the guy's driveway at 8:08 because it looked like Bob.
But here's the problem. He doesn't tell us when he got the call.
I stayed at his for a while, but got the call about Chris while I was there, so I put the trip on ice.
So we need to talk to Robert and say, when did this guy get the call? Because you're right. If he says he got a call at 7:30,
so he's there for a while. It's very odd that he would get a call. Like, would you? He's not that close with the family, right? He did do a quick stop through.
Does he even say who called him? Is it a relative?
Okay. In his interview, am I making this up, or did it seem like he wasn't that connected with the family again? If your husband gets killed, would you be like, call this guy immediately? It seems a little unlikely.
Is he a close relative to the other woman? Is that what it is? He's not that close.
I mean, he just stopped and visited.
But he visited sister. Maybe he's close with his sister. We don't know. Hopefully they're gonna say when we talk to the woman, she may say, I called him.
All right, let's see what's next.
Okay, how long called the police? It was very quick. One more thing. Did his behavior seem odd? He was just a little anxious.
Okay. All right. I think we milked this.
So we know, and we have a pretty good idea of time of death. Sometime in the middle of Psycho.
All right, we gotta get rid of... Oh, this is our new person?
This is our new one, yes. But let's see if we've got something else we want to look at. We talked about the security camera. What about this? Let's take a look at this.
It is interesting that we haven't looked through all this. Is this the way you like to do it?
Sometimes we look through them all, but very frequently we try to go through them in order just to make it a little more interesting. So look at this.
When we play, like, I'm not a big video gamer, but I like if it's like a sort of a D&D style, like dungeon crawling, like I always, before I head on, I'm like, I got to make sure I take all the do all the rooms and everything that's like on the way. Like I like to, I don't
do it in order. All right. Well, look, if we had looked at this, we might have had a better idea.
12 p.m. Dracula, Todd Browning, 1931, 1:45 p.m. Frankenstein, James Well, 1931, 3:15 p.m. The Wolfman, George Wagner, 1941, 5 o'clock The Thing from Another World, Christian Nyby. I didn't actually know who that was. 1951. 7 o'clock Psycho, Alfred Hitchcock, 1960, and 9:15 we got The Shining from Stanley Kubrick, 1980.
The Shining.
That's
your little joke.
25th Horror Fest anniversary, Saturday, October 31st. Okay.
Half-price tickets to anyone in costume. That just is reinforcement that everyone's dressed up, so it'll be easy to go in and leave dressed up. Okay, and I don't see any.
We know the schedule of
here.
the thing. We know he's killed during Psycho.
That's right.
The Frankenstein costume being so early, if he was wearing that costume, really lends itself.
We don't know if it was a different costume or his, though. But it is possible that it's his costume. But
this is definitely a premeditated act in terms of like that they held the door open. However, they didn't. It could have been a crime of passion in terms of like having the door, grabbing the mask from him. Like if you were going to commit this murder, you would probably already have it in mind to what to do. Although if you knew that he was going to dress up in costume, you might know that you could steal his costume.
Well, if you were planning to kill him, you would want to wear your own costume when you came in.
Jonathan Warner, Treehouse of Horror.
you would want to wear, those are good, those Simpsons Treehouse of Horrors. But if you were planning to kill him, you would prop open the door and you would wear your own costume in and out.
That's what my point is, that they're sort of at odds. If he wears his costume, either they thought of that, or it's it's more of a crime of opportunity rather than.
All right, let's see if we've got security camera footage. It seems like we do. Let's take
now
a look at that.
we're just willy-nilly going through all this
I
stuff.
like to mix up the interviews so it's not just all 4 hours
That's
of
a good idea.
interviews. All right, what have we got here?
Okay, so I mean, the jacket in and of itself could be just completely. It's interesting because this jacket to me seems like it's useful for this time of year in the Pacific Northwest,
That's right.
October 31st. I wonder also if we're meant to think about it being like, because we know there's a whaling boat and there's a boat. That seems like something you might wear as a hiker or a boater.
What is he carrying? This looks like he's bringing out money or something.
Yes, that's very likely. Why would you bring a bag? Because you have the murder weapon, but also money?
Stealing money. It looks like a man's hand to me. There's the door fully propped open. And here's our time. 7:56. So notice that's an hour before our woman checks in on him.
Well, but the movie starts at 7 p.m. This is 7:56, so we're guessing that he's killed in that 10-minute window. Then nobody goes in and finds him until then. So we know that around 7:50, which is when...
Very consistent with the screaming scene, the stabbing scene.
Yeah, and then in 7:30, they're on a break. Ash, Matt, and Zill are in the room, right? So we know he was... Either they heard the thing or it was covered up because of the stabbing, but we know that's where they were during that time. So I guess we can count Ash out as long as she's telling the truth, or that Zill. Those are two people that can.
And this is very consistent with the idea that he was actually killed during the scene, the screaming scene.
Yeah,
takes you 10 minutes, right? 7:45 was the screaming scene.
So
10 minutes to kill him.
The other thing is, if the killer acted alone, and Polk it was longer than 10-minute drive, then he could not have committed the crime. But we only have his word to go on when he arrived.
That's right. That's right. Hopefully we'll get clarification.
But from his alibi alone, but it's weird. So if you could see a situation where, like, timing is going to become an issue, and you committed this crime, you would fit it, or say you would have a specific memory of what time it was going on. Okay.
But yeah, that's going to be hard to predict.
The bag, however, it is what's in the bag.
The bag is very. Anything else you can pick up from this photo?
Jonathan Warner mentioned that maybe that's $5,000 in cash to pay off the debt. The other thing is,
why would you kill him if he's paying off your debt, though?
Or he's got the blackmail money. He goes in with the blackmail money. I have the money, or whatever, and then
I like
he's like, "Hey, I have the blackmail money," and he goes to take out the thing, and he's like, "Oh, well, look, it's a knife instead." Right?
Yeah, I want to make 2 points about that. If it's the bet money, you wouldn't kill him. And if it's the murder weapon, you wouldn't carry such a large bag. A very large bag is very ostentatious.
You could have, that's what the bag that you, so that's a bag that was left for you that has the mask in it and the outfit. So in other words, like, you go to the bathroom or you go to the break room or something, you take the costume out and put it on where no one's looking at you.
Or this is the costume you wore in.
That's also right. Yes, something along those lines.
But it is interesting that he's just got mask on. All right,
John points that someone could be stealing the debt money. Well, that would mean that there's multiple people involved.
That's an interesting idea. All right, I don't see nothing else jumps out at me, but it wouldn't be crazy for there to be a clue that we could barely recognize. But we might come back to this. What is this thing here? Is that?
I can't tell what it is.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
It could be the one leg is back and the one leg is forward, and this is
just weird that we're not seeing this ground color between it.
Yes, that's true.
I'm a little confused. Okay, but there we go. We'll come back to this if we want. Okay. And we might want to compare if that's the same mask that our guy was wearing. All right, let's read another interview. Here's an interview with Sheena.
You want the cop this time?
Sure. Sheena is the wife or the sister
who's married to
property developer.
So Ron Marks is the husband. He's the one. The two of them had the coffee with.
Right.
Okay. So this is where we're going to be able to see his alibi. This is a Detective Alex Baker. Time is now 10:29 a.m. on Sunday, November 1st, 2015. We're in Port Able Police Department, interview room A. Please state your name and occupation.
My name is Sheena Hodgson Marks. I'm a property developer, proprietor of Phoenix Gate Enterprise.
Oh,
She's a rival movie theater?
No. Is that like this theater isn't making very much money?
Mm-hmm.
It's on the outs, but it's on a very expensive, coveted piece of land she'd love to develop.
That's not a reason.
There's her potential motive right there. It's absolutely a motive. Oh, look at this. And Cheetah coming in. Happy to see Greg. Happy birthday, Teresa. Wish you all the best. So it looks like she might not be joining us, but she is giving us a hello, which is nice. That's my angle. That's how I do it. You pop into
all right. Let's go.
Okay. Thank you. The victim was your brother. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Were you close?
What's that got to do with anything?
That's a definite no. Answer the question, please.
All right. We weren't especially close. Not that we hated each other, but I suppose it wasn't an especially warm relationship either.
What were your feelings towards your family's movie theater other than the fact that it's on a prime piece of real estate?
Frankly, I never understood the appeal of it.
So you weren't jealous that your father gave control of it over to Chris then?
Of course not. That claptrap should have been bulldozed years ago.
Some would argue it's historically important.
Yeah, well, others would argue it's getting in the way, that the land isn't being used to its full potential.
Oh, yeah. Well, I've always thought it would be a great spot for a condo building. It's right by the water. Oh, that's you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
That's right.
What would you say is the land's full potential then?
Well, I've always thought it'd be a great spot for a condo building. It's right by the waterfront. The views would be excellent.
I called that. I'm like, why does a cop care about this? Oh, yeah, because it's not my line. Condominiums like the sort Phoenix Gate sells?
Wait, you don't think, oh, this is outrageous. I admit I might not have liked my brother, but I wouldn't ever dream of killing him.
Yes or no, Mrs. Hodgson Marks? Ever thought about demolishing the Hodgson Theater to make way for a condo building?
I don't have to answer that if I don't want to. I have the right to remain silent.
Indeed you do, despite the fact that it's very
I wasn't even in town when he was killed.
Yes, well, we're looking into that.
It's true. Ask my husband, Ronald Marks, or ask my friend, Sophie Taylor. They'll both tell you.
Ma'am, we're looking into it. Thank you, Miss Hodgkins Marks.
This is preposterous. I'm not a murderer.
Thank you, Mrs. Hodgkins Marks. No further questions. Anything more?
You are making a big mistake. I'll have your job for this.
Maybe not. Interview concluded. Time is now 10:34 a.m.
Okay, she's
okay. She is very vocal.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I did call that.
You did call the land property, but okay. I call that this is not a good one.
Can we
She's
put
got
it,
her alibis.
No, flip it over. Because I think there's something
First
important.
Page or second page?
Flip it over to the back. Sorry. Well, you flipped it, and then I was like,
flip it.
Okay. Okay. So first of all, she has an alibi. Mm-hmm. Okay. Her alibi is directly tied to Polk's alibi.
Is it?
Because Polk said he was having coffee with the two of them, then he drove up north. And the fact is, why doesn't she mention that she was having coffee with Polk? So she's asked my husband, Ron, or asked my friend, Sophie Taylor. They'll both tell you, right?
Yeah, that is odd.
So hadn't she mentioned
I wasn't even
Polk?
in town. She says she's not even in town.
But if she's not in town, how does she have
Well, don't forget, he's not... When is his timeline alibi isn't lunch. He said he had lunch with her.
Was
so
it
that's
lunch? Are you sure?
I don't his alibi for time isn't her.
Can we go back to Polk's? You want to find that while
Here, you look at Polk.
I'm going to go into the chat here.
Mm-hmm. I just want to make her alibi. Her alibi during the time.
Let's look at Polk.
Just put that right over my...
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. Ronald Marks and Sophie Taylor is her alibi, she says, at the time. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay, this one says that bit of a detour, but I thought I'd say hi to the Hodgkins. So we took a detour to do this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. He said he's there for 3/4 of an hour to an hour, so 45 minutes to an hour. And he saw Sheena had a coffee with her and Ron.
But notice this isn't a timeline alibi for him. He's saying he's not telling us when he had coffee. He's saying first he went.
No,
but
he was busy with the Halloween thing. He said, and then you left Port Able. And he says, yes. What time did you say you reached the border? He said he reached Blaine, which is the town just south of the border, around 8 p.m.
So we need to know the travel time because it does seem like he's saying he spent 45 minutes here and then got here.
Port Able's an actual town.
No, but we may hear about it. Actually, there's a map in here, so we are going to look at it.
But my point is like why wouldn't she? If she's like, I was out of town, and this other guy's saying I had coffee with her and her husband for 45 minutes to an hour.
But we don't know where that is.
Where they had coffee?
We don't know where
he said he
where
took
does she live? Where does she live?
Oh, that's an important point here. We have his we have her address on her interview sheet, which we have here, right?
Yeah, we do have her
right
address.
Here. Property developer. No, we don't have her address.
But here we have her address. No, we don't.
Yeah, interesting. No, we have her on that sheet. There's a sheet like this. See that? One of those sheets. Suspect sheet, yeah. Also, by the way, the Polk.
Let's take a good look at her too.
Polk, oh my God, not again with this.
You got to take a look at these people. I didn't say anything. I just said take a look at her.
I'm sensitive because of your earlier.
Wait, we have a height. The security camera doesn't give us any height. Look at this, though. We could count
how many bricks.
You could get some information of bricks.
I just want to point something out before we get to, is that Polk visited there as a kid. So he has a working knowledge of, and he was let in for free and stuff like that. He would have a working knowledge of like, how, of the theater itself as well. I'm just pointing out that every one of our suspects here so far has a working knowledge of the theater.
She's in Ponderosa Avenue, but
we don't know how far that is.
And we don't. She says she wasn't in town. We don't even know what that means.
All right, let's pop in here real fast. And Tina says that she was with Jonathan, maybe had the money and was killed for it, and the killer took it. And Tina's coming out guns blazes here. The killer and had the gambling debt. And Jonathan says, I'm a bit confused. She wasn't in town. I thought the cousin said he was visiting her. Yes, Jonathan, you and I are like together on this. Jesse, go. Jonathan and I have the dynamic too over this.
But what you guys are missing is that he may have had lunch with her at, let's say, 4 p.m. Okay, and then she leaves town.
He says I was there for 40 minutes to an hour. And then I left town. But we don't know.
And then I went to Blaine. So if Blaine is 4 hours away, then it works. He had lunch with them at 4. It takes him a 4-hour drive, and at the same time she leaves.
In a gaming way.
There's no conclusions we can draw. We need to know the distance. But I agree with you.
Okay.
We need to talk to the other witnesses.
Looking for Sophie Turner, Sophie Taylor. Ignore him. Okay, so now we're going to ignore you. So yeah, but Jonathan Warren, we're on the same page now.
When we find out what these, when we check the witness alibis, we'll be able to know if one of them is lying.
At the very least, her attitude is pretty suspicious. Like, although I don't
know if I'd call it suspicious. You're accusing her of murdering her brother. That's pretty rough.
Yeah.
And especially if she's some hotshot developer, maybe she takes. But yeah, I don't know why she should get so upset. All right. Is that it for our witness statements? Adam, we read his already. So Adam.
Adam's Polk. Adam Polk.
There's Sheena. So and maybe all the interviews we have.
We got quite a lot of papers happening here.
Try to keep all the interviews together.
Okay.
And maybe we'll keep all of these suspect profiles together.
Let's see. We've got internal. These are the memos that aren't as useful. And then we'll take the picture in this. This is kind of fun organizing this data too. So speaking of organization,
I think you can put that poster out completely out of the way.
Well, we might.
We're not going to need that again.
We're going to put them all like this. I do want to take a moment and talk about organization and crime, though. Is that okay?
Sure.
So
you're going to talk about your crime movie top 10?
There's a pretty big. There was a case, the Yorkshire Ripper, that used like an insane amount of manpower and a bunch of different.
In England, you're talking about.
Yes.
Red Riding is based on the Yorkshire Ripper cases. One of my favorite crime series. Jonathan Warner and I were just talking about Red Riding.
One of the major things is because there were different agencies or different locations, or what do you call them, precincts or whatever. What's the jurisdiction? Not the you're out of your jurisdiction or whatever, right? And handling the information was such a massive task. There was so much information coming in that they had all the information that they needed to solve the crime, and they missed it. And then somebody else. Yeah, there's a little bit more to it, but I'm just gonna say, like, subsequent cases, they were very aware of that, and some bigger like cases that involved farther reaching areas and things like that. They were very eager to not repeat those organizational problems. Now, this is a little more simple since it's a game and it's 5 things, but
Oh, sure.
it does
Organizing
show you
is
how
absolutely
being well organized
critical.
and having all the information.
All right, we've been talking about maps and distances. Look what we got here.
Okay. So this is good.
All right, what have we got?
So we're not just looking at distances like for car, but also boat.
That's true.
We have a boat in play here, and
true.
someone could be. So you could see a scenario.
Well, we know we've got one woman who has a boat.
Correct. You could see a scenario. Like, let's say, for instance, it's Polk and Eco, or Ito, excuse me. I keep saying Eco because that's a game. Ito and Polk, like, Ito could drive the car up to Vancouver, and Polk could take the boat and then get out and pretend he drove, or something to that effect. Which is pretty interesting.
Can we at least see if we can identify our places, or are these totally unrelated to everything? Fidalgo Island. What is Fidalgo? Was that where our... What am I remembering?
We did definitely
Port Able. There we go. There's Port Able right there. Okay, now find where Blaine is, because that's the thing
it's
said
up near
to.
Vancouver, so it's up north. I don't see it though. So first of all, you'd have to drive like around that way.
That seems like it would take you a while.
There's no border here. I mean, there's no... I want to point out something else, is that we do have the guy. We don't have an interview with the guy the blackmailer. Or not the blackmailer, the guy that he owes money to.
Apparently not.
Little chess game.
Somewhere. Yeah, I don't know what that's about. Chess game. Oh, I see. I took this away.
What if it's actually the opposite?
Yeah.
What if instead of it's what if it's true that he said he heard a rumor that he was blackmailing somebody? What if it's the exact opposite, and it's that the rumor is not, it's like a game of telephone, and the fact is that he's being blackmailed, and he's supposed to give the $5,000 over.
I don't buy it.
It's just an idea. It's nothing like concrete. Okay, so
there's our portable. Can you hand me one of those little stickers? Let's just put a little stickers. Okay, so there's our Port Able, and maybe if this guy went up north, he went up that way. And are there any other places on our... Where's our town where the sister claims to live?
Let me look for the locations, but I'm just looking at... hold on a second.
Seattle, yeah. Let's mark Seattle. Where is Seattle from all of this?
This is a very strange map.
It seems like maybe we're going to find out why we need this map. It does seem like this is a map specifically for boaters.
I am interested in where the Fidalgo thing comes in. I mean, this is like Dockside Street. But I definitely had... I remember the thing about Fidalgo. Yeah. Maybe you want us to take a look and see if there's any other information since we're out of... We've definitely gone through all this stuff pretty well.
Okay. Let's see what else we got.
The Wasp, it's Tomoko's boat.
Washington, Dockside Street. Let's see what else we got. See what
Fidalgo was.
What about this? We've got an email. Let's see what this email says. The webmail, Chris Hodges account. Is it from Chris Hodges or to Chris Hodges? It looks like from Adam Polk to Chris Hodges. Okay, 2 days before, yeah.
That other guy changed his name recently.
That's right. Let's not forget that. Okay, so not 2 days before, but 1 day before.
Zoom us in a little bit more.
Yeah. So, Chris, it's a shame to hear that this is the decision you've made, but fine. If that's the way it's to be, I'll let it go. All the best, Adam.
The plot thickens.
Okay. Oh, we should probably read from bottom up. Yeah, that's how we mess this up sometimes. Here's the first email that starts it.
Wait, is this double-sided?
That's a good question. No. Okay, so the email that starts this chain is from October 29th from Adam. Hi, Chris. It's been a while. How are things back in Washington? Anyway, I want to ask you, do you still have the vintage film collection that the family inherited from Grandpa? Hudson. I'm asking because I've met a collector here in Portland. I think if we play our cards right, we could get a good price on them. I remember him saying there were some rare classics in there. We can split the money 50-50. What do you think? Send my love to your mom and Sheena. All the best, Adam. Triangle Designs in Portland. That's where he lives.
So let's we already knew that he was from Portland, that he's driving up from Portland. So Portland to Seattle is like an hour and a half or something like that too, if I remember correctly, driving that myself. So that's, you could see him passing through, but you could also see like, maybe he's making this trip, like saying, oh, I'm going to be passing through. It'd be very easy for me to stop by and pick up that stuff to make that money.
Oh, so but is this him revealing that the really reason he was coming here was to try to get these films, and he just pretended he was going for...
That's what I was just saying.
Yeah. Okay, let's read this. Why don't you read the comment back from our guy who's dead?
Hi, Adam. Nice to hear from you. I hope things are well down in Oregon. First of all, that film collection is one of my prized possessions, and I'm afraid that it was gifted to me, not to the family. I'm not, excuse me, I'm not parting with it ever. So it's not parting with it, period. Ever, period. Sorry, Adam, but it's not going to happen. Despite all that, I'd say if you were ever up this way, it would be nice to meet up and spend too long. All the best, Chris. Okay, hold on. So that's very firm.
Yeah, he does not want to give up.
Giving it up.
And that bag could hold a bunch of films in it.
No way.
Yes way.
Do you know how big a film reel is? It's huge. One time, like when I used to manage the theater, I remember like I had Bringing Out the Dead in the back.
Yeah, but these are 1930s films. I wonder. Could be lots of reels. I don't know. I wouldn't rule it out. Okay.
Jonathan Warner is on board with you now. With he's saying maybe.
Thank you, Jonathan. Chris, let's be real here. They're just old movies. You don't need to hold on to them. And I think Grandpa would want to see the family benefit from them rather than have them rot away. Seriously, take the money. You could put it into the theater. Keep the lights on for another couple years. This opportunity is not going to last forever, Chris. Don't let it pass you by.
So I don't like this guy.
Yeah, you don't.
I mean, he's basically like, oh, I don't care that it's your prized possession, that you love it and it's important to you. I just want to get some money. Like, who cares? Like, what a jerk. Yeah. I hope he ends up doing it. I hope he ends up being the kid.
I also want to note something. Let's see. I asked because I've met a collector here in Portland. Okay, that's not the guy who went and visited in Vancouver. No. I'm just wondering. Okay.
No, he just met a guy and he's like, oh, I can make some quick cash.
All right, here we go. Read your last statement.
Adam, my mind is made up about this. This will be the last time I respond to this query because I'd just be repeating myself. The answer is no. I'm not parting with the collection for as long as I live. I know you might not understand my rationale for this, but the decision is final. Tell your collector friend to look elsewhere, Chris.
And then here's the final reply the day before Halloween. Well, Chris, it's a shame to hear this is the decision you've made, but fine. If that's the way it's to be, I'll let it go. All the best, Adam. So he says, he'll let it go. But it looks like he was trying to... It's interesting that he didn't mention this in the police interview. They're like, what were you doing? Oh, I stopped by for lunch with my sister. Exactly like, really, you came here to put some pressure to try to get these films.
But he says he didn't see him. Okay.
Yes,
so far, let's go through our suspects real fast. The sister has... So first of all, they all have a working knowledge of the crime scene.
Yes.
Okay. Second of all, they each have a motive. She has a motive of wanting to get the property.
Well, we could go over the motives. Let's see.
Okay. So
all right. So the sister has a motive for wanting property.
Okay. She wants the property. She's not close with her brother. That's
okay. Louis, we have no information about his motives. He's just a friend.
Yes.
Okay. Adam, here's the guy. He wants to sell the...
By the way, you can look at his height. He's almost 6 foot tall.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to hear about the height of the Frankenstein mask.
She's 5'6".
Okay, so this guy has a motive, we said, because he wants the films to sell, right? He would only get part of that money.
50-50, but if it's $10,000, that's $5,000 for this guy. And he's, what, 35 years old?
Yeah.
Like, hold on, before you look at
we don't know the value.
I just wanted to see if we could see his shoes, if there were, like, lifts or anything like that. Frankenstein is known to wear boots.
Next suspect... Godfrey, he was the guy who was fired.
Correct. So he has a motive because he's angry that he's lost his job.
Okay, and then...
And also, potentially, his girlfriend and friend could be getting blackmailed.
We don't know that yet, though. Okay, and then Samuel Young, he's the guy who's owed money.
From O'Reilly's bar.
Which doesn't seem like a good motive to me, but okay. And then Tomoko...
They're all of them, aside from the guy who got fired, motives revolve around money.
Yes, but the guy who can kill him and take the films, he can sell the films. The woman can kill him, she'll inherit the property. But the guy who's owed money, you kill him, you don't get your money.
That's true.
Okay, now Tomoko Ito, we don't know any motive for her yet. Okay.
But she does have a boat.
She does have a boat, and she's friends with the worker.
Correct. She could be one of the ones getting blackmailed. I think we're probably gonna find more information about that.
Okay, so now we have newspaper. Maybe we should have read this first to set the scene.
Oh, that would.
Let's see, what have we got? It's November 1st, day after the murder. Now you can win $3,000 a month for a year. Halloween Horror Fest. There's the poster we saw.
This stuff could be important. I mean, get this week's Sunday wrap. I don't think it is, but I mean, we should not lightly.
I mean, take a look if there's anything.
We have this movie poster.
Photo, yeah. Anything jump out at you? No one wearing the Frankenstein costume, no. Okay, let's read the story about our movie theater owner being killed.
Nice little piece of thematic.
Okay, so here we go.
By Carl Adams. For over 90 years, the Hodgson Theater has seen countless murders, but up until now, they've all been projections upon its silver screens. Tales of mystery and suspense dreamed up by the people in Hollywood for our amusement. However, last night, the Hodgson Theater got its first glimpse of a real-life killing as Chris Hodgkin, the Hodgkin proprietor and manager, was stabbed to death in his second-floor office. I didn't realize it was on the second floor. That's interesting. Why don't you keep reading it? I'll wait.
Employee Katie Ash, 18, discovered the victim after a screening of Alfred Hitchcock's Psycho, which was running as part of the Hodgson's annual Halloween Horror Fest. Police were called and the victim was declared dead at the scene. As such, the scheduled screening of The Shining, the last film in the festival, was canceled. A screening of Steven Spielberg's latest film, already in progress in the theater's other auditorium, was halted. Chris Hodgson had taken over the running of the Hodgson Theater from his father, Philip Hodgson Jr. in 1995.
So that's 20 years. So he's been doing this a while.
The movie theater has been in the ownership of the Hodgson family since its founding in 1927 by George Hodgson. Chris, George's great-grandson, was the Hodgson Theater's fourth owner. As Chris Hodgson had no children, it is unknown whether this pattern will continue, pending the reading of his will at a later date. The theater is expected to remain closed until police have finished their investigation, but staff and Port Able public have stated they'd like to see it open as soon as possible.
Hold on, just pause just for a minute. Number one, Jonathan Warner says, here's a question you think is relevant that even though he claims he will not part with these vintage films, he's replacing the projection system with pure digital. Yeah, I think collectors, that's a whole other thing. Like, it's not a rationale of whether something is useful. It's the rationale that, like, that's a collectible item, either for memento purpose or because it's a collectible. That's what I would think, Jonathan. Secondly, it is interesting. He's taken this over in 1995. That's 20 years. So, like, his beef with the projectionist, even though he's firing him after 20 years, like, they did work together a very long time. So that to me, like, is a little different than, like, he just took off the theater like a couple of years ago, and then he's firing this guy.
Along those same lines, you could ask, why would the sister suddenly decide to kill him? Unless she's come into money troubles. She's had 15 years to wait, and he's been running it.
The most important thing here, though, you see it.
Do I see it? What? Yeah. Well, I see the part that there's another showing. No, is the fact that he has
no children.
Yeah.
You know who's getting this land.
Yeah, his sister, probably.
Which is important.
It is important, but why wait 15 years to kill him?
Oh, that's true, too. But
I was going to say, it might be significant there's another movie showing.
Well, I think the motive is the fact that I think someone did not want The Shining to play.
Yeah, I knew you were going to say that. Canceled.
You knew what I was going to say.
I don't know if this is our guy.
No, absolutely, that's Chris Hodgson.
And who's in the audience? Are we just saying two blonde girls? Generic. They're like, all right, put this picture in.
I think it's just generic.
This photographer's probably got like 100 photos of them, of these two girls.
He's, what's his name? Norm MacDonald's like, there's somebody that's like filming some girl, like he should be filming his thing, and he's like, has he given you his business card yet? Like,
okay, so here's a separate issue. Oh, now we're gonna hear about this woman in trouble.
Yeah.
Now this is why the sister had a motive, because she's in money trouble. It is just over 7 years since the historic night that two planning applications that would have seen Port Able Stadium ripped apart and transformed into apartments were unanimously refused. Developers spent the best part of 2.5 years refining their application to turn the former Northwest Wanderers ground into a 200-room apartment building. It was an application that local regulators had recommended for approval, but the subsequent backlash from fans who slammed the proposal was something to behold.
Pause for a second.
Yeah.
So this is a significant public outcry. And you remember earlier he said that like the theater was very important
to the community. That's true.
Meaning probably going to be very difficult to, you know, like if he dies, that's a much more compelling way to get the thing torn down or whatever.
Or maybe
this is just a multiple mentions of the idea that like
after a dramatic debate ending in legal proceedings, both applications were rejected on the grounds that the loss of the Wanderers Stadium outweighed the benefits of the development. Now applicants, Phoenix Gate, which is the sister's company, have thrown in the towel, and the stadium grounds are up for sale once again at less than a quarter of the price paid just decades ago.
She's lost a lot of money.
She's lost money, and she may be she may be leveraged up so that this will be a death blow for her. A spokesperson from the company told the Echo this week, our plans and appeals to improve the town and bring more residents into the local economy have been refused time and time again. The project costs have become an insurmountable problem for us, but perhaps a larger firm will have better results. We asked property specialist Tim Lodge his thoughts on the purchase opportunity. He responded, given that the purchasers had no luck whatsoever, even with their subsequent scaled-back proposals, no one in their right mind would spend a dime on this site. It's covered in red tape now and will likely remain a stadium until the second coming, or until the Wanderers can put together a team that garners even an ounce of respect from a sizable investor. So she could be out a lot of money.
Yeah.
Her company.
Was Tim Lodge mentioned before? Does the name Tim Lodge?
I don't think so.
I mean, some of these names sound familiar.
They do. So I see two interesting things. First of all, this could be really running in trouble. Do we know if she owns Phoenix Gate or does she just work for Phoenix Gate? I can't remember. The second thing is, think about this for a second. The theater's not making any money. Right? But it's so important to the community. She's already seen that you can't buy a property and try to sell it to development because the community won't let you change it.
That's true.
So if she inherited the theater, I'm not sure if it's going to help her money problems.
Well, yeah, that's what's important because I just mentioned that about the community. I don't know. I think you can look at that in two different ways. Like it's hers. She can now do whatever she wants to it. This, you know, like this is a property that I don't know. I mean,
it does answer the question, why now?
Yeah.
Why is she in money trouble now? But it also begs the question of how is she going to make money off it if it's not a viable business and the community won't let you sell it?
She has the biggest motive right now, for sure.
Except for the blackmail.
Except for
which we don't know about yet. All right.
Oh, look at this Halloween pumpkins.
Okay.
Gordle, and it's got a pun. Come on, this was made for me.
Go for it.
I can't read that. It's too small.
Yeah, that's all right. That's why we have the cubes.
By Jane McPherson. Every single name I read, I'm like, where have we heard that name for? Many of Port Naples residents were in the town hall yesterday evening for the town jack-o'-lantern competition with a $50 prize going to whoever did the best carving. This year's judges are Mayor Nick Murphy, previous year's winner Kim Smith, and the Northwest Echo's very own editor Jack Swartzwelder. All in all, 73 pumpkins were entered in the competition, with carvers ranging in age from 9 years old to 82 years old. It's been an exceptional year, Mayor Murphy said, and picking a winner certainly ranks high as one of my toughest decisions as mayor. I doubt that. Eventually, the winner was declared as Mario Peters, who told the Echo that I've been carving jack-o'-lanterns. Hold on a second. Carving jack-o'-lanterns with a knife.
Just keep going, Greg.
I don't know. I'm just thinking about that because we know the exact dimensions of the knife.
Yes, we do.
The winner declares Mario Peters, who's told the Echo that I've been carving jack-o'-lanterns and entering them into the competition since I was a kid. A lifelong dream to win first place, and now it's come true. I still can't believe it. I think it'll take a while to sink in. Second place went to Bob Crane. There you go. Isn't Bob Crane one of the friends? No, that's Louise We're not even close, Greg. Who told the Echo, this is the fourth time I've been runner-up now. Ah, well, there's always next year.
It's kind of strange. I felt like we were going to get an alibi, but let's see. You got some pictures. I wonder if this is going to catch one of our suspects with an alibi. What does that thing say?
Katie Miller and daughter Susie with their entry in this year's jack-o'-lantern competition.
No, what about down here?
Katie Williams and David Jones, 10-11.
Yeah,
and then winning entry, Mary Peters.
These people aren't involved in our case.
Runner-up Bob Crane. Jack Albee and Ella Whitman.
It doesn't help us. They're all kids. Huh.
Washington Tours. Visit the dock to make your booking. Port Able Building Supplies, offering great value and choice on all home building renovation supplies. Okay, what else? Let's look at the rest of these things down here, the ads. Look at that one all the way. Port Able Literary Society, November 28th. The book for discussion is Frank Force's Up on Willett Hill. Excuse me. The meeting is 2 p.m. Public Library. All welcome to the
Well, that seems to help us. Okay. Party store. Next day deliver. These are websites though. Party store
we able to look that
portable.
stuff up?
Yes. If it's a website, we can.
Okay.
Okay. What else we got down here?
Wally's Diner, pumpkin pie, buy one slice, get one free, ends November 8th.
Any photos in there that are important? I mean, we got a story here about Wally's Diner.
New seating at Wally's Diner. Okay.
Okay, go ahead, read that story.
Yeah, good. Well, Michael Ager. Wally's Diner had his grand reopening yesterday after several months of refurbishment work. The restaurant's proprietor, Walter Wally Swanson, said that the refurb had been a long time coming and hadn't changed since the 70s and was beginning to feel a little dated. Talking about what he hoped to achieve with the new interiors, he stated that he wanted to give the restaurant a present feel while still harking back to the past, a mix of nostalgia with modernity. A place that people will want to come in and eat in, and that it still has its own warmth and identity and doesn't feel too sterile. Wally was keen to point out that although the decor was changing, his menu was staying exactly the same. That's interesting. I wonder if that's going to make a difference. People have been enjoying the food for more decades than I care to remember. I don't see any reason to change it. When asked if he had any plans to retire, the 71-year-old restaurateur said, "No way, I'm still going strong. If I gave up, I miss it terribly." To celebrate the reopening, Wally's giving out pumpkin pie coupons in the Northwest Echo. Cut it out and take it in. So
none of these winners are kids of any of our suspects. Bob Crane, Jones, Peter. I don't recognize any of those last names.
Can we just see these here? These papers.
Whitman,
Cameron, Ito, Young, Samuel Young, but has changed his name recently.
But not like yesterday. He didn't change his name yesterday. Edie Miller and daughter Susie.
Godfrey Jones.
Donovan says, here's a question. You think it's relevant that even though he claims he will not part with these vintage... Oh, that's the same question. Teresa's going to sleep. If I fall asleep, thank you much for doing this for me. I hope I can do something in return. Oh, we don't need to get repaid.
Well, I'm holding...
Happy birthday,
Hey, happy
Teresa.
birthday. Sorry we didn't quite finish it up before you got to go to bed, but you can watch the rest of it over the week, I guess. But happy birthday again. Enjoy your cake. I hope it was good. Was it pumpkin pie from Wally's Diner?
Well, maybe there are some websites that are going to be relevant for us, although I don't see why.
We find out Teresa's the killer. So that's why she requested a thing.
All right, so...
That would be a thing.
What would be a thing?
Like, you knew this case already, and then, like, you make up a profile, and then say, hey, I'm a watcher of your channel. Can you do this for my birthday? And then it's you. That would be like a Inception or, like, breaking the fourth wall.
This looks like it's related a little bit to our newspaper.
Okay, how about we put the things up?
Ghostman Blogger. It's someone's blog.
You gotta change the thing, though. By the way, we're closing in on... Maybe we'll read this, and then we'll go.
In fact, it's going to take us too long to read this. Why don't we take a break now? We'll come back.
How much more? We got a lot more info in there?
We got quite a bit more,
What is this? Why are you pulling more stuff out?
I thought we had time for this.
Oh, I see.
And then we'll go back. Okay, so here's Coast Guard Watch.
Oh, this is why we need a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to find out the boat. The boat has a...
Okay. On the afternoon of October 31st, boat Wayward Spirit was approached by Coast Guard agent Kyle Cooper in Patrol Boat 12 off the coast of San Juan Island.
Hold on. Kyle Cooper. So Agent Cooper is from Twin Peaks, and Kyle MacLachlan plays
That's right.
Agent
We've
Cooper.
seen them do that kind of thing before. Is Wayward Spirit Tomoko's boat?
No, hers is the Wasp.
That's right. Yes, you're right. It was the Wasp.
I love being told them right.
The boat is meant to be used for orca watching tours, but there were no tourists on the boat, despite it being, that's Tomoko, despite it being a sunny day with calm waters. It was a sunny day with calm waters. They pulled off a boat, no tourists on it. There have been suspicions over the years that Wayward Spirit is used to smuggle drugs between Canada and the United States. I had them dock off Roche Harbor for inspection, but couldn't find anything. When asked what they were doing, they said they were going to do some fishing. While I remained suspicious, I couldn't find any evidence of wrongdoing, so I sent them on their way. Wayward Spirit. So where's our map?
So
coast of San Juan Island.
Yeah. So the thing is that like there's multiple boats in the fleet.
Yeah.
There's the Wasp. There's the Wayward Spirit.
Are they involved in drug dealing? San Juan Island.
Roche Harbor's here.
Okay, so let's just.
But what's the time? What was the time? Did they say?
He gives a time, doesn't he? Yeah. Patrol boat 12. Doesn't say when. But that's pretty far away from Port Able.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Okay.
All right. All right. Why don't we take our break here?
Breaky break.
We'll come back and see you all.
Check ourselves.
What's going to happen?
Check ourselves before we wreck ourselves.
Okay. We'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. Jonathan has been
Very
filling us in here. I do agree it makes sense you would want to... Oh, I see.
Isn't this my job?
Sometimes I put it on the channel, on the screen so they can see it. You got to turn yours off if I do.
Sorry.
Okay, Jonathan's saying it does make sense he would hold on to it, but maybe if he's upgrading, he might be selling them off already to get the money he owed.
Okay, well, let me stop you there.
Okay.
I completely disagree with that because he obviously is very passionate about movies and stuff. He's dressing up in costume.
I agree with
it's
you.
a pet project for him. He's like a lifelong lover of this. These are collectibles.
It is believable that he's like, I love them. I'm never going to get rid of them. It's a complete
memento. He's not getting rid of them for that reason.
I do think that there is some disconnect between the idea that he's in money troubles and yet he's upgrading everything. And he's not considering...
But that's saying you're in more money troubles because you have to upgrade.
Maybe, but we may be jumping to conclusions about money trouble. The only hint that we've got about money troubles is the guy who wrote the letter saying, I don't care if it's a bad time for you, and the people telling them that he's not making too much money on the theater.
I think the idea is that he's not rolling in money.
He's not rolling in money.
Which doesn't mean that he's desperate for money. However, theaters being forced to upgrade to digital is a huge expense, and that could put him under.
Yeah, and the other thing that is sort of throwing me a little bit is I've been thinking that, okay, he's involved in some illegal blackmail or now drug dealing, but that sort of goes against the idea that he's not paying this guy off for $5,000. Like, if he's rolling in this drug money, why not pay off this bet?
You could see hearing. I don't think he's doing the drugs at all.
Okay.
I think maybe it's possible that if he can hear things in different rooms, what if he overheard the three of them? So that guy and his girlfriend are up in the projection booth. They're talking, and he overhears them talking about some kind of drug deal.
No, I don't think that's right. Remember, we're just told that the soundproofing isn't that great, so they can hear muffled screams. It's not like
they take that out of the equation.
Not like hearing clearly.
He happens to be working in the projection booth or something. They're up there, or they're out back in the alley for whatever thing is. They're around, and he overhears them talking about the drug thing, and that's a motive for him to be killed.
It's an interesting idea.
Nothing more involved than the fact is he just happened to overhear because they were out there.
Well, it is an interesting idea that this Tomoko is running the whales that the Coast Guard thinks might be involved in drug dealing, right? And she's boyfriends with Godfrey, the projectionist, who happens to know that our movie guy is involved in blackmail. So it does make some sense that our movie guy overhears them talking about their drug dealing and tries to blackmail. Yes. And maybe Godfrey has to kill him because of blackmail, not because he fired him. And maybe he fired him for other reasons. But
Jonathan Moore also points out the projections seem to say that playing the old films was the victim's passion. It's odd that he would get rid of the vintage system for a modern one. I think, again, that is probably a forced thing. That's just from my knowledge of that.
Maybe he's upgrading half the projection screens.
Conversion digital will be expensive, yes.
It is true.
If he hasn't already started to liquidate the collection and he's going to use the money tonight to pay off the debts and the conversion. But why has he kept it a secret unless the grandfather really did want all of them to have those films? But the cousin does seem to push back against him, saying, yeah. I think if he was in desperate money...
He doesn't seem like he's in desperate money. I think maybe we're just reading into that. I don't think he does seem in desperate states. He's still running this horror fest, which is a vanity project.
So far, we got no other information about this blackmail thing. And the only thing that fits would be, again, as we suggested.
Hopefully, we're going to get some more information. All right, let's take a look at this blog. Let's see if we can get some more information from this. So we don't know who's writing this blog, do we? Ghostman blog.
Ghostman.
Okay.com. Okay. All right. Why don't you read our first entry here?
Why Oregon decided to name a city Vancouver after Canada already had one confuses the hell out of me. Oh, I see. So Vancouver is not a city, is not that Vancouver. Okay, that's interesting. Or maybe Canada named a city after the one in Oregon, furthering my theory from a few days ago that they just wanted to make life hard for Americans. My point is there doesn't need to be three. One's enough. On a related note, if you've ever been to Vancouver, Oregon, stop at Chuck's Cafe. Best burger I've ever eaten, hands down. Fries were okay, but the staff were pretty plain friendly. Okay, this is going to obviously be Polk Polk's blog.
I think that's not a bad idea.
By the way,
that could be our,
wait, before you go too much further, he's reviewing food. And where do we just see there's a bunch of information? Wally's Diner.
It's not a bad idea that he was there. Okay. Go ahead. On a job down to Oregon, the burgers at Cafe Hyler are to die for. They give you sweet potato fries unannounced, though, which frankly has ruined my day. Who wants a side of sugar-flavored fries with their burger? What has happened to us, America? We can't allow this kind of behavior. Anyway, I'm sat here eating my burger, reading the newspaper, and writing this post while giving my fries the evils.
Reading the newspaper.
Yeah. Who says we can't multitask? It's rather nice to see a headline about Triangle Designs going bust. We've seen Triangle Designs. Yes. Was it in the newspaper?
No, it was somebody on here. Somebody's occupation.
For sure we saw Triangle Designs. I can't remember who, though. Well, let me keep reading while you're looking. It's rather nice to see a headline about Triangle Designs going bust. Okay, so he doesn't like them. I don't know why, though. It sounds like the investors are furious. Sounds like I got the light. You see the light?
Yep.
Triangle Designs was the cousin.
Jonathan Warner is always on top of it. You notice that?
He's often on top of it.
He's always on that list.
I'm trying to curry favor with my Jonathan.
He's part of the dynamic duo right now. So we've got cousin session stand, Polk web designer.
Well, then that's not him writing it. This blog, could be a
web designer having a blog, but where did we see that it was Triangle Designs? Adam Thomas Polk, web designer. Unless it's on that. Jonathan, did you see that it was? Where did we see that?
I know we've seen Triangle Designs.
I absolutely know it as well. I mean, it's not on his.
Oh, wait a minute. Wasn't the email?
Was it in the email? That's what it is. It's on the bottom of the email. On his letter thing. Triangle Designs, first floor.
Okay. So Adam works at Triangle Designs. So that Jonathan was right. Adam is the cousin, right?
Yeah.
And the web
Jonathan
designer
is very smart. Not like you said off camera about the things that you said off camera about.
But this blog is clearly not being written by Adam.
That's correct.
Because he's saying it's good that they're going bust. Okay. Triangle Designs going bust. Sounds like the investors are furious. ROFL. I went to school with the guy that runs the company. Mm-hmm. I didn't like him then, and I don't like him now. So that's brought a smile to my face. Hold up. The waitress has just brought over some normal fries. Did she sneak up behind me to see what I'd written? Or were my evil eyes that obvious?
Okay, hold on one second. So now we know why he's so desperate for money.
What are you talking about?
So Adam Polk is like, his company's going belly up. He's desperate for money.
Yes, I think you're right.
That adds a little bit of instead of it just being he wants the money, he's desperate for it.
So we're going back in time. Maybe we should back up and go to the beginning and then catch up.
Here we go. October. Oh, yeah, I see.
One of these days, I've got to take Becca to Victoria. It's real fancy. I'm sure she'd like it. Not really my scene, but I like the Chinatown. They've got some good restaurants. I mean, some of the best Chinese you've ever eaten. You can't go wrong. I recommend the Golden Temple, though maybe I was easily swayed by the friendly staff. But good service is important to me. But hey, I'm willing to try afternoon tea just as long as they don't make me dress up for it. Hey, I don't like wearing ties, so sue me. That's why I picked this job after all. Okay, and there's his picture of Chinatown. Mm-hmm. All right, why don't you read the October 3rd?
So just to be clear, I did not, Jonathan, he didn't say anything bad about you. I'm just pretending to curry favor.
Jonathan
knows. Why isn't that working?
It is working just fine.
Look, it's not doing the top
thing.
Right.
It's probably out of view. Let's move it down a little bit.
There we go. October 3rd. So this is fully... Oh, I just figured something out.
What?
This is October 3rd. I bet you... Hold on, where's the... O'Reilly's? Where did he go? Has he been to O'Reilly's?
Not yet.
Let's remember this O'Reilly's
yeah,
thing.
That's a good point.
Port Abel is where the dock is for the
very
ferry
good
crossing
idea. Very good idea.
To Vancouver Island. Also, here's our map. The ferry crossing to Vancouver Island. So now that we know Vancouver is not the location of an actual Canada, we're looking at a different Vancouver, right? So one of these is there's Fidalgo Island. Where did we get Fidalgo?
We never figured it out yet.
Something else about Fidalgo. No, it was Fidalgo was on something else.
Yes, it was. I just don't know that we ever found out. We ever remembered where. All right, I don't see Vancouver Island. We do have longitude and latitude, so we might get its address at some point.
All right, let's do
All right, go back to your thing.
All right.
I like your idea that we might catch him in O'Reilly's.
Because that would make too much sense. I think those Canucks simply did it to confuse us Americans because they get a sense of fun from it. Whatever, Port Abel isn't much to write home about, but it's friendly enough and got bars and restaurants to stop at. The place I usually stop was closed for upgrades. Okay, so he was going to the diner, but he couldn't.
He was going to Wally's, but Wally's is closed for upgrades. So
I went instead to a bar down the street, O'Reilly's. I met some guy there who was playing chess for wagers. He seemed to think that I posed no threat because I'm some dumb blue-collar slob. Okay, maybe I leaned into that angle only because he was so sure of himself. He made a huge wager, and I didn't want to scare him off. You should have seen his face, the way it gradually turned as he realized what was going to happen. Naturally, I won, and he started trying to weasel out of it. Pathetic. Don't worry, dear readers. I'll make sure he pays up.
Okay, so there's our bet.
By the way, do you think you'd advertise this before you killed this guy?
You absolutely wouldn't. And you're just a blogger. You don't have the ability to kill him. But now we're going to find
any of these people have the ability.
We may find out that he has an alibi or something. But this guy is our guy who we owed $5,000.
I got the news, dear readers, that my name change has finally been approved by the government.
Oh, he's a name change guy.
Many have said it's a stupid name, but I like it. I think it's a better name. It beats my old surname, which is dull and didn't mean anything. This surname is exciting, edgy, dangerous. It means a lot more to me as it's the title of my all-time favorite film. There you go. So he knows him also. He's also interested in movies, which would mean that he would go see the Halloween movies.
Well, yes. Now we've confirmed he is the guy with the bet. It's Samuel Young.
He's 30 years old.
We knew that was our guy. I mean, we knew.
And look at it. Look at the. Sorry,
yeah, we know.
Let's put it on camera here.
Sure.
So also, like, he does look like blue collar, as he says, right? He doesn't, like, in terms of like what he's saying. That's what his assessment of himself. Okay, so believed to have changed his name recently. Okay, so that's him.
Now, one thing I wish
they didn't say this. Because, like, it's too obvious. I like the fact that at the bar...
Now, here's one thing of note. We've been saying, all right, this guy is not a killer. He's a blogger. We know he's the guy owed money.
You said that.
But we don't know why he changed his name. Is it possible he's got a record? Because the beginning of the case said we could check out some police records. Like, are we going to find out this guy... All right, so...
Right, he's
just changed his name because he's a criminal.
He's capable of murdering somebody, and this made him angry enough.
Yeah,
and he's
but it doesn't sound like he is. But this doesn't tell us his old name, right? All we know is it was dull and didn't mean anything.
Oh my God!
What?
It's the title of my all-time
Young Frankenstein.
Yes, exactly. Wow, you beat me. I was like, I took a moment to set it up, and I should have just said it.
That is interesting.
Young Frankenstein.
That is interesting. It still makes no sense. You don't kill someone to get money if they don't have money.
Yeah, well,
that makes no sense.
But he did say it makes him sick. What did he say? He said, he
didn't say it makes him sick.
He said something like,
no, he said he didn't want to let on that he was gonna beat him.
What did he say? He started trying to weasel out of it. Pathetic. Don't worry, dear readers. I'll make sure he pays up. I don't know.
First of all, think about it. You don't give someone a week to pay and then kill them at the end of the week. Go see The Gambler. You want to see a good movie? Gambler. Okay. Did we read this part yet?
Oh, hold on. And Tina's chiming in. Why are we sure that that was the? Excuse me. Why are we sure that the was with the killed guy? I think it was. Oh, why are we sure that the bet was with the killed guy? I think that it was with the killer. So, earlier
he wrote a letter to our guy saying, "You owe me the money. I'm going to collect it."
Correct.
So he knew his full information.
Yeah. So that was a little earlier before you joined us, and Tina.
There's the letter he
sent. This whole letter to him, which was basically like,
"You owe me the money. I'm going to come get it."
He said, "It's been a few weeks. You haven't paid.
I can't believe you're showing your movies."
Yeah. Yeah. And he had mentioned, so he's like, "Hey, I can't believe you aren't showing XYZ film."
Mm-hmm. All right, so he changed his name. We don't know his old name, and then we've read everything else. We're back up.
We're saying he hasn't necessarily gotten the money. He might have just killed him out of like revenge. Like he realized he wasn't getting the money and he wanted to punish him for it. It's a pretty clear motive. Like
not a good motive. It's not a good motive.
I just realized you put this. Did you put ice down here?
Yeah, that's my trick.
I know, but I forgot all about that. Were you using it?
No,
I just used it for now. Mm-hmm. That's the first time.
That was my wife's idea. Sometimes in this room it gets like 80 degrees. She said, "Put some ice packs. You can rest your feet on it."
So Samuel Young is not his real name. He's changed his name to that.
If we get access to police report, we might try to find what he changed his name to.
He's also 30. He's a lot younger than all the other people. It's interesting that he has whatever. I don't know if the ages will come into play.
It makes no sense that you would kill a guy who's going to get
out of anger. I mean, like if the guy's a real hothead, you could see
in the spur of a moment.
Correct. But he goes to the theater
and says, "Give me my money."
He says, "Give me my money." He says, "Look, I'm not going to pay you." And he's like, "What are you?" And then an argument ensues, and he stabs him a bunch
and slits his throat. That's not how you handle a bet. And it's a chess bet.
But if he has a quick fuse,
you show me someone who was killed for welching on a chess bet in the history of mankind.
I will show you a lot of people that have killed for a whole lot less.
But less is an odd term to use.
I just get no rage about this, and I'm gonna kill you.
Then you planned it and killed it in this when there's a scream happening.
Well, first of all, we know like he could have gone.
This is a planned murder. This is a planned murder, not a spur in the moment.
Well,
killing.
The only difference between him and all of the other suspects is that the other suspects.
And you bragged about the bet, and you've written a letter with your return address on it.
However, that would lend itself to the spur of the moment thing. Now, he's the only suspect that doesn't have a working knowledge of the theater. Like everybody else has either been there as a kid, worked there, visits there to watch movies. So that is something.
All right.
That's okay, and Tina, we're glad to have you for how much you can participate, but we're just bringing you up to speed a little bit.
What's this?
Well, push your little things down so people can see. This is Washington Border Control. I think we're going to find out what that has to do with it.
Should we go full screen for this one?
Yeah, maybe. So we've got passport numbers, car registration numbers, and times.
Okay.
So
find our guy who claims.
By the way, I think that because there are 3 Vancouvers, I think this guy, Arthur Polk,
could be.
Or Art.
We don't know which Vancouver.
I think he is going to that Vancouver.
Well, let's find him.
Look, he's right here. Oh no, Pollard. He's not on here. But it's going to come down to which one he was going to. Right?
None of these people are our people.
Well, look through the names, and I'll get this. I'm blocking it. I'm sorry.
What is there? A double second sheet of this? No.
Adam Thomas Polk. Anything about Adam or Thomas or Polk?
No Polk.
Okay, well, it's all the P's, so this is showing us something. Let's look at his name.
How strange. How strange.
I was on my way to Van for a business trip. Okay, he says, Van is in Vancouver, Canada?
Yes, he says.
Okay. It was a bit of a detour, but thought I'd say hi to the Hodgkins. How long did you say? About 3/4 an hour or so. What did you just saw? Sheena had a coffee with her and Ron. I went to see Chris too. So, I reached Blaine, which is the town just south of the border, meaning he did not cross the border, around 8 p.m. My friend Bob lives there, blah, blah, blah. 8:08. I stayed at his for a while, but I got the call about Chris while I was there, so I put the trip on ice and did the hour's drive back to Port, able to be with the family. First of all, it's an hour. He says it right here. It's an hour away. So if he pulls into the driveway at 7:08, excuse me. Okay.
Does he say he made it to Vancouver or not?
No. What he's saying is, he did not go to Vancouver.
He didn't make it.
He's saying he was an hour's drive away, which means he left at 7:08. roughly.
Wait, say that again?
So he's saying, so he says, I did the hour's drive back to Port Able.
Port Able.
So it's
That's
7 to 7.
very good information. Good catch.
But the sisters, the sister and him both should have an alibi together. However, she doesn't mention that he was in an alibi with him.
Hour's drive to Port Able.
So the border control makes no difference because he never passed the border according to his own statement, right?
If he's right that he left at 7:08 because it took him an hour, if he really did get there at 8:08, there's his alibi, right? There's his alibi, if that's right.
Correct, but he didn't. He's saying he didn't pass through the border,
which means he shouldn't show up here.
So can we see Blaine on
But
this
I just
map?
want to make sure we're confirming that. If it did take him an hour, it's odd that it's odd his alibi is with the woman who doesn't mention it, but
That's
it
what I'm saying.
but it would mean he couldn't have done the murder.
Do you see Blaine on this? No, we don't have Blaine.
No.
Okay, let's just read this again.
I don't understand why
just to make sure
we're given that.
He says, well, I reached, so he stays for 45 minutes to an hour. He said, what did you do? Saw Sheena, had a coffee with her and Ron. I wanted to see Chris too, but he was busy with the Halloween hootenanny or whatever it is, so I thought I'd catch him on the way back. And then you left Port Able after that? Yes. What time do you say you reached the border then? Well, I reached Blaine, which is a town just south of the border, at around 8 p.m. My friend Robert lives there, so I dropped in to say hello to him. Well, that's right. I remember pulling in the drive at exactly 8:08 because it kind of looks like Bob on my digital watch, which I found quite ironic as that's his nickname. I stayed for his for a while, but then got a call about Chris while I was there, so I put in the trip on ice and did an hour's drive back. So his name would not have appeared on the border crossing. So that's a little bit of a red herring. So if you didn't read that properly, you would think he should be on the border thing.
Leaving the U.S. All right. It seems like this is useless to us.
Could Poltergeist Samuel be Samuel Young and Poltergeist be his favorite one? Poltergeist is a weird last name. Wait, Antina, what was that last name on the chart?
Oh, Samuel Poltergeist.
Let's, what? Where are you seeing this here?
He's saying that maybe our guy changed his name to Poltergeist from Samuel Young.
Poltergeist. I see.
That would give him a very
No,
clear
but look
alibi.
at the time. Good call, Antina.
That would give him a very good alibi.
Or Jonathan. Yeah. Poltergeist is a very okay. So first of all,
when you and I, wrong.
Jesse and I were like, it's obviously Young Frankenstein.
Well, it's not just that. What happened is when we read this,
I'm looking at Poltergeist, by the way.
Hold on. When we read this, we read it to mean that his new name is Samuel Young. That's been changed to. But now what's being suggested in the chat is that this is his old name, and that his new name is Poltergeist.
I think that's very in
which case he's got his alibi because he was going into Canada at 7:30 p.m., which makes it impossible for him to be the murderer. If that is indeed.
Okay, so Poltergeist, by the way, I mentioned earlier, is a Tobe Hooper film.
Is it?
So that must be the 1982 film that I mentioned before, which is what he wanted to have playing, right? It's in the letter that he sent.
Yeah, I'm not looking.
Do you remember that?
Yes,
okay.
I absolutely do remember that.
But I'm guessing Samuel Young is the name of the main character and not the dad, I'm guessing.
What does he say about his new name here? It beats my old surname, which was
Steve
dull.
Freeling.
The new surname is Edgy Dangerous. It means a lot more to me as it's the title of my all-time favorite film. Yeah, okay.
So that's not, nobody here is young. It is 1982. But I'm just wondering, so he's changed his name from Poltergeist because that
from Young to Poltergeist.
Correct.
And now that name was seen crossing over into Canada at 7:30. So, in other words, he's got a strong alibi. He was in Canada.
So that's an hour. That's an hour's drive, meaning he had to have left at 6:30.
He had to have left at 6:30.
The town that's just south of it is an hour away.
Right.
Meaning that.
However long it took him, he's there 15 minutes. Yeah. He's in Canada 15 minutes before the murder.
So I think we can rule out.
New name, that's his alibi. Rule out. Not that I ever for a moment believed that this blogger killed him.
All I hope now is that we're all wrong and he is the actual.
Okay. So that was a really good catch.
I want
to
point this out for a second.
That was such a good catch.
Have you seen? You remember Rambo?
Yeah.
They go and they find Rambo, like, and he's like, I've left that life behind, and like, like, we need you for this job, Rambo, and they make him come back, and this is one of the sequels. This is 2, I believe. That's Antina. Antina's like, she's doing something. She's like, they're gonna need me on this one. She comes back in, cold swish.
Jonathan also connected the dots and said, "Look at the blog is called Ghost Man."
A pillar here.
Yeah. But okay, it does make sense. Antina. Poltergeist
also makes sense with the blog being called Ghost Man. Yes, that's correct.
That game really threw us with the Vancouver diverting us to thinking it was about him.
It was just really just getting the information about how far away it was to exonerate. I think this is
but
great
also
so
that it stuck that other guy's name in.
You can go ahead and throw Mythos Tale in the trash because this game is like
there are a lot of these games you can play.
Really very good. That was very clever.
Okay, so we've got 3 police reports and then this. So
we should have like a little graphic on the screen so we can X out like
X out the people. Yeah, that would be cool. All right, what have we got?
So this is
that guy's out. That guy's out. Another Coast Guard
unless he's
report.
working in tandem with someone else, but it doesn't seem like he was because he doesn't live there.
All right, what have we got here? More Coast Guard.
Right, you want to read this one or you want me?
All right, I'll read it. Coast Guard communication report, record of communication 10/31/15, approximately 6:50 p.m. Okay, so this is 2 hours before our murder. 1 hour before our murder. Big G to Wayward Spirit, where are you guys? Over. Wayward Spirit, here's the dialogue. I'll read the dark lines. Big G to Wayward Spirit, where are you guys? Over.
Wayward Spirit, Big J, calm down. We're on our way. We got pulled over. He didn't find anything though. Over.
Okay, when do you think you'll arrive? Over. I've left the back door open for you. Over.
Hard to say. Should be pretty quick. The water's pretty calm. I reckon we'll be able to make it there for the usual time. Your boss isn't giving you any trouble, is he? Over.
Yes, actually, but not about this. But he did say the other day he wanted a bigger cut. Over.
What? But he doesn't do anything. Over.
Exactly. That's why we pay him. That's what we pay him to do. Over.
Tell him he's paid enough as it is. Any more and we won't have enough for ourselves. Over.
I know. I tried to argue with him, but he wouldn't listen to me. Over.
Well, how about I get Louis to swing by his office? He's particularly good at being persuasive. Over.
Fine by me. Out. Okay, so here we go. It's the drugs.
Yeah, so this is signature by Kyle Cooper, which we've mentioned was the Kyle McLaughlin, Agent Cooper.
He's intercepted this communication.
Louis is the muscle.
Louis is the muscle.
Mm-hmm.
And it's Louis, Godfrey, and Tomoko who are doing these drugs.
Their boat is the Wasp, but Wayward Spirit is
personal. That's her personal boat. So they're doing drug dealing, and they're cutting in the movie theater guy. We don't know why, but he wants more.
Well, you're assuming it's him and not someone else.
Yes, I am.
You're saying, Big G, calm down. We're on our way back.
First of all, he says the boss is giving me trouble.
We left the back door open for you. Over. So the door was open for drugs, not for.
Well, for drugs, but this guy's going to have a talk with him.
But I'm saying, the door was left open not split. Like we were saying before, that it was like they prop the door so they come in and get a killer to get away, but neither of those. It's just so somebody can get in there.
Now, who's Big G? That's our Godfrey. Godfrey is Big G.
Mm-hmm. So let's look at here. We have our. I want to see this for a second. We should bring out his stuff here. Because we've got Louis Cameron.
Mm-hmm.
So Louis can stop by. We've got Ito.
That she's got the boats to run the drug. And that G. This is going to be Big Godfrey. How tall is he? 5'9". It's not that tall.
Okay, so Big G. So that's.
I think that's going to be Godfrey.
Yep. Where are you guys over? So they got pulled over. The Coast Guard has the report, right?
That's right.
Okay, but let's see what time this is. Approximately 6:50. Okay, and the murder was 7:30, right?
That's right.
So
7:45.
I mean, that looks pretty much like. We're going to be able to make it. So your boss isn't giving you not about this. In other words,
he's firing me. That's right. Okay.
that he wanted a bigger cut. So wow, he is in on the drug
that's
stuff.
certainly what it sounds
That's
like.
sad. I don't like that.
You don't like that twist.
No, I don't like the twist because I like this. This
well,
guy's
it's
like
not
a
for
movie
sure.
fan.
It's not. That doesn't mean they killed him.
But it is saying that his boss is there and that his boss wants a bigger cut over. He doesn't do anything, but that's what we pay him to do over. So what is the fact that he's blackmailing them? That's what it is. He's saying, I'm not going to do anything as long as you pay me. I won't tell anybody.
Possibly, but the question is, why are they using the movie theater for this drug? What are they doing at the movie theater for the drugs? Like, why are they using the movie theater? What a weird place to do some drug transaction. Is that what they're doing? They're selling drugs. They're making drug handoffs in the movie theater where it's nice and dark.
I tried to argue with him, but he didn't listen. Swing by his office. I mean, that's pretty telling there. Supposed to go to big and persuasive. It's weird. So somebody not doing anything, like my job is that I don't like, so you remember in Fight Club, he's like, how about, he's like, you just pay me to not tell people the things that I know. I don't even have to come into the office. I can do this job from home. Like that's his job, not to tell people. And so that's blackmail.
Well, you say blackmail, but that's not how. I mean, I agree that's compelling just because the guy mentioned blackmail. But they're using his movie theater as their intermediate point, and that's what he's being.
Yeah. Okay.
That's
so
why
we got a whole
doing
slew of other things here. Good job, Tina. Okay. Oh. Teresa's just now going to bed. I thought you were going to bed earlier, Teresa. Good to see you. Good to see you popping back in. And we will. Have a good rest of your birthday. All right, so what do we got next?
We've got a couple more police reports.
Now, off camera, Jesse had mentioned that sort of one of the joys that we do like to go through the evidence piecemeal and talk about it a bunch is that sometimes you'll come up with evidence that sort of eliminate some of the questions you would have had, but the joy of this is really for us
figuring out ahead of time.
Yeah, it's having the discussion and having that journey. And I think Jonathan Warner, we had a discussion when we played one of the Cthulhu Mythos things here live that that kind of like if you had taken certain routes, you'd eliminate a lot of that. It's
absolutely true. And with the Cryptic Killers in particular, we found that when you get the online
stuff. This is Cryptic Killers.
Yeah. When you do the online stuff, it gives a bunch of ways. So you should definitely save this for last. But now we've got some SMS messages. Text messages. I always enjoy this.
Oh, this is awesome. I like this.
Okay, really let's see. Record of communications for device 555-1309. All right, so we have phone numbers for some of our suspects. Yes, but let's see if we can identify whose phone number.
Before we look at what the messages are here. Look at that. I'm going to put this business card right over there.
Okay. Where's it's during the police interviews that they give their phone number.
We had a good sense of keeping this stuff in order, but now we do not have a good sense.
Oh, that's how it works.
We've gone the way of
find the interviews.
Okay, we got
look for a phone number
117-7124. So it's not Sheena.
Huh?
Okay, Katie Ash is 413-2319.
No.
Negative. Hulk has no number on. Sheena, no number. Godfrey is 972. No number.
Well, that's unfortunate.
And I just said that thing and I made a complete mess of that stuff.
Yes, you did.
Okay, you want to...
we also have what about the business card woman? Tomoko.
Here we go. It's sitting right on top of her, but her number is not on here.
Phone number.
What a terrible business card. There's no phone number.
That is weird.
We can look around and see if we can find... Oh, I know what to do. Get our newspaper, please. The newspaper has some businesses, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Can I see the newspaper?
It's not in front of you?
No. There it is right there. I can't quite reach.
Okay.
Thank you. Well, I guess we could read.
We're looking for two numbers, 1309 and 8407.
All right, let's just read the thing.
All right, let's see. Text conversation incoming says, do you fancy coming over to San Juan some point? Okay, San Juan was mentioned.
One of the islands.
Yeah. Who was it that was dealing with San Juan, though?
This is San Juan Island, which is near Roche Harbor, which is where the boat had to... So this is definitely going to be one of these two.
Okay. Do you fancy coming over to San Juan at some point?
Yeah, that'd be great. I think Ron's been itching to have one last trip before winter sets in.
Cool. You're free tomorrow? Weather's meant to be nice.
Okay, first of all, Ron is Sheena's husband.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is probably Sheena.
Okay, so yeah, that'd be great. I think Ron's finishing that one last trip before the winter sent us in.
Cool. You're free tomorrow. Weather's meant to be nice.
Yeah, it should be free. 1 sec. Let me just double check. Ron's not doing anything.
Tomorrow works for us.
Great. Shall we meet in Friday?
It's actually a little tricky. We've gotten busted by this before. Look, see how it's outgoing. So it's actually, yeah, it should be free. 1 second. Let me check with Ron. And then again, she says, okay, confirmed. Tomorrow works for us.
Okay, great. Shall we meet in Friday Harbor at 12?
Sounds like a plan.
So Sheena did say she was out of town.
Yes, she did.
Now, this other person could be Adam Polk meeting up. Or coming over to San Juan. Does somebody live in San Juan?
I think this is our Wayward, and the Wasp is the one that's used for the drug dealing. Like, is that
no? What Wayward is used for the? Well, I see what you're saying. Maybe.
Yeah, I'm thinking that Wayward is this boat.
Yeah, we've heard that her boat is the Wasp, but Wayward has been mentioned a number of times.
I want to see the 2 boats that got pulled over. Okay, so Coast Guard here finds this communication from the Wayward Spirit. Okay, so we know Wayward Spirit is actually the drug boat.
They didn't find anything.
So then is this the Wasp, and is she not the Wayward Spirit? But what I mean is this text message?
Should we meet in Friday Harbor at noon? But she says she was out of town, which means she was on Friday Harbor or whatever, which is here. Meet in Friday Harbor, which is separate from Roche Harbor.
No, not Friday Harbor, and on Friday. Sunday.
No, meet in Friday Harbor at 12. This is Friday Harbor.
Friday Harbor. Okay, mark that, would you?
Wasp is, oh, look at that. And Tina coming in. Wasp is Wayward Spirit.
God damn it. This is why. It's like, why are we even here? Hand me that. That's so good.
And Tina MVP, check Jesse.
Yeah, and Tina.
Okay, so Wasp is the Wayward Spirit. Okay.
Wasp is Wayward Spirit. It's absolutely clear as day. Well done.
It's right there. Okay, so that means that
Wasp is Wayward Spirit. Wow.
So either let's see. So either there's 2 separate, like, they're going on their own boat trip, which is not hard to believe considering, like, there's a they're living near the water.
Mm-hmm.
So they could be completely taking their own boat trip, which is why she's out of town, saying she's out of town.
Mm-hmm.
However, that means Adam Polk's alibi goes out the window. Adam Polk is supposed to be having, like, coffee with them.
But that part's irrelevant. The only part that's relevant for Adam Polk's alibi is if his friend Robert can say he arrived there at 8:08. Then it doesn't matter what he was doing before that. He couldn't have done the murder. But now we think our best bet is the murder.
You don't think it's weird that, like, this guy would lie about his alibi?
I do agree that that's weird. I do agree that. Well, he didn't give her. He didn't say she was his alibi. He just mentioned he had lunch with. He had meal with her.
He saw them for 45 minutes to an hour.
That's not.
And afterwards, he drove up to the town.
Yeah, but what he did an hour ago doesn't matter. If
it makes complete sense. Look,
he couldn't have gotten to where he was at 8:08. He couldn't have been there
at 7:08.
If he got there at 8:08.
So it
doesn't matter where he was. He could have been seeing prostitutes. He could have been murdering someone else. He couldn't have done our murder if his alibi with Robert checks out.
If he left at 7:08,
yeah,
that's within the realm of
No, our murder was at 7:45, we think.
7:30 maybe?
7:45 is the time when the scream.
Can you look at your time thing, please? Because you may be right. But it's weird.
Unless wasn't at the screen.
Or he's trying to cover.
Where's our poster? So there's the last time they saw him was at 7 p.m.
So it's anywhere between 7. Oh, no, we know this. Well, we're assuming, by the way, that this is the murderer.
Yeah.
And actually, what we know now with our newest information is the fact that this is drugs. It's not probably not a murder. this is probably drugs being carried out of there.
That's a very interesting.
Which means
that's a very good theory.
that he's not necessarily the murderer, but it also means that like we have a window of time. So Psycho starts at 7. The body's not discovered until 7:50 or whatever.
That's right, 7:55.
So that means that Adam Polk could have killed them.
This is a very I like this. This is a very interesting theory. We sort of got lulled into the idea that he was killed during the break at 7:45 when the scream was happening in Psycho. But that was just us jumping to conclusions that it would have been a good plan. But I like your idea that this is actually not the killer, that this is someone picking up drugs in that bag.
But it could be the same. It could be someone killing them. It could be, because we know it could be Louis coming in there. Now, however unlikely it might be.
That does not look how thin this person looks.
Louis comes in, roughs him up a little bit, yells at him, takes the drugs and leaves, and someone else kills them. Of course, that's possible as well. Okay, there could be 2 motives, I think. Now, Invisible Man, how you doing? Good to see you. He's giving a quick hello morning here. I think that's what you said, right? As everybody gets up in the morning for these. It's kind of fun.
It's different.
And Tina, Greg was saying that earlier, the Wasp and the Wayward Spirit. I wish I could take credit for that, but that was not what I was saying. And then hello, Invisible Man. Yeah, I mean,
there's a lot about this that I like. I like the idea that this is someone picking up drugs and is not our murderer.
But what we have to
and I like the idea that we're lulled into thinking the murder was at 7:45, but it really wasn't. It could have been any time between 7 and 8 or so.
And then the thing I was mentioning before is that either they're going on the, the sister is going on the boat with them as a murder, right? Or with the drug dealers, or she's not connected to the drug dealers at all, and this is a completely separate boat.
Well, that's why I want to look at these. These are kind of confusing to me. Where's the other Coast Guard? No, the other Coast Guard conversation that we just picked up on. I want to look at the 3 boat things here. I think this is. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, because you could see the Coast Guard.
So.
Right here.
What's really strange.
Why don't you just put them all down? Okay.
What's really strange, I want to reconcile these two. And then this one. Okay, so this one actually, the Wayward Spirit on the afternoon, it's sunny out. So on the afternoon, it looks like it's this trip. This is the trip that's where the Coast Guard pulled them off. So they're just saying, do you want to come over to San Juan? We'll go on a sightseeing trip. That's what they were doing. That's when they were pulled over. No trouble. They're not doing anything illegal. They're just hanging out on the afternoon. On the afternoon with Sheena and her husband, Ron. The nefarious message, how does that fit in? The nefarious message is at night.
No. They're not on the boat.
Yes,
they're not on the boat.
They're not?
Because she says, tomorrow works for us.
Yeah, but look, October 30th, October 31st. They're planning the day trip on the 30th. That's my point.
Okay.
This is on the evening of the 31st. So this happened on the 30th. Sheena, Ron, and whoever this is, maybe Tomoko.
Yep, say tomorrow works.
They go tomorrow on a sightseeing. They go out in the middle of the day. They're pulled over. Do they have anything suspicious? No. Then in the evening.
Wait. Do we have times on the boat on here?
Yeah, we do.
Let's just get that again.
Here is, we have a sunny day with calm waters. They're out during the day.
The thing is that this does not sound like
watching.
This doesn't sound like if you were like doing smuggling drugs, if he was involved in that or whatever, you would have some code. You wouldn't say, "Do you fancy going to San Juan?"
No. But it may be that she's out there to pick up drugs. She wants like cover. Hey, do you want to come join me? We'll hang out. Okay. It'll be fun. And then after they go out, they're pulled over.
I think Ron's been itching to have one last trip before winter sets in. Does that mean like she wants to get out on the water?
I think this is harmless. I think Sheena and her husband Ron are just out for the sun.
Friday Harbor at noon. So they're meeting at Friday Harbor at noon, and the boat is found in Roche Harbor. So let's see.
Right. That's here. So this is their day trip, and then in the evening.
Hold on. So let's look at this for a second. If they meet at noon, if this is accurate, right? Then they're heading this way. Okay. So if we have some sort of timing involved, like we have to remember that they've come up here. They've started here at noon. They end up here at some point getting pulled over, which means they'd have to come back to get back to Port Able to commit a murder.
Well, I think what we've seen here is that this person, Tomoko, is the drug courier. This is my theory. She's a drug courier. She knows she's got to go to San Juan to get the drugs, and she's setting up cover for her.
No, she's got to go
She's
across the
inviting
border.
these two.
Okay.
She's inviting these two on a trip.
Oh, as for cover.
For cover, just so that she doesn't look like she's out there alone doing anything. So she's got them. The Coast Guard thinks it's suspicious that this boat is there.
Because it's usually used for drugs.
That's right.
Pulls it over. Gotcha.
So he pulls it over, but he sees nothing because they're just out there with their good cover for tourist stuff. When asked what they were doing, they said they were going to do some fishing. Okay. So then, but at night, she's picked up the drugs. And now they're talking same boat.
So this is within the hour. The communication is happening within the hour. So yeah, okay.
So later at night now, that same boat that got pulled over with Ron and Sheena on it during the day is now planning the drug stuff.
He didn't find anything though over.
Oh, let me see that. Oh,
Does that mean they didn't find it, or there wasn't anything to find?
I don't know either way. But my reading is that Sheena and Ron are not involved in the drug dealing. They're just being brought on this boat as cover. But this is still the drug. This person is transporting the drugs.
Okay.
And they've just invited her. So we should absolutely, if we could find this phone number,
the drug person, which we're probably not going to.
Well, and I noticed Tomoko doesn't have her phone number.
This is all. Oh, it doesn't show what number.
Well, we've got here. We've got
so 8407
number and
so
phone
this is
number.
8. So the drug person is 8407. The device we're seeing is this, or vice versa. It's hard to tell.
Vice versa. Yeah, it actually is here too.
Whoa! Oh, there's like a little picture of it. That's kind of cool. Oh, I wish that would have been much easier to understand who is who. So it's not quite.
It's a mistake. This is coloring is wrong.
Okay, well we're not sure. Okay, anyway, well let's look at the Coast Guard thing again.
Okay.
Okay. We don't have any timings for this, so.
Well, we do. 6:49 p.m.
I know, but I'm saying like we don't know what happened before then in terms of when.
Yeah, we don't know when they were
dropped off. His sister doesn't have an alibi.
She says she was out of town, so she doesn't say she's on this boat. But that matches.
I got news for you. If this person is saying, "Where are you guys?" Over. Okay. If we know she was on the boat, she's saying, "Wayward spirit, we're on our way. We got pulled over." So what I'm saying is that like Ron and Sheena are on the boat, and so are Big Louie and everybody. Basically, every suspect, every single suspect aside from Adam Polk is on the ship.
But let's see. Tomorrow works for us. Ron's not doing anything. Ron's been itching to have one last trip before. So they could be talking about drugs.
They're all on the boat. Is my point.
It's possible.
Okay.
It's possible.
Meaning the only person that's not on the boat, which would have a different timing alibi, would be Adam Polk.
Right.
It is kind of funny if this whole thing would come down to just the fact that he said he was having something with them. So hold on. If he says, okay, let's get the. So 6:49, they say this, and she says they're on the boat. I mean, they have to get to the port, disembark, and all of them head off, right? So that coffee happens at what time? Did we write that down? You seem
his alibi about his coffee.
Yes.
I don't know if he says.
Yeah, an hour. It's because his.
She doesn't.
Coffee. Hold on. Put the thing above, please. Again, he's saying. He pulled into his driveway at 8:08. It was an hour away, so 7:08 he leaves. So he said he was about 3/4 of an hour or so. So he's saying for 45 minutes, he saw them. So that's like 6:15-ish to 7. He's with Ron and Sheena.
Yes,
then he drives north for an hour. Okay. So now, but she didn't. Sheena said in her interview that she was out of town. Let's look at what she says.
She says she was out of town when he was killed.
So let's see. Where is?
Is it possible she dropped him off at San Juan?
I don't have to answer that if I don't want to. I have the right to remain silent. Did you? I wasn't even in town when he was killed. Yes, well, we're looking into that. Ask my husband, Ron Marks, or ask my friend Sophie Taylor. They'll both tell you. So Sophie Taylor, was she the person that was having the... So was she the person that was having that conversation? In which case she would have her own boat, and that would be a completely separate boat.
It's not a separate boat. We know from the Coast Guard it's called Wayward.
Right, but are we assuming she was on that particular boat? There could be two boats out there. We don't know it's the same boat. Do we have any more? Is this it? Is this all?
No, we have a couple more. She could have also been dropped off with Ron on the island at 6. And so she is on an island at 6. And then the boat with the drug dealers are coming back alone.
Okay.
But I don't think it's true that we don't know they're on Wayward Wasp.
I'm saying I don't think that we can confirm that for sure. We know, we see this information. The only way we know is that that's true is if this text message is with Ito Tomoko. If it's with Sophie Taylor, then it's not. Right?
You're absolutely right that they could be on a trip on a different boat.
That's correct. So that's what we have to, that's one thing we have to
That's absolutely true. All right, let's see what else we got. We only have a couple more evidence, and then we have, hold on, it's not, I must have put it somewhere because it's not.
We're closing in on our hour break here.
Yes, we are. Okay.
Is it that folder's empty now?
Folder is now empty. So there's two more pieces. There's two more pieces.
No, I just wanted to see if there's anything written on the. This is the exit the game player in me is like making sure that there's nothing written anywhere else. It looks like that's all information. So what?
No, there's more we haven't read. There's two more pieces of paper.
Okay, we've got Ash, Godfrey Jones.
I think these might be here, right here.
Internal memorandum.
No, that we read.
That we read.
But I don't think we read
that. Yeah, there we go. Here's another restricted Albert. Okay, here's our two pieces.
Those are two. Okay.
I think I'm pretty sure.
We'll go through everything again.
Okay. Shall we? Can you put it down?
All right, let's look at let's start with this one.
Randomly. Okay. Mallard Donna, Officer Donna Mallard. The call came at 20:56. That's 8:56 on Saturday, 10:31. We arrived at Hodgkin Theater. Approximately, 5 minutes later, several people. So hold on. The time is important, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
We know when she called. She said
8:55 or so, right?
Is that what she said?
I think so.
So that makes sense. 8:56, the call came in. Okay. 5 minutes later. It arrived between films, so people were still leaving and arriving. We were shown by a theater employee to the back office on the second floor, which was the scene of the crime. The victim was slumped in his chair. The only place we found blood was on the chair and pooling beneath it, leading us to presume he was stabbed while sitting in the chair. Rigor mortis had not fully set in when we examined the body, leading us to believe his time of death was approximately 8 p.m. or maybe 15 minutes either side. So
well, now we got a problem.
Yeah.
Now Adam's alibi, now it wasn't 7 p.m. It was 8 p.m. as we originally thought. This is back to our original theory that he was killed at 7:45 during the scream.
A safe in the office had been left open. The safe was empty, though it did not show signs of having been broken into. Okay. Forensics were unable to find any other evidence. Presumably the murderer was careful not to leave a trace of their presence. Okay, well, that changes things quite a bit.
All right, let's look at this again. Okay, so they've established time of death at between 7:45 and 8:15. Our original theory, killed during the Psycho and during the midpoint of Psycho during the killing in the shower. A safe had been left open. The safe was empty, though it did not show signs of having been broken into. Is this why we have the wounds? Like if someone's stabbing and be like, open it up, one stab, open it up, another stab. Like, have they forced him to open it? Because someone else wouldn't be able to open it. Only he can open it.
So his job maybe is to hold the drugs or whatever. So he opens the safe.
Yeah.
He gives the guy the drugs or whatever, or the money for the drugs or something else
Yeah.
along those lines. And then as he's sitting here, the guy just goes, right?
Yeah. He's involved in drugs. He's opened up the thing to.
He's asked for more money.
Do the handoff of
the guy goes in.
money.
He says, "All right, I guess you're getting a bigger cut." He goes in to get the money, but instead he pulls out a knife and before he can react.
Yeah.
I do think he should have a defensive wounds. That's just.
I agree with you. Safe in the office. Safe. Okay. Forensics were unable to find any other evidence. Presumably, the murderer was careful not to leave a trace of their presence.
I think he does pick up that Frankenstein mask and put it on.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. But,
right.
okay, this is interesting.
Yeah. So now we know we have a fixed time limit. So if it's 7:45, then there's no way Adam Polk could commit the murder.
If his alibi with his friend
is correct,
and it would be very dangerous for him to give such an alibi if it didn't check out.
All right, this is an Officer Albert Moore. We've been reviewing the security footage of the night of the... Sorry, you want to read this?
No, go ahead.
We've been reviewing the security footage on the night of the murder and found a chunk of footage is missing between 1850 and 1950. Okay, from the backdoor camera. We obtained the footage from the computer, which contains the software program that controls the security cameras at the theater. Okay. Further analysis of the software revealed it contained a restart function that rebooted the system, leaving the camera inactive for an hour as the software recalibrated itself. Now, whoever did it recalibrated it at 650.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting. Okay. It seems going over further security footage that this function was used rather frequently as there are further hour-long gaps in the footage. Okay, so this is typical.
This is very suspicious.
They reset the thing because they're coming in with the drugs.
That's right.
As the function is really only supposed to be used as a final resort when all other methods to try and fix the system fail. So in other words,
it makes sense
every
that
time,
it's Godfrey, the guy who's been there, working there for 30 years, knows the whole system.
He comes in, he's like, they're going to do the drug exchange. They reboot the system so there's no record.
Yeah.
Makes complete sense.
Yeah.
All right. Do we have any way to look up any information online?
We do. We have our online thing. So let's reorganize. We haven't done it yet. It's time to have a little discussion and do that. But first, we're gonna take a break before we reorganize and do our internet.
What's the reorganize? So
well, we're just gonna get all of our stuff. We've got a couple places where we've got internet stuff. We've got the main intro, which we have to figure out how to access that website. Okay. There's a little bit of code involved.
Oh, which it probably has to do with the
I think that's right. I think that's right. And then there might be a couple, like there are some things here that are website. It doesn't seem like they would be relevant. But is there anything before we're going to take a break? It's 57.
What is that? We haven't been really popping in with the chat. What is it? Chat?
Well,
what do you think?
That's what I thought I'd do. I pop in and see.
Let's see.
So can we recap our theory of the crime? We think the movie theater guy, and the chat can jump in, our movie theater guy, Chris Hodgson, was involved in drug transport and sale.
No, he's involved simply for either letting them use the place as a base of operations. He's not involved.
Your theory was, okay.
They say
he knows about the drug dealing. He's somehow tied up in it. We think there are 3 people, other people at least, involved in the drug running. One is an employee of the movie theater, which is Godfrey. Louis, who we think is the muscle, and then maybe Tomoko, the person who has the boat. Mm-hmm. We know from the text conversation that it sounds like Chris Hodgson was saying, I want more money for this. Mm-hmm. And our theory now is that based on that discussion, that Chris was demanding more money and they were going to threaten him, and maybe push came to shove, which he said, I'm going to tell...
The firing, it's weird that he would fire him from the theater.
It is very weird.
If he was like...
It is very weird.
He's like, hey, listen, I know we're making all this money with drugs, but I'm going to fire you and ask for more money. It's very strange.
Very weird. That is very weird. Maybe he was saying, I want out of this. I don't know.
Huh.
It is a little weird. Or he made it up that he fired him.
Well, no, because because they overheard the situation. He's like, we have a little trouble. He's like, but not about this. Meaning,
yes, you're right. Mm-hmm.
Okay, but the other thing is that like, he says that thing about the blackmail, but maybe he's saying that so like any money that's coming into him, like they're like the theater is the laundering of the money.
Yeah, or maybe in his mind he's being blackmailed to pay this guy more money,
or he's using that to explain some unknown money coming into the theater,
or he's just trying to throw. He's suspicion on other people, like, oh, this guy's been blackmailing people. Those are the people who would probably want him dead.
Okay.
And And we have alibis for Adam, we think. We're
Okay,
gonna
so let's run through Adam's thing real fast before we break. Okay, Adam's his time limit. Okay, so if his time is correct, which again we have to assume that like he could be lying. Okay, he arrives at 8:08. First of all, hold on. He says a while later I got the call and I drove the hour back. So we don't know when he get. Presumably it happens after an hour or so because they don't know. Okay, so he gets the call. So if he arrives at 8:08, right, that's an hour back, right? So that's 7:08, and we know he was killed between 7:45 and 8:15. So if his alibi is correct and he's being honest, then he's out.
And remember, that's exactly right. And remember, his alibi is, I met my friend who's not involved in any of this. And so you could ask him, you could call him. I don't know why we haven't asked him. But...
However, if his alibi is correct and he left there at 7, then that means he left Sheena and Sheena and Ron Marks at 7, meaning they're back on the island, they're back in Port Able, and they're able to commit the murder. So Mark and Ron are able to commit the murder. So
that is weird.
Speaking truth about one, then he's speaking truth about the other. However, she doesn't mention that she was with him at all. She says
she was out of town.
Yes.
So you're right. It is odd, but I guess you could run a timeline where Adam meets with her at 6 p.m. He leaves her at 7, and she leaves town too. So she is actually out of town by the time 8 o'clock comes around.
So when she says, "Cool, if you're free tomorrow," well, she says, "Let's meet at Friday Harbor at 12." So
this is their day trip,
right? But I'm just saying, like, that's not about. I'm just confirming that, like.
Oh yeah, it's not that boat trip. But I guess if you believe her that she's out of town, she would have had to leave town right after splitting up with Adam.
She's out on the boat for the day. She's not coming back having like coffee or whatever with her cousin and then going like out of town again.
Does seem weird. No. Well, maybe she's lying about being out of town. She just wants to hide it.
All right, let's
and whether she's involved in the drug dealing, we don't know. My gut tells me no, but possibly.
Okay.
All right, you want to take a break now? We'll see you guys in 8 minutes. All right, we are back. I think it's time for us to do our internet stuff, but is there anything else we need to organize? We've got our interviews, our newspaper, our suspects, and a whole bunch of stuff. We have our theory, and the only source of websites are newspaper and
sorry.
And the introduction letter. Okay, where is our
Warner wants to
introduction?
say,
Oh yeah, let's go over
your
Jonathan
point. I'd like to
Warner's.
clarify. We want to show the person asking for more money could not be the projectionist. Make a little more sense for him to want the money. I think from that Coast Guard overheard conversation, he was the one saying.
Well, we're assuming it.
No, because it
We're
says God.
assuming. No, it doesn't. Doesn't it? I thought it said G, big G.
Oh, big G, which
and
I
we're
think is God,
assuming is Godfrey.
No, I'm pretty sure.
But we're not 100% sure. It could be
He's being
a
let go and needs to make as much money as he can before the digital system is installed. Well, no, there's two things. Number one, he said he's having trouble with the boss, but not because
of that. Yeah. So actually, that did really seem to. Let's just bring.
And then, is it possible the cousin visited with them in the morning before they got on the boat? I don't think that's the case because as I read that paragraph like 5 times now, he says he met with them for 45 minutes or an hour, and then he left to drive to.
Yeah. You have done a good job of pointing that out. It does seem like that's how it reads.
That conversation is important for for 2 suspects' alibis, right?
Sort of.
We'll see.
I mean, we could check it out.
Let's take a look at the online.
But let's see if we can find the online stuff. Yeah. Okay, so here is our information about. By the way, let's just quickly show Jonathan the part about the big G in case you're missing it, because it's true. There's a bunch of information suggesting that big G is Godfrey.
Number 1, he's talking to the Wayward Spirit, the Wasp, which is his friend's boat.
That's right.
Number 2, it's Big G. He's Godfrey, and he's a big guy. Number 3,
the boss.
He's saying the boss wants a bigger cut,
and he's mad at me for something else,
which is the firing. So I think there's just too many things there to like.
Yeah, I agree with that. Okay, so here is our website login. Let's read what it says. Why does it not want to do it? Okay. Okay, so he says he passed along login details. What's happening? Why isn't it?
It's just not far enough.
Did I hit a button wrong?
I don't know. Fine.
Okay. Portabledb.com. Yeah, it's almost like it's not working at all. Let me see. Oh, you know what it is? I bet it's this. No? Is it that it's not tracking? And what I must have turned off the tracking. Okay, so he says, I'm sure you'll connect the dots. So the password hint is a whole bunch of things. Where's our
map? It's here, I think. This is it. Connected. I see. That's why you said that thing.
Yeah.
This seems a little puzzly and weird to me.
All of them have had this flavor of feeling like a little bit of out of place. Okay. Yeah. So you bring it up over this. Okay. Connect the dots, and here are our
48.55, which is, this is 48.53456. So here, right, somewhere in there, 122.5. So how do we find this in? How do we find this in here? So 122. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay, so 48.55.
You think maybe if we use these, we'll be able to do
So that's literally in the middle of this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 48.55, 122.55, which is in between here. So right there, roughly.
Okay, there's the first dot.
And then we've got 122.5, okay, which again is this exact line that you're seeing here, right? 122.5, which is this line, and we're going up to
48.55.
This is the
same.
Line. No, this, see this 22.5. No, this is 55. 22.50. So this one is 122.5.
This is the same.
Oh my God.
125.
This line right
Okay,
here.
so wait,
no,
it's gone down. Yeah, that's what's happened. It's gone down. 48.55.
So it's down a little bit down here on this line though.
355, 122, and then it changes. It's the same, right? This pair is because this goes from 122.55 to 122.
No, look, you're missing this information.
50.
48.55 and 122.55 is a coordinate. That's
here, right?
Correct. Then we're doing 48.55, which is something around under. Oh yeah, just
that's what I'm saying. It's the same address here, but this one changes from 122.55 to 122.50. And then again, we're at the same thing, x coordinate.
It's no.
Oh, yes, you're right. Correct. No,
but it's 48.45 on the line. So it's dipped below
down to here
on the line.
On the same y coordinate.
Okay. Y coordinate.
Or same x coordinate.
And then we've got 48.55, which is the same coordinate there. 122.55,
which is here. So we went like this. We went here to here, to here to here.
So that's like a backwards C. I don't know. I don't know what that means. So
yeah,
that seems like it makes no. That seems like it makes no. I think it makes no thematic sense to what we're doing here.
It doesn't make sense if that's the password.
Well, let's go into the thing and see what it wants from us for a password.
No, that's weird. I don't know. I mean, we found the C, but are those 4 places that we can mark things on? They don't have like letters. They don't have cities.
I mean, it's on the line, so.
It's so exact in the middle of the thing. We don't know what these.
I mean, is it like 20 or something? I mean, I have no idea. Can we log in and see what we're looking at?
Yeah, let's see what we're looking at. I'm sure the channel will figure it out before I even have a chance.
Luckily, it's not showing me now. A little quiet in the chat right now.
All right, so do we have a website address? What portabledb.com? Okay, let's try it. Okay, username. What did we told?
Check Jesse. What's the body of water name in the middle of the rectangle? Is it the password?
That's going to be
Padilla Bay.
Oh my God.
Look at that, Jonathan Warner.
Craziness.
There you go.
Okay, Alex Baker is the user.
Alex _ Baker, yep.
Alex Baker.
And okay, it's Padilla Bay.
So let's just show what Jonathan has figured out. This region here
is Padilla Bay.
Padilla Bay. And is my tracking working again? It feels like it went off again. Okay, Padilla Bay. Okay, so very good.
Okay.
Padilla space Bay, right?
Try that and then try the.
Okay, let's try it. Okay, now this is important. This will be how we fix it. Passwords are case sensitive, only numbers and letters, less than 15, no special characters. All right, so we're going to try without spaces for Padilla Bay. Let me see, can I turn off this thing? Okay, so we're going to type in P-A-D-I-L-L-A-B-A-Y with no spaces.
And you use the proper, you use the capitalized.
Yeah, let's see.
Alex.
It's going to be Padilla Bay for sure. Let's try P-A-D-I-L-L-A. Let's just try Padilla because it has to be. Let's look at this. Must be less than 15.
It's going to do that.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Less than 15.
You're getting 10? P-A-D-I-L-L-A. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's 10 digits and it says 15 character and you made sure to.
It's definitely not caps lock. Okay, it's not caps lock. And P-A-D-I-L-L-A Bay. So I've tried it with P. Let's try with an underscore because the underscored his first name.
Yeah.
I'll bet that's going to be it.
Okay.
I'll bet that's.
And you made sure that it's not caps locked and you're doing capital P-A-D.
And then I'm going to do an underscore instead of a space. B-A-Y. I'll bet you this is going to work.
And Tina wants to see the.
Could we see the instructions again? Okay, it says connect the dots. I'm sure he passed along his login details.
Maybe. Oh, yeah, I can do this to make it. So.
with a note that said, I'm sure you'll connect the dots. It seems really clear to me that it's Padilla Bay. And then the fact that he used the space, let me just make sure I'm Alex Baker, was that
Alex_Baker?
Yeah, that's right. I was so sure that this, let me try without a space. Padilla_Bay. No.
I wish you could see the thing.
Yeah, I know. I don't like that.
Let me put that on the screen for a second. I mean, is there anything else it could be? I mean, there's nothing else, right?
Why?
I mean, it's absolutely. Well, let's leave that for a second. Only numbers and letters, case sensitive, must be less than 15 characters in length.
Oh, can't have an underscore, so we know it can't have an
contain
underscore.
Special characters. Have you just tried writing? So now we're sure that. Let me just see something.
Yeah, because
yeah.
And I even tested up there. But okay, so it can't have the underscore, so that's that. But it can Padilla Bay. No.
And you tried. So
and we tried just plain Padilla, Padilla. No.
And
are we wrong about Padilla Bay?
It doesn't say space bar, but just try it again one more time with the space.
Try it one more with space.
Yeah, well, that seems like
Padilla space Bay.
This part really is not my favorite.
This can be annoying, yeah. All right, let's think about it. Maybe we're wrong about Padilla Bay. What else would it be? There's our. Should we check our coordinates again? Maybe we need to check our coordinates.
For the number, then it needs to be the number root 20. I mean, it is like next to 20, but why would the number...
It has to be 8 letters at least. No, does it? No, it doesn't. Just a letter. Oh, maybe it is the letter C. Should we try the letter C?
No.
I just don't see how it could be.
Maybe it's Padilla Bay 20.
C?
Maybe it's Padilla Bay 20.
Why would it be Padilla Bay 20?
Because of the 20...
That seems insanity to me, but I'm willing to try it.
This has nothing to do with like the mystery. That seems really stupid to me. I'm very much enjoying this. However, this part is not my favorite.
Oh, that was it. It was Padilla Bay 20.
Okay.
It was Padilla Bay 20.
All right. Brought in our specialist Antina for that one. Okay. What do we got here?
Whole bunch of files.
Okay. It wasn't me. Okay. Yeah.
All right. So we've got 9 letters. They are, the top one is our earliest one, 1152, but they're all around the same time.
What am I? You're like way over the line.
I'm over the line.
I always get yelled at for being over the line. You do.
All right, here we go. We'll start at the top, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's it. Hold on, these are all November 2nd. Okay. Right. Yeah, let's do it.
Provided a recording found on a USB stick sent to the police station. The only other content inside the envelope was a note saying it wasn't me, and the envelope had no return address. The only file on the USB stick was the audio file of the recording. We're fairly certain the first voice is that of Chris Hodgson. As for the second voice, we're unsure. We're going to analyze it further, but it may take a while. Officer B. London from the Data Transfer Department has notified us of an error on his paperwork. In the record of communication document inside of the case file, his telephone number 555-8407 should be ignored. This is the telephone number for Officer Lunder's chiropodist, which he entered as placeholder text and never replaced with the correct number, 555-9712.
Okay, hold on.
It says right here, though, the number ending 9712 belonged to a Miss Sophie Taylor, although he is unsure whose phone these messages were originally taken from.
Okay. Hold on a second. So I mean, this is what is this? 8407. Yeah, so this is pretty clearly, we thought, was why were we sure this was Sheena? Because of Ron.
We know it is
Because of
Sheena.
Ron. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So Ron and Sophie Taylor. This is the messages between Ron.
She said, my alibi is Taylor. And in fact, it turns out that Taylor must have a separate boat, as you hypothesized.
Okay. So let's go back to that for a second. Because it says it has a recording.
Yes.
So let's go back to that screen on this, please. Okay. So this is a separate item. Okay, I see. So he's saying, hey, we found this USB stick. And then other than that, he's like, oh yeah, by the way, we're notifying you that like that was placeholder text. Okay. So she's not part of the drug dealing thing. It's a completely separate boat.
Separate boat.
Adam Polk's alibi is now also very much in question from the thing. Brad is recording a USB stick. So I'm guessing
we're going to get that in a separate email.
Let's see that.
Okay, but this is Sophie Taylor on a boat with Ron, so they're not on the crazy boat. They're not on the drug boat. We still don't understand how Adam is meeting with her if she's out on the boat, but maybe overlapping time.
Let's see the...
All right.
X out of that one. X out of that. Nope. Oh, up there. There you go. This is another one of Jesse's like... He's like, I'll build this supercomputer. Also, I don't know how to use it. Normal.
It wasn't me. Okay, here's the audio. All right, so this is going to be...
How do we hear this?
It's going to be tricky for us. They're hearing it now.
Okay. Are we listening to it on this?
Yes.
How did you get in here?
Your back door was propped open.
If all goes
Maybe
well.
you know if your security cameras weren't playing up. Funny how they always seem to malfunction every time we pay your movie theater a visit.
All right. Just get on with it.
I've come to talk with you about the terms of our contract.
We don't have a contract.
No, not a physical contract, but certainly a verbal contract.
I'd call it an arrangement myself.
Call it what you like. In the end, it all boils down to paying you a certain amount in return for your silence.
More than that, I've let you use my theater as the home of your illegal activities.
It's a very nice front. It's certainly come in handy these past 3 years, hasn't it?
If you say so.
Surely you've made good use of all that money you were getting, though, right?
Get to the point.
All right, the point is...
I'll give it to you afterwards.
What we're paying already is enough. Increasing the amount would be unfair.
Times are tough. I need a little more right now.
So you're an extortionist as well as a blackmailer now?
As I said, times are tough. But what does it matter to you? What are you going to do about it?
Well, if you don't change back, you'll stop being paid entirely.
Ha! Have you lost your mind? Stop paying me, and I'll tell the police all about your drug smuggling.
And I'll tell the police that you were blackmailing. That's a crime, too.
And why would they believe you?
They probably won't, but they'll believe your word. Do you like it?
What's that?
I believe they call it a dictaphone, don't they?
How long has it been recording?
I turned it on before I entered the room. It's got the whole conversation. You take us down, we'll drag you down with us. How would that look? The owner of beloved historic town icon, covering up drug deals to line his own pockets.
I put all the money into this theater.
That'll make it okay then.
All right, fine. What do you want from me?
Simple. Stop the blackmailing.
That's it?
That's it. Oh, and don't ever go to the police, or the tape will find its way to the newspaper.
Yes, I understand.
Goodbye, Mr. Hodgson.
Well, this does change things.
All right, why don't you just explain it to me?
You don't want to listen to it.
Sorry.
Greg has a germ thing.
I just mean like I've been sitting here for 2.5 minutes and I don't want to sit here and listen to it.
Okay, so, well, the audience heard it. Basically, it was a conversation with the drug dealer. It sounded like Louis saying, you got to stop blackmailing me. And our guy's saying, give me more money. And he's saying, I'm not going to give you more money. You want to be a blackmailer and an extortionist? And our guy says, if you don't give me more money...
We already know it's Chris Hodgson.
Hodgson says, if you don't give me more money, I'm going to tell the police. And our guy says, hey, I've been recording this conversation. So if you try to go to the police and tell on us for drug dealing, I'm going to play them this tape showing that you knew all about it. And our guy says, all right, fine.
And that's it.
Okay. So he
Big
didn't
Louis,
kill him.
Big Louis is saying, it wasn't me.
It wasn't me, and I've got proof that they came to an arrangement. Does the chat agree with that? Basically, they confronted him and they said, we're not giving you more money. You got a good deal going on. You've been blackmailing us. We've been paying you off. And I'm not giving you more money, and you can't tell on us because we'll turn you in. And the guy said, Hodgkin said, okay. So it doesn't look like he was killed by the...
Okay, well, that solves that. I mean, it's looking like Adam did more and more, but
Yeah.
we'll see. Well, he just... Oh, my God. We got to go through the whole...
Yes, we do.
It's insane to me. Like, you could, like, program, like,
That was unfortunate.
AI brain and, like...
That was
and
very
like
unfortunate.
you are, like, a little...
But I think
it's
the
right there.
password got stored. So
Let's hope so.
Okay. Where's that? Okay. Alex.
Hooray.
There we go.
All right.
Not so bad.
Now we need detective interview with Caleb O'Reilly.
Okay.
Which is another minute. Close it for a second. Pause it. Pause it. Pause it. Okay, this time I'm going to listen with you. You put one in. We each have one. How's that? We'll be like, can we do it that way?
Yeah, we can do it like that.
Is it?
Yeah, ready?
Okay. Let's
Just
go.
try not to break it.
Oh, okay, I'll do what I can. I can't promise you.
This is Detective Alex Baker.
Here, hold
Time
on.
is 3:14 p.m. on Sunday, November the 1st, 2015. We are in the office
Negative.
of O'Reilly's
No,
at
does anyone hear
612 Main
anything? They
Street.
hear it.
Please
Oh,
state
it's
your
turned off.
name and
All
occupation.
right, hold on. Go ahead.
Restart it.
O'Reilly,
Restart it, yeah.
Proprietor
Restart
and
it.
bartender. O'Reilly's
Okay,
Pub.
we're restarting
Okay,
it.
restarting.
Thank you.
Here we go.
This is Detective Alex Baker. Time is 3:14 p.m. on Sunday, November the 1st, 2015. We are in the office of O'Reilly's at 612 Main Street. Please state your name and occupation. Callum O'Reilly, proprietor and bartender, O'Reilly's Pub. Thank you. Okay. I'm showing Mr. O'Reilly a picture of Chris Hodgson. Yes, I can see that. It's for the tape. All right, sorry. Did this man ever drink at your bar? Yeah, he came in pretty often. He used to play chess. Did he play for money? Sometimes. Was there ever any trouble? With him? None that I recall. I mean, sometimes he or his opponent would get angry if the bet was pretty big, but it never got violent. Do you remember any of his opponents? No, he played with a lot of people. I'm now showing Mr. O'Reilly a picture of Louis Cameron. Did this man come into the bar on the evening of the 31st? Yeah, he sat at the bar. Did anyone join him at any point? Yeah, an Asian woman. They came in together. They were together the whole time. Well, except when one of them had to use the can. Was there anyone else? No, don't think so. Did you serve them? Yeah, guy had a Dodweiser. The woman had... That's fine, Mr. O'Reilly. We don't need to know their orders. Oh, sorry. Could you describe their behavior? They both seemed very happy, pleased with themselves. Kind of smug, I guess. Did they say anything? Well, I asked them if they were celebrating anything. They said they were celebrating getting rid of that pig. I asked them if it was a boss or something. They said it was just some local jerk we put in his place. Did you overhear anything else? Yeah, one of them said something like, why didn't we think of this sooner? And you should have been there. The look on his face when he realised what was about to happen. Can you remember what time this happened? Not precisely. I remember just as they came in, the TV on the back wall lost its reception. It went to a blue screen that said, no signal. After I served them, I went to try and fix it, because some of the other guys were watching the football coverage. Nothing I did worked, but it managed to fix itself after a while. How long did they stay? I'd say an hour and a half or so. They stayed for more than one drink. Thank you, Mr. O'Reilly. No further questions. Anything more you wish to say? Don't think so. This concludes the interview. Time is now 3:17 p.m.
Okay.
What time did he say the two of them came in?
I'm not sure.
Did
So
the channel tell us? Let's
so
see if he just reads the
I love the fact that he's like, I don't need to know what they drank. It's like, why would I be like, I don't need all the information that I can get.
I just want to see what time they came in, because he said he was there for an hour.
We are in
Hour and
the
a half.
office of O'Reilly's at 612 Main Street. Please state your name and occupation. Callum O'Reilly, proprietor and bartender, O'Reilly's Pub. Thank you. Okay. I'm showing Mr. O'Reilly a picture of Chris Hodgson. Yes, I can see that.
If the channel can tell us what time
All right, sorry.
two people came
Did this
in.
man ever drink at your bar? Yeah, he
So-
came in pretty often. He used to play chess.
Can you just pause it or whatever
He
for a
played
minute?
for
Because
money.
this guy, either way, we have a functioning knowledge of the events. And if like, it sounds like they said, hey, you know, why didn't we think of this before recording him or whatever, right?
But then they said the look on his face.
They were
what
smug
was
and they
gonna
were happy
happen.
because they're basically like, you should have seen the look on his face when he realized I was recording the conversation.
It kind of sounded like what it was saying.
I think,
But I wouldn't mind hearing if they have an
Thanks.
alibi.
Was there ever
he said
any
the
trouble?
game came on and off.
Not that I
Yeah.
recall.
So
I mean,
do we know what time
sometimes
the
he or his
game
opponent
was?
Would get angry if the bet was pretty big. But
Let me just see if I can listen to.
Do you remember any of his opponents? No, he played with a lot of people.
Weren't they talking about the
I'm now
Seahawks
showing
game
Mr.
on
O'Reilly a
the
picture of Louis Cameron.
in the break
That
room?
sounds
Did
right.
this man come into the bar on the evening of the 31st? Yeah, he sat at the bar. Did anyone join him at any point?
Anyone join him?
Yeah, an Asian woman.
Asian
they came
woman.
In together. They
Came
were
in
together
together.
the whole time.
They were together the whole time.
Except when one of them had to use the can. Was there anyone else? No, don't think so. Did you serve them? Yeah.
I
Guy
think
had
you're
a
right.
gun
I think
razor.
you should find the
Woman
part
had,
about
that's
the
fine,
break
Mr.
room.
O'Reilly.
Because
So you
7:30
need to know their
or
orders.
7. We had I wrote it down.
Sorry.
They were in the break room at 7:30
Could you
talking about the
describe their
Seahawks game.
behavior? They both seemed very happy.
7:30 break
pleased
room.
with themselves.
Matt and
What
Guns
did she
all
say
also-
about the?
She said they're talking about the
Did they say anything?
Seahawks game.
Well, I asked them if they were celebrating anything. They said they were celebrating getting rid of that pig. I asked them if it was
Matt and
boss
Zill,
or
they were having a
something.
big discussion
They said
about the
it was just
Seahawks.
some
That was
local
at 7:30,
jerk
but that
put
doesn't
in
mean
his
that they
place.
were talking about a game. You know,
They
Did
got
you
rid of
overhear
him. They
anything
say.
else?
I think
Yeah,
it just means
one
that
of
they
them
like
said something like,
figured out.
"Why
Why
didn't
would
we
he
think
send
of
in a
this sooner?
recording and then
And
also have killed
you
him?
should have been there. The look on his face
The look
when he
on his-
realized what was about to happen.
When he realized what was about to
Can
happen.
you remember what time this happened? Not precisely.
Here's
I
another
remember
time.
just as they came in, the TV on the back wall lost its reception. It went to a blue screen that said, "No signal." After I served them, I
TV's
went to try
out.
and fix it, because some of the other guys were watching the football coverage. Nothing I
Football
did work,
coverage.
but it managed to fix itself after a while. How long did they stay? I'd say an hour and a half or so.
They were
stayed
there
for
an
more
hour
than
and a
one
half.
drink. Thank you, Mr. O'Reilly. No further questions. Anything
Okay, let
more
me
you
point
wish
something out
say?
to you. Why would he? Why would he give?
This
If he
concludes the
actually
interview.
stabbed him, why would he
Time
send
is
in
now
this
3:17
audio file
PM.
proving he was in the room? Pretty clearly.
Well, don't forget. This is the part I'm back and forth about. There's the guy who confronted him is Louis,
Mhm.
but then there's these two. I just want to make sure that Louis clearly went in and said, "You're not going to say anything."
I see.
But then these two
But
seem to be.
I think they're saying. I think the point is that they're like, that was amazing that we actually did that, and that like he's not going to be able to say anything to anybody because we should have thought about blackmailing him and recording him.
I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you. It is weird that they're saying you should have seen when he saw when he realized what would happen to him.
So I think the two
But
things.
then, who do we think did it?
It's
I
either
guess we
Sheena
got-
or Adam Polk, both of which is the whole thing came down to the fact that their alibis do not sync with each other.
Yeah,
So I think what we have. So let's.
Sheena is the one without a good alibi. Polk,
And Polk doesn't
gave
have-
us a good alibi. We
And-
don't know if we talk to his friend. Maybe we're going to get a conversation.
I think that's what we're going to
Let's see. Does anyone in the channel have anything to add to that? Otherwise, let's look
They're
at.
pretty quiet.
Oh my God! It's more. No,
This
this
is
was.
Detective
Yes, that's
Alex
305 of the same.
That's
So
going to.
TSCN
Let's hope there's
fixtures,
no more audio. All right.
fixtures and results. Here's our.
This is
This
the
is
sports,
the sports
team.
game. Okay, so they said everybody was interested in the game. They were talking about the Seattle Seahawks. Seattle at Minnesota, 9:25 p.m.
And they were there for an hour and something.
An hour and a half. But does that mean it starts at 9:25? Can you go to the right a little bit? Is that it? What's the information? Tickets? Is that it?
Ticket cost. That's it. Yeah. Oh, location.
Santa Clara. What's the bottom one? Is that the Seahawks one? All right, go over because like I'm kind of curious now. Let's look at this again.
Washington, Buffalo, 6 p.m.
Okay.
That's got to be our...
This is why we have this information, I just realized. It's because if they were there for an hour and a half, does that mean... okay. So does that mean like the murder happened at 8? So if the murder happened between 7:45 and 8:15, right? Then we're showing that like the murder had to have happened after they left.
Yes, I think that's right.
Okay, meaning like they're there for an hour and a half, and
more importantly, they already had their confrontation with him by 6 p.m. They already had their confrontation with him at 6 p.m.
Washington at Buffalo. I was looking at Seattle and Minnesota. Okay. No, they didn't have their... Oh, I see what you're saying. They had their confrontation at 6 p.m.?
They had to have had their confrontation with him before 6 p.m. If that's the Washington one, but maybe it's the Seattle one.
Okay, well then that's what I was trying to see. Seattle, Minnesota. But that's at 9:25. So that would mean that like if they were there for an hour and a half, the game doesn't start until 9:25. Right?
Yes, good point.
So if it's Washington at Buffalo, right, then that's 6 p.m. to 7:30. I mean, like if that's the case, the game goes out part way. I mean, how long is a football or baseball game or whatever this is, right? Like, all right, let's back out of this and look at the rest of it.
What are they're at the bar when the results come in. They've been at the bar for an hour. So even if it was I guess if it's the 6 p.m. one, then they had to be in the bar before after they had to have confronted him way before he was killed. But if they're at the 9:25 one, then they could have killed him and then come here to celebrate.
I don't think that's the case, but can we look at the rest of the evidence, because I don't think this is helping us in terms of like knowing the...
All right, we'll come back to it. Maybe the chat can figure something else out.
So we have no idea how long a baseball or basketball or football game lasts.
I think it's football, but I figure 2 hours. All right, let's see what we've got here.
Oh, look at this.
Outage report. Oh, okay. So they were there when the outage happened. All right, what's our time?
Minor disruption, major disruption.
7:15.
Okay. So Fidalgo
7:35 p.m.
Okay.
So they were at the bar at 7:35.
And they were there for an hour and a half. Meaning that
we don't know where in that hour and a half was, but the point is they couldn't have been there at 8 p.m. Meaning they had this confrontation with him way before he died.
Correct. So we don't need it. Okay. Done.
So that's
good.
that.
So they're out as suspects. We now just have Sheena and Adam Polk.
They're out as suspects. I think that's right. Okay. What's this bidding? Bid quick.
Original Birds Theater.
There's someone selling all the vintage films. Selling all his vintage films. When was it posted?
Can you click on one of those?
I don't think we can. No, this is just an image. But when is this?
The Birds, that's Alfred Hitchcock. So
15,000.
Frankenstein, Theater Real Frankenstein.
Poltergeist, 56,000. That's our guy's name. 56.
But it's not him.
It's Tobe Hooper. What do you mean it's not him?
Because that was the guy that we've already cleared. This is the guy who was out of money.
Maybe we've improperly cleared him.
No, we've absolutely. He got these reels and he's setting them up for sale.
We have a date.
This is Adam. He has no alibi. This is the problem. He said he had an alibi with seeing his cousins or whatever.
Well, he said he arrived at Rodman's house, but
he did say he had a buyer.
Yes, he did.
I mean, the guy has a bag. That's what's in the bag. Is the film reels.
The reels.
Yeah.
Yes. I wouldn't mind a date for this.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's pretty clear now. We know that it's him. He has especially since he has no alibi, since we know the sister was out on the boat.
He says he went to his friend's house. Why do we not?
Because he has no alibi if the sister's not in town.
Well, he has an alibi. He says he's got an alibi at Robert's house at 8:08, right? He couldn't have done it if that's true. It's just I don't know why we haven't talked to his alibi.
Okay, so let's go to the next piece of information.
I don't see anything.
Yeah. All we know is that this is on sale.
Okay. Washington whale trips. Okay, let's see.
Okay, here we're gonna see 10:30, 10:31, 9 a.m. Powell 1. That's no Polk is our guy.
And smoke.
Got for what's Sophia Taylor?
Yeah.
So we have Sophia Taylor. Boat Wayward Spirit booking log. So these are different people on the booking thing.
In Rosario Strait is where she claims to be. There's Rosario Beach. So she's saying on the
Rosario
night...
Strait's here.
Oh, Rosario Strait. Okay, well, that's pretty near Port Alba.
Mm-hmm.
So what is she claiming? She's claiming that on the night of the murder at 9 a.m.
Number of people, 1. Customer
That's
name
where she
Powell.
was stopped.
Customer name is Powell. No, she was stopped at Roche Harbor.
Yes, she was stopped at Roche Harbor.
This is their booking log. So they only had 1 passenger that day. We've already cleared them, though. The 2 of them.
2 of who?
This is Wayward Spirit. We've already cleared them as suspects.
No, that's the Wasp. That's our drug dealers.
Yeah, we've already cleared them.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So let's close this. Shall we?
Yes.
It's unnecessary. Unless, well, we'll see.
Video file.
Oh, push pause, please. Okay, let's go through this tonight.
All right.
Can you see the screen?
Mm-hmm.
Let's do it.
Good afternoon, Port Able. It's 6 p.m. on November 1st. I'm Claire Stevenson. Here are the main headlines. Port Able is in shock today after the much-loved owner of Hodgson's Theater was murdered. Chris Hodgson was stabbed and killed in his second-floor office last night at the theater's annual Halloween Horror Fest. Hodgson's Theater is one of the town's longest-standing businesses. The Hodgson's family have owned and run the town's iconic theater since 1927, and Chris Hodgson had been the sole proprietor since 1995. For the first time in 90 years, the theater doors have been closed. A family member said, Chris had no enemies, and Port Able is normally a very safe neighborhood with a close community. We have no idea why anyone would ever want to harm him. Co-workers said that Chris was a hard-working individual who had a passion for bringing the community together. Their thoughts go out to his family and anyone who had the pleasure of calling Chris a friend. No arrests have been made at this time. U.S. Coast Watch received a distress call yesterday morning from one of the local whale watching tour operators. The boat started taking on water after being repeatedly and seemingly intentionally rammed by the orcas that the customers had paid to see. This year, there have been 36 incidents of killer whales attacking boats, a behavior that has never previously been reported. When the Mayday call came in, it's reported that the ship's skipper said, "I don't frighten easily, but this is terrifying. We're taking on water and the orcas are hitting us again and again. Please send help immediately." Fortunately, that call was picked up on the radio by the Washington State Police, who happened to be working in the area at the time. All 6 people aboard were all recovered safely. Over to sports, where TSEN and a number of other mainstream television channels were disrupted in the middle of their Saturday evening schedules after a technical facility failed to transmit coverage due to ongoing service work. Some viewers were unable to watch any of the live football halfway through the early evening games, while others reported flashing or frozen images. Telecom Tech, which handles transmission services for the likes of GSN and TSEN, tweeted, "Many of our channels are currently off air due to a technical problem. We contacted Telecom Tech to comment, and they replied, 'We apologize for any temporary outages that our customers are facing. We are working around the clock to fix the issues associated with the necessary updates that we are undertaking, and we expect to return to a 0% downtime next week.'" Customers are able to visit the Telecom Tech website to see if their area is likely to face interruption in the coming days so that they can plan accordingly. Now on to the weather. Tomorrow is looking cloudy for the most part.
Okay, so it's kind of interesting. Like that's kind of neat that they have that kind of stuff in there. Although it's like we already kind of knew all that stuff, so it's kind of a little bit.
Well, the
like, too little
whale attack boat, I don't think we understand. If
A local whale watching boat was attacked early in the.
But what does that have to? That's not related to our case.
I mean, I think that's why they were pulled over at Roche Harbor.
They weren't pulled over. She said that person said they rescued those people.
Right, but
our people just said, well, they pulled us over and they left. They didn't find anything.
So Coast Guard watch. What's the next thing? There it is. On the afternoon of October 31st, was approached by... the boat is meant to be used for orc watching tales, but there were no tourists on board despite it being a sunny day with calm waters. It's because they disembarked onto the Coast Guard boat because they were taking on water after being hit by the orcas.
What?
Did you not hear the part about the orcas?
Yeah, but but we've seen the mail. She already says that the Coast Guard stopped them, searched, and they never found anything.
Yeah, okay. Well,
so I don't think it's that's a different thing, but I don't know why it has to do with us. Okay, planning.
Well, 11/1/2015. There you go. That's the news.
Yeah. Okay. Now here is going to be the sisters stuff, right? This is her failed
overview of Port Able Town, detailing land currently acquired, previously refused, in land that is future target for property development.
Oh, there's Fidalgo Island.
Oh, that's where we read it.
Yeah.
That was the Fidalgo Island was the thing that has the harbor. Right? Okay. So let's see the rest of this.
Phoenix Gate. Sheena Hodgson Parks is the proprietor. Hodgson Marks is the proprietor. Currently acquired, previously refused, future acquisition targets. Is that our Port Able somewhere on there? Can't really. Port Able is up in the upper right. So there's Port Able in the upper right. Or this whole thing is Port Able. All right.
So let me put this forth as a theory. The cousin and her, she said, hey, you kill them, take the films and sell them online. That's why they have a mutual alibi or whatever.
But they don't have a mutual alibi.
But that's why he said he was with them.
Yes.
I'm wondering if they're both in on it.
I like your idea of mutual working together, but remember, her alibi is I was out of town. His alibi is I was at my friend's house at 8.
But he also says that he was with them, like, for coffee
before that.
So here's my question. How do we figure out this map? How do we figure out... Is there any way to figure out what the...
I don't see how. I mean, we do have those other websites in the thing. Does anyone in the chat have any help?
That's how we're going to figure it out.
What?
We're going to look at Wally's Diner or whatever. And we're... no, Peepa's Pizza. That's what we're going to do. Look up peepapizza.com and we're going to get a map of the... We're going to get a map of the...
certainly possible.
Of the town, right? It's gonna show its location. We're gonna be able to figure out.
That's certainly possible.
Okay, PIPPAS PI. Okay, there's a load of Z's here, so I won't mark it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think there's 6.
Dot what?
No, Z's. Pizza.
PIPPAS
Okay. Pippa's PIZZZZZZ.com. Okay.
5 Z's?
Yep, A.com. Sorry, pizza.com. A.com. 6 Z's, I think. We'll try that, and if it's... Okay, put another Z in there.
I don't like it.
Okay. It's PIPPAS,
Pippas, then PIZZZZ ZZZA.com. Okay, that's not a real website. Try this one. Partystoreportable.shop. I don't think you think that's a legal party store
Portable.
shop. I don't think you can have a place called shop. No. Oh, yeah. This looks wrong.
Retail store.
I think this is a real what? I think this is some sort of problem.
Yeah, I think that's right.
But
Okay.
are we visit website? Yeah, this is a real website, Walmart. Okay. So I don't think these websites are real.
I thought for sure that was going to tell us.
So someone is selling. We think they've robbed him. Our theory now of the case is they've killed him to steal his film. That makes us think it was Adam.
However,
right?
why would he list them if he had a buyer? Why would he list them online?
Maybe the buyers listed them.
Oh, he sold them to the buyer and the buyer listed
Buyers listed them. Okay, so let's say Adam is the one that has stolen and is selling, and he met with the sister to coordinate everything. So
I mean, the only thing that makes sense is if this guy took
the
films in the back, right?
I think that's right.
However,
and he did meet with the sister, yeah.
This okay.
So they're working together.
By the way, the safe is open.
The safe is open, yeah.
So what was in the safe?
The films, maybe.
Otherwise, it's the drug dealer money.
Right.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
So either that or it's the safe that's in there. So
I think it's the films in the safe.
But did he said he opened it? Like the guy was like, give me the films or I'm going to kill you with a knife. He's like threatening with a knife. That sort of makes no sense either though. Right? Do you see what I'm saying? What I want to know is, like, how are we going to figure out?
Yeah. Can we read the interviews? Oh, map. Why does the I don't feel like the map is that important.
Well, there's a reason we've got this map because it shows us whether the sister's involved or not.
Does it?
There's a reason we get the map.
Well, I think that's fine. I mean, that's reasonable.
If she's listing that property.
But oh, I see. If she's actually listing the property, sure. But I just took this to be she is interested in the properties. But I agree. It would be if the future acquisition target was, well, what's the, maybe we can tell, because look, we do know the newspaper told us what property she recently had already acquired and was refused.
Was it in the newspaper? Where was that?
I think it was in...
No, it was not the newspaper.
It wasn't the newspaper. Where was it?
It was... Oh, Condo No Go. It was.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So where is that located? Because I think, like, look, that's going to be...
Wagner Stadium. Can you see
I think that's going to be Wagner Stadium, that big square one. And so the question is the movie theater right next to it? Is there a way we can get its address? Because we know the address of the movie theater.
So are there any, hold on, are there any street names or anything on there?
No, there aren't. But I mean, like, if the movie theater is, there's a bridge, like, if we know where the movie theater is, or maybe should this tell us that that she's lying? Currently acquired, previously refused, future target. Like, she's saying, no one's we're gonna list it for sale.
All right, hold on. Currently acquired, those 4 spots. Previously refused, that's the movie theater. Future acquisition.
No, don't you think that's the
stadium is what I'm sorry, that's what I'm saying. So that's the one that was refused.
Right.
So is it a future acquisition or is it currently acquired?
I'm thinking that maybe...
But we don't know.
Maybe it's a future acquisition and that she's lying about it, but this is showing it's right on the tip. We don't know exactly where the movie theater is, although we were given its address, I thought. I want to see the interview.
So here's the other thing. So here's the other thing is that, like, this woman is on Dock Harbor or whatever.
Hidalgo Island?
No, Dockside Street is where that one woman's address was or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it would really bug me if this Papa's Pizza thing was...
How does she even know whether she's in town when he was killed? How does she know his time of death that she can even say I wasn't in town?
I mean, it's
when he
down
was
to the
killed?
two of them.
Or ask my friend Sophie Taylor. They'll both tell you. They both list someone that can alibi them that we don't get to talk to. She says you can ask Sophie Taylor, and he says...
But we have somewhat... Sophie Taylor's thing is... Okay, first of all,
she went on the boat with
let's
Sophie
go
Taylor.
to the map again. Go to the map. She said meet at noon.
Right.
Where's the map? She said meet at noon.
Right.
On whatever.
Uh-huh.
But you know, that's like 8. It's not 8 hours
a long
away.
time to get back home.
But I mean, it's not. Certainly, it's not. Friday Harbor at noon.
Right.
I mean, certainly, if we know the other boat was on Roche Harbor at noon, right? Right. Then both of them are able to get back. If Roche Harbor can get back, then Friday Harbor can get back.
If our guy Polk isn't lying, then as you point out, it means Sheena is back at her home with Ron at 7 o'clock.
How do you know that?
Because that was your point. That Blake says I left there. Then it takes him an hour. But
this is simply
either one could be lying.
She says we were out of town. And we have evidence to show that she was out of town.
And she's very suspicious about saying I was out of town when he was killed. She doesn't know. I don't know why she knows the time of death.
He says he was with them, which means that either they're in it together or he's in it on his own. And if he's listed the movies for sale.
But how do we know she was out of town? That's the problem.
Because we know from the text messages that they met
at noon.
Right, but my point is that they have evidence to say that they were out of town. Maybe they spent the day in San Juan Island or whatever. Okay. But he says he was with them. So either by whatever, like...
What if she came home at 6 and he met her he claims he was with her at 7.
She says I was out of town. She doesn't say she was with him.
Right.
So either they're both in it or he's lying.
What if...
Or you're saying she's back, but she
what if she's lying that she was out of town and she really met with Adam at 7?
But we don't have any information showing that he was somewhere. But we do have some text messages saying that she would have gone out.
But not at the time that we care about.
I mean, it really seems like. I mean,
but
so there's no other information.
Let's just run the different things. If she did it, if she was out of town.
Maybe John Laura was saying maybe the safe was just open because the owner was retrieving and returning his film showing during the film festival. Hold on.
What? You got it? What?
Go to the list of movies that are for sale. Okay.
Dracula.
Yep. Dracula, Frankenstein. What else?
Dracula, The Birds, Frankenstein.
Okay, I got it.
Poltergeist.
I got it.
Okay.
So he has his safe open. There was no struggle to open the safe. They say that, right? The safe is open. This is Jonathan Warner, right on money here. The safe is open because he's been using the safe all day to play his films, such as the ones that are now listed: Dracula, Frankenstein, etc. His cousin comes in. He's like, "Hey, how you doing? Oh, I didn't realize you were." And he's like, "Oh yeah, I was visiting with your brother, your sister, and your brother-in-law. How you been? Blah 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 blah." He sees the safe is open, and before Chris can react, he stabs him a bunch, and then seeing that he can take the things, he grabs the Frankenstein mask, which is already there, puts it on, throws the reels into a bag, and heads out the back door that he remembers from being a kid. Accessible.
So
and then he sells them to the guy, and that guy puts the movies online.
That were shown.
Bob's your uncle. That's it. That's absolutely it. And we have the text message to show she was going We have no idea where else she's planning projects and stuff.
But your new connection is you're saying he's stolen the films that were being shown that day.
Which is why the safe was open. It was not for money being stolen. It was because that's why it wasn't a struggle. He just opened the safe because he was going to get his movies to bring them out to play during the day. And he's giving his things. He's all excited or whatever.
I like that.
He's
but
not,
now
he's not alarmed when his cousin walks in because he's like,
but
hey, look.
That's great. But now you're still at the same problem of how do we know it's not the sister?
Okay, we don't, other than the fact that we know that she was out
at noon.
At noon. We don't, however, know.
But I mean, aren't we at the same problem? Can't the story you've just told be how the sister got the films?
Okay, because she doesn't care about the films. She doesn't even necessarily know the films exist.
Well, that's a good point. Well, she knows the films exist because the films playing, but she doesn't have a context to sell them.
Several things. The sister doesn't ever say, I met with my cousin for coffee.
It's
okay,
true.
That's number one. Number two, if the sister did do it, why does she leave with a bag?
Why is she's carrying out the films?
Why does she steal the films? How does she even know that their films even exist?
They're the films being played. She knows they exist, but how would she sell them? Is a fair. Why would she have the contact to sell them?
She does.
But this isn't the contact to sell them,
for
right?
A second. What is her the motive that we have for her is that
money.
She wants the property to build on. If she's going to build the property, why is she stealing a bunch of films that we don't even know she knows exist?
I think that's fair. You're saying she doesn't want
no
the
reason
money.
To take anything out of there. Here we go. We're getting some more. And Tina, maybe even if the safe was closed, he knew how to open it at his grandfather's place. Yes. And Jonathan is agreeing with her.
Mm-hmm.
Chat, let's do a vote. What are you thinking?
There has to be a way.
Can I call a vote?
Can you call a vote?
It's like the rules, like it's like John Wick or something. You've invoked the voting rights or whatever.
He's given terrible alibis. He's given 2 alibis then that the police are going to immediately find out are lies, right? He said that he's with the sister. The sister's going to deny it.
And he knows specifically, he's telling us, he's like, oh yes, it was 8:08 exactly, because he knows he needs an alibi and he's lying about the time he arrived there. It's done. That's it.
It's definitely not open and shut, but I do think it's our best theory of the case.
What is his sister taken out of there?
Well, I agree. I think that's a good point that the sister, assuming that's not the drug dealer.
You have to push the vote.
Yeah, hold on. I just want to talk about it a little more. Assuming that's not just the photo of someone taking out drugs, but we think the drug dealer was left early.
Oh, that's the point. Yeah.
But we think they left early. They finished by 7:45.
Yes, because the game was on from 6 to whatever.
So we don't think it's the drug dealers taking out the...
Because the outage happened during the hour and a half from the 6 o'clock game.
What about your theory about how the films couldn't possibly be in that bag?
Why did I say that? Oh, because they were huge.
Big, but we think that's
because
just
they
a
are
game
much
mistake.
smaller because they're older movies, shorter older movies.
It seems like there's going to be some evidence that proves where that sister was and gives her a strong alibi, but I don't think we have the energy to find it in all of those records. All right, let's take a vote. Is everyone ready to solve it? And do you think it was Adam with terrible alibis that are going to get found out in 10 minutes?
Well, there's a lot of information to parse through, and we parse through all. It's more about not about.
Maybe he's panicked and give. What about this? How are you so sure that they didn't work together now, and that they are going to be each other's alibis? What if the sister said, "You kill him, you can have the films, I'll get the theater"?
Well, actually, they could have gotten together as described.
Doesn't that make more sense?
And then because they discuss it just then and there, they didn't link up their alibis properly. And he says, I was with the sister.
Doesn't it make more sense that he's not completely making up a make-believe meeting with the sister and that they got together and he's like, we met and that's my kind of alibi? And that the sister's like, this is a perfect deal for us.
The only way to do that
is kill the guy.
Correct. But the only way to do that is to see what her future deals are, in which case we don't have any way to check the thing. I mean, I wish we could tell, like, we have all these things about places and stuff, but we have no way to be able to check and see the...
Probably it's hidden in somewhere. And Tina says, wasn't Sheena in the boat? I mean, she was definitely on the trip, we think, at noon. We just don't know if she stayed out of town.
This is somebody else's boat, though.
It's someone else's boat.
The boat, because of the whale. Oh, because of the thing. They said the whale attack. They had to get off of the boat.
Is that the boat? And do we have a time for that?
Go back to the it's
yeah. Let's. That's all right. We can do
okay.
this.
So
is that boat?
Because it's Sheena Taylor. Put this on the screen, please. So Sheena Taylor went with herself and Sophie Taylor. So there's 3 of them, and they were going to meet at noon at the harbor.
Right.
Right. No, it's not that.
Was it in the news though?
No, it was whale watching tours booking log. Oh no, but that doesn't make any sense because it's for. Can you bring it up on the screen, please?
Mm-hmm.
So, again, this doesn't really help us because it's for 9 a.m.
Yeah.
So it doesn't help us because we need
Sophie Taylor. But is Sophie Taylor's boat the boat that got? Did it say there was 3 people? No, it said there were 6 people.
all the people. Yeah, it says something
But
like 6 people.
if we knew that time, like if that time of that boat was at like 6 or 7 p.m., not really, I don't. But if that was their boat, and at 7 p.m. it got attacked.
It's not 7 p.m.
It was Captain. It was the. Was it?
It said it was a whale watching. It said it was a whale watching boat.
Was it Taylor's boat? Was it Sophie Taylor's boat?
We don't know what Sophie Taylor's boat is.
Can we jump around?
Yes. Go up. Yes. Go up to the picture where there's. There you go. Back it up a little bit. You're gonna have to get your thing again. Perfect.
Yes. Okay.
All right.
Maybe we can get an alibi for Sophie Taylor's boat because that would.
Yeah, they both say
cinch it.
Adam. Yeah, I think that's. I mean.
That would cinch it, though.
Intentionally rammed by the orcas that the customers had paid to see. U.S. Coast Watch received a distress call yesterday morning from one of the local whale watching tour operators. The boat started taking on water after being repeatedly and seemingly intentionally rammed by the orcas that the customers had paid to see. This year, there have been 36 incidents of killer whales attacking boats, a behavior that has never previously been reported. When the Mayday call came in, it's reported that the ship's skipper said, "I don't frighten easily, but this is terrifying. We're taking on water and the orcas are hitting us again and again. Please send help immediately." Fortunately, that call was picked up on the radio by the Washington State Police, who happened to be working in the area at the time. All 6 people aboard were all recovered safely. Over to sports.
6 people. Hold on. What was that boat? The picture of the boat. You see the boat?
Please
Let's see, because there we know it was boat 12 or whatever.
That call was picked up on the radio by the
Just look at the
Washington
picture of the
State
boat.
Police, who happened to be working in the area at the time.
Wasp.
All
There you
6
go.
people
It's the
aboard
Wasp. That
were
doesn't
all
help us for
recovered
Sophie, but
safely.
it does
Over
help
to
us for
sports,
the.
where
That's why they
TSN
got
and
pulled over. Okay.
The drug dealers.
I don't know. I'm at a loss now. I think Polk. I think that was it. I think it's Polk. I think that's as much as I can do. I can say. Sorry.
All right. Well, let's take a break. The channel in the
and then we're gonna
break
come back
time.
and finish it up because it is. I got to work tomorrow. It's almost 4.
We're going to take a break here. Everyone vote in the channel,
They
in
did
the
vote
chat.
already. Look, they both voted for Adam.
You all think it's Adam. All right. I'm going to vote for the Adam and the sister just because I can't give an alibi to the sister, but we'll figure it all out when we get back. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. It seems like everyone is on board with the idea of Adam as the killer. And we were talking a little bit about, could he be working with the sister? Your case about that
is to say that, like, if they were working together, I mean, Adam is definitely, I think there's no question Adam's the one. Whether or not he's working with his sister is another thing. However, if he did work with them, why wouldn't his alibi be, why wouldn't he go back to their house and then they would all share in an alibi like, hey, we were all here?
Why
Meaning
wouldn't they have a coordinated alibi?
And also, why wouldn't they have, like, he just going back to their house? Why would he make his trip up north? So we've got Jonathan Warner says, I suspect the ending of this case will feel a little off. I'm not sure how but it's going to turn out someone felt the need to stab this guy so many times that it really felt like anger to me. And then Tina says that she thinks we should be able to find her alibi, the sisters.
I really strongly agree with that, too.
I'm not going to be surprised if there's some errata or something to this that says we should have been able to figure out the streets or something on this proposed plan.
It feels like we should be able to find her alibi.
Yeah, and Jonathan and Tina agreeing here for that. So
the thing that really gives me pause is the interview with Adam, where he's saying he came into town, and then they say, what did you do? And he actually says he saw Sheena, had a coffee with her and Ron. I mean, he's basically put himself in handcuffs to the police. He's given an alibi that in 10 minutes, the police are going to check up and find is a lie. So that's the part that I find so confusing.
Well, that's been a sticking point for me for this whole case, is that discrepancy.
Like, why would he say that?
Unless she didn't think about the fact that she met up with him and didn't say it, and he actually did, but he never went up north or whatever. He just says that he drove up there to his buddies. Of course, then you can disprove the buddies, but I don't know. That's the game. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he could have still met up with her, but then she would still be in town. That I find
really wish some of those websites were searchable and like you could see like that, that like the streets and stuff, so that you could tell that her future projects on that screen or whatever one thing. But I'm ready to solve this thing. I think.
Okay, let's go solve it. So we need this thing. If you can find the website there. Give it to me. I'll type it in. Maybe he killed him in a panic and tried to negotiate.
Maybe he was
freaked out.
Yeah, he was going there thinking to himself like, "Hey, I'm going to talk him into it." And then he saw the thing was open, and he stabbed him. However, like where he has the knife or whatever is another thing. They did tell you a lot of information on the knife, and then I thought the pumpkin carving was the whole thing. Oh my God! What if? No, we saw there's no names that were connected.
Very strange. All right, you're going to give me the address.
Okay, cryptickillers.com. You got it in there already. Okay. / MAMT dash killer. There you go. And enter their name. So I'm guessing
Okay. So who killed Chris Hodgson?
Enter the first name only. So that's Adam. Is that correct? We're going to make sure that's Adam. Yep.
Yeah, all right, everyone's on board with it. Okay, here we go.
Let's show me Adam.
You must only complete the form when you have eliminated all innocent suspects. It's very important that we don't point fingers too early. We must have an alibi for every suspect other than the guilty. All right, we don't really have an alibi for the
She's out for the day on a boat. That's what we've got.
You got no evidence that she actually is. But okay. Here we go. First names only.
Yeah.
Okay, submit. Looks like we got it.
Murder movie theater found.
Port Able police have confirmed that a suspect has confessed to the murder of movie theater owner and manager Chris Hodgson. Pictured. The Northwest Echo has found out that the culprit was the victim's cousin, Adam Polk, who snuck into the movie theater on the night of the 31st during the annual Halloween Horror Fest. Police said the culprit became suspicious after irregularities in his interview with police detective Alex Baker, and later confessed during a subsequent interrogation. Recovered from the culprit's apartment in Portland, Oregon, was a collection of film cans containing rare vintage films which had been stolen from a safe in the victim's office. The culprit had planned to sell the films for a substantial amount to clear the debts he had accrued when his web design business Triangle Designs failed. According to one officer, the defendant had been told about the films and how to open the safe by his grandfather, who had run the theater previously. That was a theory in the channel. It seems the victim never bothered to change the combination on the safe's lock. The defendant was clearly in a desperate situation and was also angered by the selfishness of his cousin, who has tried to keep the family inheritance to himself. Leaked evidence has revealed that Mr. Hodgson led a complex and dark life behind closed doors. A letter from trucker Samuel Young, a.k.a. Samuel Poltergeist, uncovered a gambling habit where Mr. Hodgson had placed a large bet of $5,000 on a single game of chess, but far worse than the gambling was Chris's involvement with local drug smugglers. total corruption. The police investigation into the murder of Chris Hodgson has revealed that the Hodgson's Theater was the heart of a drug smuggling operation involving an orca watching tour company, Washington Whale Watching Tours, run by Tomoko Ito. Miss Ito used her tour boat to run drugs from Canada to the United States across the Salish Sea, passing them on to her friend at Hodgson's Theater under the pretense of seeing her boyfriend, Hodgson Theater projectionist Godfrey Jones. Mr. Hodgson blackmailed the drug dealers in return for his silence to increase revenues at the theater. Police are now on the lookout for Miss Ito, as well as her fellow drug runner Louis Cameron, who have both fled town. This news has come as a shock to the people of the town. Sheena Hodgson Mark, sister of the victim and great-granddaughter of the theater's founder, said it's a terrible thing to hear. My brother's despicable actions can surely do nothing but sully the reputation of an institution that has been part of this town for almost 100 years. Conversely, many of the theater's staff have spoken in support of the theater's continued existence. One concession stand worker said, I don't think people will hold what Mr. Hodgson and Godfrey did against the theater.
Godzilla,
So
that's Godfrey.
That means that was his other alibi. I see Godfrey, Godzilla.
Yeah.
Chris's sister just wants to knock the place down so she can build on the land. Theater staff have told Northwest Echo that they have written to the Washington State Historic Register to have the building protected as a historic site in an effort to maintain the theater as part of the town. And this is the author of these games, these Cryptic Killers game, saying congratulations, please rate it.
What does it say there?
It's just his thing about please rate the game. You can sign up. I wouldn't mind seeing the...
All right, we got... Antina and Greg can share MVP. Overall, I do think that the Cryptic Killers has got stronger after these first few entries, but it was mostly enjoyable experience, says Jonathan Warner.
Well, this was definitely a better case than the murder of a millionaire. I'd like to see if it tells us where the sister was.
Yeah. Oh, is this how?
These are the hints. The person with the new name, Sheena's whereabouts. Here we go. Okay, Sheena's text message, along with another piece of evidence, provides an alibi for someone. Okay, and then focus on the place names in her text messages. Answer. In the text messages, Sheena and her friend mentioned meeting in Friday Harbor, just like the boat with the GPS tracker. The boat returned to town just as Chris was being murdered. The GPS tracker, Sheena and her friend mentioned being in Friday, just like the boat with the GPS tracker. Is that saying that, oh, I guess this is what we were meant to figure out.
I see.
That this is a specific boat's GPS information.
So it's showing
where this boat was
the drug boat that they've tracked. So when they boarded
not
the boat,
the drug boat, this is her tour boat. This is her non-drug boat.
I think they probably tagged it when they went onto the boat to do a check.
Okay.
And now they're following the boat.
Okay, but it's Sheena's boat. It's the boat Sheena's on with her friend Shannon Taylor.
Oh, I see. Oh, no, I get what you're saying. I see. Okay.
So somehow we were supposed to realize that the route of this boat was the same route that Sheena, Friday Harbor, wherever they got on. And so we should have been able to see that at this time she was out of town. Okay, that makes some sense. I don't know why. I don't know why we didn't try to track this to.
I think because that was part of that login.
Yeah.
All right. Thoughts?
Well, let's hear your thoughts since you haven't played too many of these cold case games.
So this I thought was fantastic. Okay, I think that this, like, being able to read through the evidence and continually talk about the theories and stuff is exactly what makes me excited. Being able to correlate different pieces of information as you're going. I think if we had just read through the information really quickly and looked at the online stuff, then that would have made the whole thing useless to me.
Too easy.
But being able to go through the information, discuss it, come up with our theories, and there's so much information, and like I think like being able to correlate how, because of Polk's alibi, supposed alibi, we were able to figure out how far away from the border the chess guy was, right? That piece of information. And there was a number of pieces of information throughout this that sort of cross-linked and everything.
Yeah.
The fact that they all had strong motives, et cetera, I thought was quite well done. I like the little added, what do you call it? The added production or whatever, of having like the newscast and stuff like that was kind of
that
cool.
was pretty impressive. The multimedia.
However, by the time we got to that, it seemed just to clean up. Like it was that sort of like swept in and cleaned up the alibis, the people that
That's what these websites at the Cryptic Killers tend to be, which is why you shouldn't do them till
Right
the
away,
end, because they absolutely seem to be like, all right, here we're going to wrap up anything you might have missed.
I like the fact that we had to do, I mean, there's information we didn't need. You know, we were looking at like this kind of information is kind of a nice production value, and the fact that it has some information that you don't need, which is kind of cool. And I think all of it works together as a wonderful little package. I think by the end, not really. I mean, if we had followed this, we would have been able to know. But I think by the end, we had figured it out. We had gotten the mystery, and I think we've done a good job of discussing through all this stuff. So I think it was satisfying to go through that information. So I would, this to me, way more interesting than some of the other games, like mystery games.
Sherlock Holmes Consulting.
Yeah, where you're kind of like, well, I mean, I think this is it, but who do I talk to and figure it out, right? Like that's not as interesting to me. I think sifting through different pieces of information and different styles, like blogs and emails and text messages and stuff, you could do the same information in a different way, but it's more compelling and keeps things a little fresher.
Well, the parts that I like is I really like any game where you sort of lock onto one theory and then have to nudge yourself off of it is enjoyable. And this theory, we came around to the drug dealing at some point, and it felt like it was a very compelling case that he was murdered by the drug dealers. And then we had to sort of get ourselves off that as the evidence built away from them. And then it was laid on thick that they didn't do it. There were lots of reasons why they couldn't do it at the end. I did like that quite a bit. The part that I really struggle with is that weirdness of, it's always weird when a game is like, here's some information, and in real life, it would take you 5 minutes to rule something out.
Sure.
Like he has this interview with the detective, and seemingly for no reason, he gives himself an alibi that's going to fall apart in a heartbeat. And I don't know why that was necessary. Why didn't he? It would have made much more sense if the detective just says, "Where were you?" And he says, "Well, I was traveling up to my guy, and it took me 4 hours, and I stopped and got food." Like, I don't know why he's put himself with the sister who's going to disprove his alibi instantly. Maybe you just say that it was he got unexpectedly cornered and just came up with something. But boy, that just feels like an self-own. Like, why would a game do that?
Everything else was, I thought, really well done. I mean, like, there was some real detective work in here. There was some real deductive things. There were theories put forth, you know, and I think, like, that's pretty good. I mean, I do agree that one point, which kind of made or break the case, was a bit weird, that, like, hard to swallow. I also wasn't a big fan of this part because it didn't feel like it. If we were playing like a puzzle game or an escape room game, that would have made sense, but it seemed like
the password part. That is weird.
It just seemed like not part of this game particularly. Yeah.
I also am not sure the part, what am I trying to remember? There's a bunch of evidence that we didn't really know what to do with. And it felt to me like that land planning document, we really didn't know how to make sense of that map, what areas it was telling us
but
they
you
were
need to have
in
that
ownership.
in there, because you need everybody to have, you need to be looking at that and be like, well, there's stuff on here. Maybe she was trying to do, like, you know, you can't just put only the information for the killer.
Well, sure, but we couldn't figure out how to read that map. We couldn't figure out where to locate things.
You have to be able to look at that and say that's not necessary or whatever, right? I guess.
Maybe. But then there were things about that boat that seemed weird to me.
So if you were to follow this GPS tracker, which was just something that we didn't see, you would know she wasn't involved. She wasn't anywhere near there.
That's right.
And you'd be able to look at that when you looked at that map, you'd be like, it doesn't matter. She didn't do it. Like, once we eliminated the chess playing blogger, we put his information away. We didn't care about him anymore. And I think if we had followed this, we would have found that she couldn't have done it, and that map would have been just like,
yeah, but all the more reason the map should have been intriguing to us. Like maybe it should have shown us that they would have loved to acquire the land near the movie theater.
I mean, it's so dumb that like we didn't look at this. It's dated the day of the murder, and it's got this. And however, one of these points probably links to Friday Harbor.
That's right.
And if we had mapped it out like we should have, then Friday Harbor we would have saw. We should have walked down this piece of evidence and figured it out. Probably between 11:50 and 12:06, it was in Friday Harbor, which is where she said. And then we could have saw that she couldn't have done the murder.
This one we should have figured out, but we knew there was some evidence that we were sort of rushing and skipping there.
Sorry,
but I do think that there were some weird things with the boat, like the Wayward Wasp was owned by the drug dealer, but was also the boat that Sophie Taylor was out on.
No, it was not.
But on the report about the people who got picked up and rescued, it was still Wayward Wasp.
Yeah.
And then if you look at the text messages, they say they came on the boat because they thought it was a drug dealing boat, and then they let it go.
Yeah,
so I'm a little confused about which boat is the Sophie Taylor boat.
I think Sophie Taylor was nowhere near the Wasp.
I think that's right. And so the Orca attack had nothing to do with Sophie Taylor's
just
boat.
a little bit of fluff or whatever. Jonathan Warner comes in and says, overall, I do think the Cryptic Killers series got stronger after these first few entries, but it was mostly enjoyable experience. I do feel that the first half was stronger when the evidence focused more on the theater and the horror Halloween fest. That's more personal preference. I think I'd agree with you. And documentary recommendations I think we'd make for Greg. Cryptic Killer, Maryville Manor, Be the Detective first season, and ID Venture Still Late.
Yeah,
I think these are really cool. I really like the idea.
I would put this maybe sort of Murder of a Millionaire is at the bottom for me. Maybe I'd put this next, and then put the harder ones we played a little higher up.
Murder at the Magic. That's the other one.
That's the only other one I haven't played.
Murder. I'll play this one.
Okay, all right.
Sounds exciting. Murder at the Magic, but not now because I've got to go home and sleep.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's sign off. Pleasure having you here.
Yeah. Thanks, Santina and Jonathan Warner, for joining us. And of course, we had a couple of the people pop in here. I thought Invisible Man, good to see you too. And of course, happy birthday to Teresa. We had one other person, I think, but they only popped in for a moment. So thanks for having me. Thanks for letting me again. I always say that, like, I know this was your little thing and you have your little group. And thank you for letting me, horn in on it and be a part of it. So
it's a pleasure having you here.
We'll see you next time. Yeah.
See you next time. Where's my... Ready? Okay. Good night.
Oh my